celebrate a truly essential industry at home in Pennsylvania and around our country. Dairy farmers go to work every day of the year to produce safe and healthy food for all American people. And despite mounting regulations and obstacles, these hardworking men and women continue to persevere. Dairy products, including nutrient-rich whole milk, are good for our kids and good for our families, and they are essential for our region's economy. I have the distinct privilege of representing nearly 20% of Pennsylvania's dairy farms, which are home to more than a quarter of our Commonwealth dairy cows. This robust industry is a key part of our local community and our economy. It's truly my privilege to stand up for dairy farmers and to serve as their voice here in Congress as we seek to eliminate barriers to the dairy industry's success. As we mark National Dairy Month, I want to thank dairy farmers in Pennsylvania and across the country for their steadfast dedication to our communities and to American families. Thank you, and I yield.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from New Hampshire, Mr. Pappas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight the incredible efforts of the staff at the Manchester, New Hampshire VA Medical Center, who worked long hours to resolve a massive backlog of unpaid medical claims for community care. In a district where veterans travel long distances to get to a VA facility, community care has been a game changer for vets to receive the services they need closer to home. But in the early years of the Choice Act and now the Mission Act, provider payment delays and bureaucratic errors threatened the stability of community care networks and ultimately the access to critical life-saving care for veterans. One of the first providers who contacted our office was an acupuncturist who provides care to veterans experiencing PTS and debilitating pain. The acupuncturist was passionate about caring for those who served, but the chronic billing delays were creating severe uncertainty and financial hardship for her office. She introduced me to a group of veterans that she cares for in her office to learn a little bit more about their experience. They all had a remarkable story about how their quality of life had improved since accessing these services through VA community care. But they understood that payment delays could disrupt that. Countless other providers, including large hospital systems and small care organizations, were also caught up in this claims backlog. VA was making it difficult, if not impossible, for many of these providers to continue serving veterans. The issue of unpaid claims was compounded in the Northeast region by VA's multiple transitions between third-party administrators over the last few years. It created confusion and frustration in both the provider and the veteran communities. I knew we couldn't let our veterans down, and that's why I am so thankful for the efforts of the community care team at the Manchester VA for working with our office, with providers, as well as the third-party billers to thoroughly address this issue. Our office worked closely with the leadership at the Manchester Medical Center and the New Hampshire Hospital Association and its members. A plan was developed to painstakingly delve into the minutia of the claims backlog line by line so that providers could be paid for legacy claims and receive timely payments for future services. The Manchester VA Medical Center's Office of Community Care steadily plowed through the backlog, giving specialized attention to each provider. After more than 15 months of their hard work, I'm proud these diligent efforts have resulted in tens of millions of dollars of paid claims to New Hampshire's VA community care providers. They were so successful in this work that their internal process is now being shared nationally across the VA system as a model. Mr. Speaker, I would like to personally thank the team members at the VA in Manchester who put in so many hours to address this backlog, including Michelle Mercer, who spent considerable time dealing with each member's hospital billing department, Patricia Patterson, who also spent considerable time dealing with each member's billing department, Tracy Allaire, who worked closely with TriWest on claims on behalf of hospitals on the back end, Charlene Eaton, who supervised and provided oversight to the VA Office of Community Care staff, Dr. Brian Femister, who worked and provided leadership and served as a conduit between VA's central office and the New Hampshire Hospital Association and its members, and finally Daniel Wilson, who initially spearheaded the billing resolution effort within VA's central office and worked with our district office and the Hospital Association. These Manchester VA Medical Center employees went above and beyond the call of duty for our veterans and the providers, as well as the future of community care. And I couldn't be more proud to be able to recognize them for their efforts here today. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in fierce opposition to President Biden's proposed budget. When he released his budget just a few weeks ago, nearly 3 months later than any president in a transition year, by the way, President Biden reminded Americans of advice his father gave him years ago. Don't tell me what you value, Biden's father told him. Show me your budget and I will tell you what you value. If that's true, then Biden's $6 trillion budget reveals to us exactly what President Biden values: destroying America's oil and gas industry, prioritizing the rights of illegal immigrants over law-abiding Americans, funneling foreign aid away from our longtime ally Israel, turning a blind eye to protecting the unborn. Under the Biden budget, President Biden suggests we spend our hard-earned dollars fixing problems he created. He wants us spending $174 billion on electric cars, carports, car charging station, and other subsidies to the electric vehicle market in a full-on attempt to replace the oil and gas industry. $40 billion to retain employees who lost their jobs after he blocked the Keystone Pipeline and destroyed thousands of energy jobs. And a total of $36 billion to combat climate change, bringing back the waters of the U.S. rule and mandating that 30% of our privately owned land be blocked in conservation practices. President Biden's budget is a progressive Green New Deal in disguise, and America doesn't want anything to do with it. President Biden wants $2 billion to provide care for unaccompanied migrant children at our southern border after he put millions of innocent children in harm's way and encouraged immigrants to cross illegally. And he wants no extension of funding to complete the already nearly finished wall system or money to enforce our immigration laws at the border, and instead instated an executive order stopping construction on the very wall that keeps our country safe. President Biden wants $63.5 billion for international affairs spending, a 12% increase from 2022 that lacks specific defense funding for Israel, America's only democratic ally in the Middle East. His omission is clear and comes at a time when the terrorist organization Hamas launched hundreds of rockets at Israel in the last month alone, and when Democrats are on the record for their anti-Semitic language and slurs. And President Biden refuses to protect our dollars from being spent on abortions or abortion services. Instead, for the first time in 4 decades, no such protection exists, a protection that 77% of Americans support, and a protection even Biden supported for years before his presidential campaign. On top of all of this, President Biden claims his budget is partly in response to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, but like the American Rescue Plan, it too fails to investigate the origins of COVID-19. Even more, the Biden administration won't commit that none of the budget requests would include funding for the research at the Wuhan lab. The economic disaster to follow from his reckless spending will cripple American families' purchasing power and leave future generations with the crushing burden of the national debt. It is time we hold President Biden accountable for a budget that would cause our federal debt to reach 117% of gross domestic product by 2031, the highest level since World War II, and continue the record rates of inflation we are already seeing under President Biden. I ran for Congress with the intention of creating a better world for my children, our children, one where they don't have to pay President Biden's debts and suffer the consequences of irresponsible and egregious spending. America deserves better. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's spring, the beginning of summer, but it's also Caribbean American Heritage Month this June. It brings me great pride to join Virgin Islanders and other Caribbean people across the country in celebrating Caribbean American Heritage Month. As a Virgin Islander and an American of Caribbean descent, I'm proud to celebrate the life, legacy, and achievement of Americans in this country, of Caribbean people in this country. Virgin Islanders and other Americans of Caribbean lineage have made enormous contributions to the United States through academia, athletics, the arts, and more. Caribbeans have been involved in this country since its inception, such as des gens de couleur libre, who included 800 French Caribbean soldiers, 500 who were Haitian free men of color, who fought at the Battle of Savannah for the colonies in the American Revolution. Caribbean American Heritage Month was officially celebrated and recognized on June 5, 2006 by presidential proclamation signed by President George W. Bush. It has been unanimously adopted in the House in 2005 through the unwavering power of our colleague, Barbara Lee, who sponsored the legislation. Since 2006, the White House has released an annual proclamation recognizing June as National Caribbean American Heritage Month. Caribbean Americans have added to the history, culture, and communities in America in countless ways. The unique relationship between the United States and the Caribbean has enriched both regions, and this month is a wonderful time to celebrate our shared past and our future. We should also look for opportunities for us as Americans to pursue new partnerships on a number of issues with the Caribbean, from trade and immigration, disaster preparedness, poverty eradication, ending HIV/AIDS. The United States and the Caribbean share a number of mutual policy interests. This year, the COVID-19 pandemic adds a new challenge to both our country and our Caribbean nations. I will keep fighting to ensure that the United States works to be an active and constructive partner in safeguarding the health and welfare of our third border. The people of the Caribbean are as much a part of the fabric of this country as anyone else. We are not monolithic, nor do we represent one culture, one ideology, or even one ethnicity. Alexander Hamilton, the drafter of the United States Constitution and our first Secretary of Treasury, was born on the island of Nevis and spent his childhood and formative years in my home on St. Croix in the Danish West Indies, what is now the Virgin Islands. Caribbean American heritage does not flow through the fabric of this country. It also flows through the halls of Congress every day. Shirley Chisholm, a personal hero of mine, was the first African-American congresswoman and the first Black woman to run for president of a major party. Her heritage hails from Barbados and Guyana. Without her, Caribbean women, even Black women, myself and many other of my colleagues would not be here today. Yvette Clarke, Jennifer Gonzalez Colon, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Sheila Jackson Lee, Frederica Wilson, former members Mia Love, Ileana Ross-Leighton, and many more. Even our current Vice President, Kamala Harris, is of Jamaican descent. The Caribbean people have done so much more than just fight and make laws for this country. That doesn't even scratch the surface. The building we're standing in right now was designed by Dr. William Thornton, born on the island of Jost van Dyke in the British Virgin Islands. The symbol of our democracy was designed by a Caribbean American. Our work in the arts are felt every day. News commentators, Joy Reid, Yamiche Alcindor, Corinne Jean-Pierre, from Sidney Poitier, the first Black man to win an Academy Award, to Kerry Washington. Who could forget Cicely Tyson, Harry Belafonte, great minds like Edward Wilmot Blyden, the father of Pan-Africanism, Denmark Vesey, Malcolm X, Stokely Carmichael. In music, we've managed to not only be great, but iconic as well. Maxwell, who's considered to be the godfather of neo-soul in the R&B movement. Biggie Small, a fellow Brooklynite, born to Jamaican parents, changed hip-hop forever. And Nicki Minaj, who's changing it even more in the modern era. Some of the greatest athletes of our time, from Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, whose family is from Trinidad, to Tim Duncan on my home on St. Croix, who was just elected to the Hall of Fame. Even Ramon Hayden-Wood in the NFL. During this unique time in our country's history, I encourage everyone to learn more about the contributions of Caribbean Americans, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. McClain, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am that woman, and I am back to talk about the Democratic double standards once again. Democrats love to jump on the Republican outrage train. But when we see the blatant anti-Semitism from one of their own, all you see are timid, fake, pandering, and watered-down responses. For those of you who struggle to keep up with the latest anti-Semitic rhetoric from a Democrat, I am referring to the Congresswoman from this chamber, comparing the United States and Israel to real terrorist organizations. The Speaker and her leadership team issued a weak and embarrassing press release thanking her for her clarification and walking back her remarks. But of course, Democrats are not serious in disciplining anti-Semitism or even anti-American remarks within their ranks. This photo of the Speaker smiling next to the Congresswoman from Minnesota was on the cover of March 19th edition of the Rolling Stone. This came after the Congresswoman from Minnesota had tweeted and then defended that Israel has hypnotized the world and implied that the Jewish people were buying political support by tweeting, "It's all about the Benjamins, baby." The cover of the magazine says, "Women Shaping the Future, Nancy Pelosi and the New Voices of the House." Is this really the voice of the Democratic Party, Madam Speaker? Can you imagine for one moment the Democratic outrage if this were the Republican leader and the Congresswoman from Georgia? There would be demands for resignation, and Republican office phones would be ringing off the hook from left-wing liberal activists. I ask the Speaker, are you truly proud of this photo? I can't wait to hear her answer. I just hope she won't be as demeaning as the last time she spoke about that woman. Thank you, and I yield back.
Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nels, for 5 minutes.
Well, good morning, Mr. Speaker. It's good to see you. As a 30-year law enforcement veteran, the rhetoric and hatred I've seen towards law enforcement the past 12 months is quite honestly infuriating. Liberal cities across our country have defunded hundreds of millions from their police. Seattle, Portland, Minneapolis, Austin. They all cut police budgets, and every single one of them is now experiencing skyrocketing crime. No surprise. Less police equals more crime. Less police equals more crime. Common sense that doesn't seem all too common in today's Democrat Party. Whatever happened to the Democrat Party of Bill Clinton? Bill Clinton. In 1994, Clinton added 100,000 law enforcement officers to the streets with the cops grants. Today's Democrat Party is unrecognizable to that party. The Socialist Squad are the de facto leaders of the Democrats, and they are the driving force behind the defund the police movement. They'd rather see 100,000 less police, 100,000 less police than 100,000 more. The Republican Party has never wavered in our steadfast support for our nation's law enforcement. I hope to see the Democrats will one day embrace common sense and join us. I yield back, sir.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to extend my remarks. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the memory and celebrate the life of Don L. Taylor, lifelong resident of Wisconsin and a friend, who peacefully passed away at age 88 on April 16, 2021, surrounded by his family. Don was active in many civic and service organizations and wore many hats throughout his lifetime. He served honorably as second lieutenant in the U.S. Army and was a longtime member and past president of the Waukesha Rotary Club. He spent his leisure time writing historical fiction set in Waukesha. He had many other interests, and as many Wisconsinites do, Don enjoyed many trips to his family cabin up north in Wisconsin. Don was a staple in the Waukesha community due to his involvement in the Waukesha State Bank. Don succeeded his father, Carl, as president and CEO of the Waukesha State Bank, a role he held for 25 years from 1969 to 1994. Don is credited with modernizing the operations of the bank and computerizing operations in 1968, one of the first banks to do so. In 2004, Don's son, Ty Taylor, became the third generation of the family to serve as president of the bank. Don will also be remembered for his deep involvement in politics. He served as chairman of the Waukesha County Republican Party for 30 years, from 1979 to 1989, and again from 93 to 2013. Don was one of the early pioneers in Waukesha to help grow the conservative movement, and his efforts cannot be understated for their lasting impact today. Don was recognized for his organizing capabilities by being selected to chair and co-chair President Ronald Reagan's 1968, 1980, and 1984 Wisconsin campaigns. Above all else, Don Taylor was first and foremost a man of faith. He was a devoted Christian who lived his values through his everyday work and his family life. Don is survived by his loving wife of 62 years, Carol. He is also survived by children Wendy, Scott, Taylor, Ty, and 10 grandchildren, his 4 great-grandchildren, and his brother, Velma Geraldson. On behalf of the Wisconsin 5th Congressional District, it is my privilege to celebrate the life and legacy of Don L. Taylor for his unparalleled contributions and impact on our community. I offer my heartfelt condolences to Don's family and those who were lucky to call him a friend, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Cawthorn, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, for over 200 years, American citizens have chosen dangerous freedom over peaceful subjugation. For the past few decades, the American patriot has watched in horror as the federal government has opened the shackles of safety and firmly clamped them around the Second Amendment. As the Second Amendment restrictions have risen, so has violent crime. Washington wonders in one moment why violent crime is rising, and then takes away the rights of Americans to defend themselves in the next. Mr. Speaker, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms exists for the sole purpose of regulating and keeping me from 3 of the things I hold most dear as an American. This administration's proposed head of the ATF thinks that the Second Amendment was created for hunting and sporting. David Chipman could not be more wrong. The purpose of the Second Amendment was and is to hold back a tyrannical government. Chipman's tyrannical reading of the Constitution would turn millions of Americans into criminals overnight. I am here to tell you today that these Americans who seek to defend their right to bear arms are not the criminals our nation ought to be concerned by. Mr. Speaker, the most dangerous threat to our safety and security does not arise from Americans wanting to protect themselves. No, it comes from men and women like those in this chamber who would choose the quiet servitude over the tumult of liberty. The Second Amendment was designed to protect the first, and this nation will not give up its liberty so easily. With that, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, even as we acknowledge the tragedy of over 600,000 deaths this pandemic has wrought on our country and the devastation it has caused around the world, help us to find the gift we are now being given, the opportunity to emerge carefully from the fear and anxiety COVID has imposed on our daily living and rediscover the importance of our relationships one with another. What a joy it is to see someone else's whole face, to look not just in their eyes, but to be graced by their whole countenance. As we dare to unmask, may we dare also to reveal our hearts to one another and rediscover the gift of being in fellowship. Even as we risk exposure to the enduring dangers of our environment, may we also risk exposing ourselves to the challenge of frank and open, albeit respectful, interchange of ideas and diversity of thought. In sharing our heartfelt thoughts and opinions, may we also find ways to share care and concern with those whose perspectives are at times drastically different from our own. May we, our faces, our whole selves, unhidden and unrestrained, reflect your generosity, mercy, and love. Then reveal yourself to us in the face of those with whom we serve this day. In your merciful name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Steele.
Let's remember that we are living in the greatest country in the whole world. Let's begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the glorious Thunderbirds of Nellis Air Force Base, who are celebrating 65 years in Las Vegas this month. Since their establishment, the Thunderbirds, America's ambassadors in blue, have performed in front of millions worldwide, defying gravity with stunning aerobatics that showcase our military power and might. Their mission is to recruit, retain, and inspire. And with each dazzling performance, they rouse America's future heroes to serve our nation. Congratulations on 65 years, Thunderbirds. You are the pride of Nevada's 4th District and the pride of our nation. I yield back.
From Arkansas, seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the life of a legend in Arkansas sports, the late Razorback track and field coach, John McDonnell. Coach Mack was laid to rest last week, leaving a truly remarkable legacy. The most decorated coach in NCAA history, having won 40 national championships in indoor and outdoor track and cross country. He was a National Coach of the Year 30 times and is responsible for 6 NCAA Triple Crowns at Arkansas. He coached and mentored some of the world's best athletes, Southwest Conference champions, Southeast Conference champions, NCAA champions, Olympic champions. He himself was an outstanding runner, and he knew how to help his student athletes become successful. Coach Mack was a native of Ireland. He came to the U.S., graduated from Southwest Louisiana, earned his citizenship in 1969. He devoted his life to inspiring young people to excel. On the many occasions I had the chance to visit with Coach McDonnell, I always came away thankful in America that we were blessed to have him. When the starting gun fires and they're calling the hogs on the track that bears his name, we will all be reminded of his legacy of good works, great coaching, and his unrelenting Razorback spirit. My deepest condolences to his wife of more than 50 years, Ellen, children Sean and Heather, and the rest of the McDonald family. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak on behalf of our nation's veterans.
The gentleman will suspend. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition? Does this gentleman seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak on behalf of our nation's veterans struggling with PTSD and their family members anxious for help. This week, I spoke with the mother of a young man who joined the Marines out of patriotic duty following 9/11. He served 4 tours. His mother told me he came home, he was a changed man, struggling with PTSD. She took him to the VA, where he said he was contemplating suicide. She was told all the beds were full. They couldn't help. He was later denied extended treatment at an inpatient facility after he began self-medicating. A year and a half ago, he died of an overdose. We have to do better. The VA needs more and better addiction and mental health resources. This young man's mother said to me after losing her son, she's in the fight now. I am too, and I hope you'll join me. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, 4 years ago yesterday, Republicans were tragically attacked by a liberal gunman with an agenda to shoot and kill Republican members of Congress. That day, United States Capitol Police officers Griner and Bailey, along with Alexandria Police, acted swiftly to neutralize the gunman and prevent what could have been an extraordinarily deadly event and change the course of our country. I stand here today because of their heroism, and I, along with my Republican colleagues present that morning, are forever grateful. We must always support our men and women in blue and oppose any efforts to defund the police and make communities less safe. Law enforcement officers go to work in their communities every day to make a difference, protect their neighbors, and prevent crime, a solemn duty we should commend and not tear down. We will forever owe a debt of gratitude to the officers present 4 years ago, and are grateful for every brave and honorable law enforcement officer who is willing to sacrifice themselves to keep us safe. In God we trust. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, please.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today as Nevadans are facing the reality of our climate crisis head-on. Lake Mead has reached record low levels not seen since the construction of the Hoover Dam, and a massive heat wave has now brought record-breaking temperatures and safety warnings. We cannot deny the climate trajectory our country faces, and at the same time, our state and the country is climbing out of an economic crisis. There is no question that the opportunity to take action on both the economic and the climate crisis is now. And that's why I'm proud to have joined my colleagues in the Problem Solvers Caucus to bring Democrats and Republicans together on an infrastructure proposal. We need to work together now more than ever. Our crumbling roads, bridges, and the tools that grind the gears of our day-to-day American life cannot support our economy and our planet without bold new investment. And those bold investments will create good-paying jobs in communities across the country. The time to deliver solutions is now. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize the Grace Christian School Warriors baseball team for their come-from-behind victory in this year's Virginia Association of Christian Athletics State Championship. Down to the last 12 outs, the Warriors trailed 4-0, but thanks to some timely hits, their comeback started as they were able to put 1 run on the board in the 4th. In the bottom of the 5th, things really started turning in Grace Christian's favor. A few hits, some heads-up base running, and costly errors made by their opponents gave the Warriors a 5-4 lead. However, the lead didn't last long as the Bulldogs from Westover Christian Academy scored 2 in the top of the 6th, but the Warriors battled back, tying the game in the bottom half of the inning. Grace Christian's MVP pitcher, Isaiah Riddle, mastered Westover's hitters in the top of the 7th, meaning it all came down to the Warriors' bats. First baseman Justin Hain led off with a base hit, then stole second, and moved to third on a wild pitch. With another wild pitch, Hain sprinted home and secured Grace Christian the title. Truly, it ain't over till it's over. Congratulations to the players, coaches, parents, and staff on an incredible season and a well-deserved win. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
To ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I rise to honor the remarkable life of David Samrick of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. David's faith and love for the Jewish community were evident in his support of the American-Israel Public Affairs Committee. He served on the AIPAC National Board since 2015, working closely with members of the United States Congress to strengthen and promote a strong and unbreakable U.S.-Israel relationship. Through his work with AIPAC, he led citizen activists in building relationships with members of Congress on both sides of the aisle, a key to the success of the pro-Israel movement. We worked together to address a multitude of issues facing our community, from the scourge of anti-Semitism to ensuring we maintain our strong U.S.-Israel relationship. I am proud to have considered him my very dear friend. I will miss his guidance and wisdom, but mostly his friendship. My heartfelt sympathy goes out to his wife Susan and his entire family. David was one of a kind, a selfless, compassionate, and tireless advocate. May his memory be for a blessing. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of Richard J. Furlong, a wonderful member of our community who passed away late last year. Mr. Furlong was born in 1926 in Utica, New York, my hometown. He grew up on the Seminole Farm in Holland Patton. He was called to serve his country at the age of 19 when he enlisted in the United States Army during the World War II era. After he left service, he returned home to Holland Patton. He would later go on to marry Neva Milius, who is his beloved wife of 37 years. Mr. Furlong was a very proud son of Irish immigrants. He enjoyed sharing his heritage with those around him and made several visits to Ireland over the course of his life. Friends and family remember him as a jovial and hardworking man. Mr. Furlong was the oldest living member of the American Legion Leon R. Roberts Post 161 and a past member and a president of the Holland Patton Hose Company. He was beloved by his siblings, 12 nieces and nephews, and many great nieces and nephews. I extend my condolences to his family and also his great friends. Richard was larger than life with a vibrant and fun personality. While we all miss him dearly, we will always remember his great legacy with a big smile. With that, I yield back, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the Pennsylvania's 5th District Class of 2021 and wish them well in their next adventures. As we watch the world change before our eyes over the past year and a half, we also saw the strength and determination of young people in our district, throughout the U.S. and across the globe. We saw students pick up jobs to help support their families, take to the streets to support causes they believed in deeply, and contribute their time and savings to help others in need. Whether they realize it or not, their energy and activism have shifted the national conversation around issues like gun violence, racial justice, and the climate crisis. We're at an inflection point of history, science, and technology, and I've never been more inspired or hopeful than I am for this generation. I also want to acknowledge our debt of gratitude to all the teachers and school staff who showed such dedication and resilience as they guided our students through the challenges of a pandemic with patience, courage, and innovation. Graduates, the world is waiting for our next wave of leaders, and we know that you're ready for the challenge. Congratulations. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in honor of veterans of the Republic of Vietnam Armed Forces Day. June 19th is Arvin Day, which honors the service and sacrifice of the South Vietnamese soldiers who fought to defend a free Vietnam. Thousands of South Vietnamese soldiers fought alongside our U.S. Armed forces in the Vietnam War in defense of freedom and democracy. They deserve our appreciation and respect for their service. After the fall of Saigon, many who fought with the South Vietnamese forces fled Vietnam to escape tyranny. Many found a home here in the United States. Today, there are over 100,000 veterans from the Republic of Vietnam living in California. On Arvin Day, we honor the sacrifice of those who served and remember those who paid the ultimate price in the pursuit of freedom. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia seek recognition?
I ask to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the D.C. statehood bill will receive a hearing in the Senate, and I expect the date to be announced today. I appreciate that our D.C. statehood bill has already passed the House, and I thank the House. Our hearings and House passage have alerted Americans that the residents of their own nation's capital do not have the same rights as other Americans. As a result, a detailed poll now shows that 54% of the American people support D.C. statehood for the District of Columbia. As Americans who pay the highest federal taxes per capita in the United States, D.C. residents say it's about time, indeed well past time, for Congress to grant statehood to the residents of the District of Columbia. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to share the disastrous consequences of the House majority's failure to address the California drought. As you can see in this photo, California's water levels are dramatically low. This water is supposed to be up all the way at the tree line. The reservoirs are low at this point because of disastrous policies that force us to waste water during the wetter years. Countless communities are relying on this water, and if this is what we're seeing in the beginning of the system in the north, how are we supposed to survive the entire state of California with enough clean water to survive? Across the state, communities rely on water supplied by the federally managed Central Valley Project. Last month, the Bureau of Reclamation announced the Central Valley farmers would receive 0% of their contracts, effectively signing a death sentence for their fields. Acres of half-grown crops meant to feed families across the nation are being abandoned to dry up and die. Meanwhile, the majority refuses to even consider my legislation, the Renew Wind Act, which would help prevent this from happening again in the future. I ask my colleagues in the House of Representatives to acknowledge the suffering of California families and get to work to help them. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to be a voice for the most innocent and vulnerable among us. This Sunday, many families, including mine, will celebrate Father's Day. My faith and my family are the most important parts of my life, and I couldn't be more grateful for my wife Chelsea and our 2 sons, Guy and Sam. Being the father of Guy and Sam has only intensified my belief that we must protect the sanctity of life. Our society cannot leave our most vulnerable unprotected. Safeguarding the right to life has always been one of my top priorities, and I will continue working to protect life at every stage of development. As a Christian and a father, I will always fight for the right to life and for traditional family values. We must protect those who cannot protect themselves. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor CDC's Principal Deputy Director, Ann Schuchat, for her outstanding career in medicine and public health. Dr. Schuchat joined the CDC in 1988 as an Epidemic Intelligence Service Officer. Since joining the agency, she has served as Chief of the Respiratory Diseases Branch, Director of the National Center for Immunization and Respiratory Diseases, and as Acting CDC Director twice. Her contributions have been recognized by an election to the National Academy of Medicine, and she has received the United States Public Health Service's Distinguished Service Medal and the Association of State and Territorial Health Officials Lifetime Achievement Award, among many other awards and recognitions. Dr. Schuchat has dedicated her life to improving public health around the world and has inspired many young women to go into medicine and public health. As a lifelong healthcare professional, I congratulate Dr. Schuchat on her retirement and commend her for her hard work over the past 33 years. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate a very special day for a woman in my district, but I also want to say how joyful it is to see people's faces and smiles now that we're following the science and not fighting the science. I'm rising today to celebrate a very special day for a woman in my district. Last week, on June 8th, Clarissa Rosenboom of Oskaloosa, Iowa, celebrated her 100th birthday. Clarissa was born and raised on a farm in Mahaska County, Iowa, and is the oldest of 5 siblings. In the 1930s, many children who were raised on farms elected not to attend high school. But Clarissa was inspired by her aunt to not only attend high school, but to continue her education through courses at William Penn University, which is still in Oskaloosa today. In the early 40s, her love for children and teaching led her to pursue a career in education at Bryan Country School, a small school south of New Sharon. On August 14, 1945, Clarissa married her husband Gerald, and together they had 6 children: Alan, Calvin, Norman, Kathleen, David, and Ken, who is a state senator and my colleague in the state senate in Iowa. Clarissa, I wish you all the joy in the world as you celebrate this with your loved ones. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days within which I beg your pardon.
The gentlewoman is recognized. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 610, the San Francisco Bay Restoration Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 610, a bill to amend the Federal Water Pollution Control Act to establish a grant program to support the restoration of San Francisco Bay.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 610 as amended.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from Chairman John Yarmuth of the House Committee on Budget agreeing to waive consideration of H.R. 16 as amended, as well as Chair DeVazio's response to Mr. Yarmouth expressing appreciation for his willingness to work cooperatively on this legislation.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District in support of H.R. 610.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 16. This legislation would create a standalone program for the San Francisco Bay within the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, in essence, elevating restoration efforts of a water body that has been part of the National Estuary Program since 1993. This legislation responds to an August 2018 Government Accountability Office report that found a centralized program would improve the existing efforts to restore and protect the San Francisco Bay. This legislation would authorize $25 million annually for fiscal year 2022 through 2026, with a cap on federal funding for eligible projects and a cap on administrative expenses. H.R. 610 is supported by the delegation representing the Bay and surrounding area, including our committee colleagues Jared Huffman and Mark DeSaulnier and John Garamendi. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 16, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Last Congress, we worked together to ensure bipartisan support for several regional water bills, including this one. H.R. 610 codifies the Environmental Protection Agency's existing restoration work in the San Francisco Bay Estuary and establishes a San Francisco Bay Program Office. I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I recognize Representative Jackie Speier for 3 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the Speaker and I thank the gentlelady from the District of Columbia. This bill is something that I've been working on for 10 years and have introduced in every Congress since I came to Congress. It provides $25 million a year for 5 years. Over the last 200 years, 90% of the Bay wetlands have disappeared, they're gone. What's even worse is that in less than 9 years, sea level rise in that region will effectively drown out all of the marshes. The damage will be irreversible. Over the last 8 years, the EPA has invested only $45 million in San Francisco Bay. However, even though it's the largest estuary on the West Coast, Puget Sound received more than $260 million, and Chesapeake Bay received $490 billion. That's an unbelievable difference in funding opportunities. So we can't afford to keep pushing this off. The San Francisco Bay supports 4 million jobs and provides 20 million Californians with clean drinking water. It's the lifeblood of the region and a worthy investment of taxpayer dollars. Every dollar spent on restoration efforts generates $2.10 in economic activity. More funding for the Bay is a win-win. It would, in fact, be the right thing to do, the only fair thing to do, considering how much more has been spent on other estuaries. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman reserves.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Okay, the gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Oh, I reserve then. Do you have more speakers? Okay, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Okay. The gentlewoman reserves. Who seeks time? The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I continue to reserve with this comment. If the gentlelady from Washington, D.C. has more speakers coming, happy to wait a little bit to entertain that.
Reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield to the Speaker for 1 minute.
And the Speaker of the House is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the recognition, and I thank our distinguished member from the District of Columbia, Eleanor Holmes Norton, for her leadership and her recognition on this important issue. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of this legislation. So proud of Representative Jackie Speier, with whom I have the privilege of co-representing San Francisco. Jackie Speier has been our champion on San Francisco Bay, and this San Francisco Bay Restoration Act is a vital step to restoring our cherished bay. It is an honor to be joining this legislation with other Bay Area colleagues, Jared Hoffman, John Garmendi, Mike Thompson, Jerry McNerney, Mark DeSaulnier, Barbara Lee, Ro Khanna, Anna Eshoo, and Zoe Lofgren, and also to thank Senators Feinstein and Padilla, who have introduced a Senate companion bill. Madam Speaker, members, you may not know, but the San Francisco Bay is an icon of California and a national treasure, inspiring us with its beauty and its might, enriching our lives with world-class recreation and tourism and jobs. The Bay Area and the Bay Area Delta, of which it is a part, is also the economic lifeblood of our coast, contributing over $370 billion in our economy each year and supporting more than 4 million jobs. As part of the Bay Delta estuary, it is a vital part of public health, providing drinking water for millions of Californians, a key force in combating the climate crisis. But for centuries, this magnificent estuary has been overexploited and underprotected. Today, 90% of the Bay Area's wetlands have been destroyed, undermining the strength of our coastal economies and communities. The San Francisco Bay Restoration Act, sponsored by Congresswoman Jackie Speier, championed by her, the Bay being championed by her over the years, would make a long overdue $125 million, with an M, million investment in restoration efforts. It improves coordination from San Francisco to Washington as it revives our wetlands to protect our coastal communities, improves our water quality, strengthens our climate resilience, including by combating sea level rise. In 2018, the GAO concluded that a centralized initiative providing improved coordination and communication across efforts, along with a dedicated federal funding, will be the best chance for long-term restoration and protection of this vital geographic area on the West Coast. And this bill, introduced by Congresswoman Jackie Speier, provides exactly that. Californians have fought to increase appropriations for Bay Area for years, and we're grateful for the support of then Chair Nita Lowey of the Appropriations Committee and Interior Chair Betty McCollum. We secured an increase of $3 million in funding for the Bay. Last year, with the support of Transportation and Infrastructure Chair Peter DeFazio, and hence the committee of Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton, and Water Subcommittee Chair Grace Napolitano, the House passed this Bay Restoration Act by a voice vote, and then again as part of our Infrastructure H.R. 2 Moving Forward Act. Now we want to make it the law of the land. Our communities, our lives are heavily enriched by the Bay Delta estuary. This investment is an economic, health, environmental, and moral imperative. I urge members to support it with a strong bipartisan support. And I hope that it will be bipartisan on the part of our colleagues on the West Coast who know the value and the quality of life that the Bay Estuary Project brings to us. With that, I urge a yes vote and yield back the balance of my time, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized. Or without objection, sorry.
In closing, Madam Speaker, I urge support of this bipartisan legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 610 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1703, the National Children's Museum Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1703, a bill to amend Title 40 United States Code to require the Administrator of General Services to enter into a cooperative agreement with the National Children's Museum to provide the National Children's Museum rental space without charge in the Ronald Reagan Building and International Trade Center and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days within which to extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1703 as amended.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 1703, the National Children's Museum Act, which I have sponsored. Last Congress, the House passed this bill by voice vote. This bipartisan bicameral bill, which I introduced with Republican Rodney Davis of Illinois, and which has been introduced in the Senate by Democrats Chris Van Hollen of Maryland and Republican Shelley Moore Capito of West Virginia, would require the General Services Administration to enter into a cooperative agreement with the National Children's Museum, a congressionally designated museum, to allow the museum to remain in the Ronald Reagan Building and International Trade Center, a federally owned building in the nation's capital, without charge for the duration of its existing lease. The National Building Museum operates under such an agreement. The National Children's Museum is the only congressionally designated museum required to pay rent in a federal building. Originally named the Capitol Children's Museum, the museum was a staple in D.C. for decades. The museum opened in 1974 in a former convent on H Street Northeast. In 2003, Congress recognized the immense value of having a children's museum in the nation's capital and officially designated the museum as the National Children's Museum. After being closed for several years, the museum reopened last year in the Ronald Reagan Building and International Trade Center in downtown D.C., where it immediately attracted visitors from throughout the nation's capital and the entire nation. However, only 18 days later, the coronavirus pandemic forced the museum to close its physical space. Still, the museum continued to offer valuable online resources to our children as they navigated new challenging learning circumstances, including over 75 at-home experiment and project video programs and monthly podcasts. The museum has served teachers in 45 states and the district through its virtual field trips since the pandemic began. However, due to revenue losses during the pandemic and other costs, the museum has said it will close permanently without enactment of this bill. This bill would allow the National Children's Museum to continue to benefit the millions who visit and live in the nation's capital and the National Capital Region. I urge support of this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm really pleased to lead this effort with my good friend and colleague, the chair of the Highways and Transit Subcommittee, Ms. Holmes Norton. As she said, this important legislation directs the General Services Administration to provide rent relief to the National Children's Museum that's currently housed in the Ronald Reagan Building and International Trade Center right here in Washington, D.C. Currently, the museum is the only federally designated museum sitting in a federal building that is required to pay rent. This bill will give the museum the same benefits afforded to other congressionally designated museums. Pre-pandemic, the museum offered our children the ability to interact with exhibits that were focused on science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And that allowed children to foster a greater appreciation for our STEM fields. As our country reopens and we look to the future, the museum will continue to build off that success and become even more valuable of a resource for our youth. In that spirit, I actually look forward to visiting with some of my colleagues soon and talking about this important bill. It just is very frustrating as the only museum that's congressionally directed that has to pay another government agency, the GSA, for rent when they weren't allowed to be open. So, common sense bill, great to work with you, my friend, and I support this legislation. I'll go ahead and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
I appreciate the remarks of my good friend, Mr. Davis, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Okay, the gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman's recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time. We're going to play that game, back and forth. I will close. I'm joking.
Okay, well,
it's good to see you.
So
I have no more speakers.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Chair, thank you for your cooperation on this. It's great to be back on the floor and see everybody. Enjoy this greatly. I certainly hope everybody supports this common sense bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, like my friend, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1703 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 587, the Ocean Pollution Reduction Act 2.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 24, H.R. 587, a bill to modify permitting requirements with respect to the discharge of any pollutant from the Point Loma wastewater treatment plant in certain circumstances and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on H.R. 587.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield my time such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the congressional record a letter from the City of San Diego in support of H.R. 587.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 587. The legislation introduced by Representative Scott Peters clarifies that the City of San Diego, California, can utilize the standard Clean Water Act National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit process to continue operation of the Point Loma wastewater treatment plant with alternative standards. The legislation, which provides regulatory accountability and consistency to the city, has the support of surrounding localities, local public works departments, and water districts, as well as local non-governmental and environmental organizations. Currently, the Point Loma wastewater treatment plant applies for and receives a waiver under the Clean Water Act to discharge wastewater with less than full secondary treatment, the baseline requirement of the Clean Water Act. The facility qualifies for the waiver by meeting certain criteria and must renew its application every 5 years. As part of a long-term effort, the Point Loma wastewater treatment plant is working to reduce its discharges to coastal waters. This effort involves water recycling and will redirect a portion of the facility's discharge. However, the facility's discharges to coastal waters will never be eliminated. To be clear, this legislation is not a waiver of all the requirements of the Clean Water Act, and the facility will need to comply with the other requirements of the Act. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 587, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
H.R. 587, introduced by Congressman Peters of California and others from his home state, is a bipartisan bill that aims to make permanent a regulatory exemption under the Clean Water Act. This exemption allows certain wastewater treatment facilities seeking to discharge to the ocean to apply for permit modifications that offer alternatives to the Clean Water Act's secondary treatment standards. These alternative standards must be met every 5 years during the normal permit renewal period. This permit renewal process is lengthy, complex, and costly. The City of San Diego's Point Loma wastewater treatment plant has been operating under this regulatory exemption for well more than 2 decades. The objectives of this bill are worthy and a win-win for the city and the environment. The bill will help ensure that San Diego has long-term certainty for its water supply and will save the city millions of dollars and protect regional ratepayers from billions in new cost by providing this regulatory certainty while preserving applicable standards. I support this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to yield to Representative Scott Peters of California so much time as he desires.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I introduced the Ocean Pollution Reduction Act Part 2, or OPRA 2, for 3 reasons. 1, to ensure that the Point Loma wastewater treatment plant's waiver process is fair and efficient. 2, to further reduce the facility's pollution output to the ocean. And 3rd, to increase our region's fresh water supply. The city's proposed wastewater recycling plan, the Pure Water Program, will guarantee the region's water security and further reduce the amount of wastewater that flows into the ocean from the plant. OPRA 2 requires that the City of San Diego demonstrate that the Pure Water Program can produce 83 million gallons of fresh water a day by 2036. This is an estimated 1/3 of the entire city's drinking water needs. Over the same period, the program is expected to reduce treated wastewater flows from the Point Loma plant by over 100 million gallons. This bill replaces the complex and expensive secondary treatment waiver application with a simple process as long as the city meets stringent water recycling milestones. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
In closing, H.R. 587 would support the water recycling and conservation efforts of the City of San Diego's Point Loma wastewater treatment plan by making permanent its long-standing regulatory exemption under the Clean Water Act. Madam Speaker, this is a good bill, and I urge support of this bipartisan legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 587? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Okay. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1144, promoting United States government efforts to save our sound, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1144, a bill to amend the Federal Water Pollution Control Act to provide assistance for programs and activities to protect the water quality of the Puget Sound and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1144 as amended.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1144. The bill establishes a new regional program within the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to address water pollution concerns in the Puget Sound and authorizes $50 million annually for fiscal years 2022 through 2026. The Puget Sound has seen significant degradation of water quality and habitat as a result of human development. This legislation builds on the successes Puget Sound has seen while part of the National Estuary Program and incorporates the recommendations of a July 2018 report of the U.S. Government Accountability Office on the federal and state efforts to restore the Sound. This legislation is vitally important to ensure the long-term health of a watershed that helps provide food, water, and other ecosystem services for 4.5 million people and contributes to the state's economy. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1144, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
H.R. 1144, the Puget SOS Act, codifies the Environmental Protection Agency's existing restoration work in the Puget Sound and establishes a Puget Sound Program Office. Puget Sound was one of the first estuaries designated within the National Estuary Program in 1987, and EPA has worked with federal and non-federal entities to coordinate restoration efforts. This bill ensures this important work will continue. I urge support of this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to yield 2 minutes to Representative Kilmer of Washington.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I'm proud to rise in support of the Promoting United
government efforts to save our Sound Act, or the Puget SOS Act. And I want to thank my good friend and colleague, Representative Strickland, for her partnership on this important legislation. Those of us who are lucky to call the Better Washington home know that Puget Sound is our most iconic body of water. Generations of our friends and neighbors have built their lives and earned their livelihoods on the Sound. We know the Puget Sound is critical to the environmental and economic future of our region. And some of our region's most iconic species, including salmon and orca and Dungeness crab, rely on a healthy Puget Sound. But despite years of efforts to protect and restore Puget Sound, we still have a lot of work to do to address the significant challenges, including stormwater runoff and habitat loss and harmful algal blooms, that continue to threaten this crown jewel of our region's identity and economy. And that's why I'm proud to see the House advance this critical bill, which will finally bring to bear the coordinated federal resources necessary to save our Sound. If we're going to recover our salmon and orca populations, if we're going to ensure future generations can dig for clams, if we're going to respect and uphold tribal treaty rights, we need the federal government to step up and support the work already being done by the state, tribes, local communities, and businesses that all depend on a vibrant and healthy Puget Sound. I'm proud that this bill represents meaningful progress towards these goals. If future generations, including my two kiddos, are going to have the opportunities to enjoy these treasures and to build their livelihoods in our region, we've got to act now to protect and restore the Sound. So I urge my colleagues to support this critical bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to Representative Marilyn Strickland of the state of Washington.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1144, the Puget SOS Act, which I am honored to co-lead with Congressman Kilmer, who I thank for working on this bill over the years. I also want to thank the Puget Sound Partnership and Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission for all their help. I am proud to work with you to preserve and restore Puget Sound. As a Western Washington native, I know how critical the health of the Puget Sound is to our region, economically, culturally, and environmentally. The Sound is an economic engine, creating over $30 billion in economic activity and supporting nearly 150,000 jobs. It is a biodiversity hotspot, home to over 7,000 different species, including 200 different types of fish. It is a sacred resource for tribal nations throughout the region who rely on the Sound's flora and fauna it supports for their lives and livelihoods. And it's a cultural treasure with the salmon, shellfish, orca, and others which live in the ecosystem that is fundamental to the history and identity of the Pacific Northwest. For years, this ecosystem has been on the brink of danger, and we are at a tipping point. As the human population continues to grow significantly, the risks and strain on Puget Sound intensify. This legislation takes much-needed, timely steps to secure the health of the Puget Sound now and into the future by establishing a dedicated program office within the EPA and codifying the Puget Sound Federal Task Force. Together, these groups will develop federal action and a plan to preserve and restore this most critical national maritime treasure. Washingtonians view and use Puget Sound the way Marylanders view Chesapeake Bay and how Michiganders view the Great Lakes. It is well past time the federal government does as well. if we really want to make an impact, support hundreds of thousands of jobs, while trying to save orcas and salmon, we must act now. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back my time. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve, and I have no further speakers.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from the District of Columbia is ready to close.
Madam Speaker, we have a speaker that's soon to arrive, and so perhaps we lob volleyballs back and forth in reserve.
Okay, the gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Is he waiting? Okay. Madam Speaker, the Puget Sound watershed has long provided food, clean water, and other ecosystem benefits for 4.5 million people, and a wide variety of species as well. The region is essential to the state's economy. Human development and other actions have degraded the water quality and habitat of the Sound, including that of critical species like salmon and orca whales. The Puget Sound was deemed an estuary of national significance in 1988, and in 2018, GAO determined that further investment and a program with clear leadership and coordination of objectives is crucial to achieving the long-term restoration and protection goals of this diverse and dynamic ecosystem. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield such time as she may consume to the Energy and Commerce Ranking Member, the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. McMorris Rogers.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I want to also thank my colleague from Washington State, Mr. Kilmer, for his attention to the Puget Sound and his commitment for putting us on a better path. Puget Sound is in crisis. The salmon in Puget Sound, the salmon that are most critical to the orcas, are in crisis. You can see right here, this is the State of Salmon report. This is the graphic Washington State Salmon Report, and it says that the Puget Sound Chinook, the Puget Sound steelhead over here are in crisis. And I might just point out the Snake River Chinook are actually approaching goal. The Snake River steelhead are making progress. It's part of the reason that I believe that the Puget Sound SOS Act is so important, to bring much needed oversight and enforcement of federal pollution standards in Puget Sound. But we must do more. Despite NOAA's research indicating that these salmon stocks are the most critical to our orcas, the state of Washington continues to allow outdated sewage treatment plants to illegally dump raw sewage into the Sound, creating conditions that are literally suffocating the salmon. Over the years, 80 sewage treatment plants have illegally dumped toxins into the Sound. And now, the Washington State Department of Ecology is considering permits to allow 58 plants to continue poisoning the water. It's unacceptable. By establishing a Puget Sound Recovery National Program Office, I hope this bill will finally push the EPA to hold the state of Washington accountable for the damage that unchecked pollution in the Sound is doing for our endangered salmon and orcas. It's also critically important that we stop this pollution at its source so that the money we are authorizing for the Puget Sound Recovery Act is actually effective. I'm urging leadership in my state. Stop the sewage, save our Sound, save our salmon, save our orcas. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, in closing, H.R. 1144 would continue the EPA's management of a competitive grant program to support projects that protect and restore the Puget Sound. I urge support of this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1144 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Okay. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2008, the Local Water Protection Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 28, H.R. 2008, a bill to amend the Federal Water Pollution Control Act to reauthorize certain programs relating to non-point source management and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia.
Madam Speaker, I urge unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material in H.R. 2008.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 2008. H.R. 2008 is a bipartisan bill to reauthorize appropriations for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's non-point source management grants program. I would like to thank my colleagues, Ms. Grant of Minnesota and Mr. Mast of Florida, for introducing this bill. Non-point sources of water pollution come from many diffuse sources, including runoff from farms, managed forests, and urban areas. This runoff can carry pollutants such as fertilizers and sediment from fields and lawns, toxins from abandoned mines, and oils and heavy metals from roads into lakes, rivers, and other bodies of water. Nationally, some 55% of assessed rivers and streams currently do not meet state water quality standards. The Clean Water Act was enacted in 1972 to restore and maintain the chemical, physical, and biological integrity of the nation's waters. In 1987, the Clean Water Act was amended to add Section 319 to create a non-regulatory program through which EPA administers annual grants to help states develop and implement their own programs for managing non-point sources of water pollution. Under EPA's 319 program, states retain the primary role for addressing non-point source water pollution, which they do largely through voluntary means and financial incentives. However, according to the General Accounting Office, the extent of available incentives has declined in recent years as grants to states under Section 319 program have declined by more than 30% from a high of about $240 million annually in fiscal year 2004. The Section 319 program was initially authorized at $70 million annually in fiscal year 1988, and its authorization level steadily increased to 130 million in fiscal year 1991. The last year of authorization for this program. Since that time, the Section 319 program has continued to receive funds through the annual appropriation for EPA. In fiscal year 2021, the Section 319 program received a federal appropriation of $177 million, and the President's fiscal year 2022 budget request proposes an increase in funding for the program to $180 million. H.R. 2008 would authorize $200 million annually for the Section 319 program through 2026. This would be a modest increase of the current appropriated level for this popular program, but less than the historic peak appropriation for this program in the early 2000s. Again, I thank Mr. Craig, Ms. Craig rather, and Mr. Mast for leading this bipartisan bill. This legislation passed out of committee with bipartisan support and is a good bill for a valuable program. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
H.R. 2008 reauthorizes the Environmental Protection Agency's Section 319 Non-Point Source Pollution Control Program under the Clean Water Act. Reauthorizing this program reinforces the federal leadership that helps our state and local partners in their efforts to control non-point source pollution. For example, my home state of North Carolina typically receives $1 million for competitive grant funding for watershed restoration projects. This money is put to good use conducting watershed restoration projects like stormwater and agriculture best management practices and restoration of impaired streams affected by non-point source pollution. In my district, some of these grant funds are being used to reduce stormwater runoff volume on the campus of UNC Wilmington. I urge support of this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to yield to Representative Angie Craig of Minnesota as much time as she may require.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2008, the Local Water Protection Act. Madam Speaker, in the land of 10,000 lakes, we take water quality very seriously. Not only are our lakes and waterways critical for transporting agriculture goods, but they are at the core of Minnesota's natural beauty and tourism economy. That's why I was so proud to introduce the bipartisan Local Water Protection Act to reauthorize funding for pollution mitigation efforts in our communities. From 1987 to 1991, Congress authorized funds each year for the Environmental Protection Agency's Non-Point Source Management Grants Program, which provides grants to state and local governments to reduce water pollution. Our Local Water Protection Act would reauthorize funding for this important task with $200 million annually to help protect our lakes, rivers, and streams and protect them for future generations. This program would give state and local governments the authority to create locally focused, voluntary conservation programs that are tailor-made for their own communities. And recent history in my home district demonstrates that these programs are incredibly effective. In fact, the Goodhue County Soil and Water Conservation District is currently working to reduce pollutants in the Mississippi River Lake Pepin watershed by 20%. And I'd add that I was out there on Lake Pepin just this last weekend with some great folks. In Wabasha County, these projects provided low-income, interest loans to improve residential infrastructure and help farmers come into compliance with pollution standards. And the South Washington Watershed District integrated a stormwater reuse plan that's estimated to reduce potable water usage by more than 40 million gallons annually. There's no doubt that these programs can be effective, and there's no good reason why we shouldn't prioritize them. As we look toward preserving our environment, I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I thank my colleague, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, for introducing the bill with me. Thank you so much, and I urge my colleagues to support this piece of legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
In closing, the Section 319 Non-Point Source Pollution Control Program has benefited water bodies all across the country, and reauthorizing this program will reinforce the successful cooperation or cooperative federal, state, and local partnership, rather, to control non-point sources of pollution around the country. Madam Speaker, I urge support of this important legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2008? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Okay. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1921 to reauthorize the Lake Pontchartrain Basin Restoration Program.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 30, H.R. 1921, a bill to amend the federal H.R. 1921, a bill to amend the Federal Water Pollution Control Act to reauthorize the Lake Pontchartrain Basin Restoration Program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days within to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials in H.R. 1921.
Without objection.
And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1921. The legislation reauthorizes the Lake Pontchartrain Basin Restoration Program for 5 years at $20 million and provides for regular reporting on the progress of the program. Some 2.1 million people live in the area surrounding Lake Pontchartrain, which is threatened by pollution related to urban and agricultural runoff, sewage overflows, and non-point source pollution. The Basin Restoration Program helps address these environmental challenges in a non-regulatory fashion and has made some progress. With continued funding and reauthorization, the program will continue implementing projects related to restoration. During the Water Resources Subcommittee hearing last Congress, some implementation issues related to this program were identified. Ranking Member Graves and Chair DeVasio requested that the U.S. government accounting office study the program implementation. However, those issues should not prevent us from acting on this bill today. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1921, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
H.R. 1921, the Protect and Restore Lake Pontchartrain Basin Act, introduced by my friend Garrett Graves of Louisiana, would reauthorize the Lake Pontchartrain Basin Restoration Program to provide assistance to the federal, state, and local watershed partners in addressing the water quality challenges that are in this especially sensitive area. I support the critical work these partners are doing to help restore the water quality of the lake, and this bill will help continue this work. I commend Aviation Subcommittee Ranking Member Garrett Graves for his leadership on this issue. I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, so I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the Aviation Subcommittee Ranking Member, the gentleman from Louisiana, and my friend, Mr. Graves.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to talk about this important legislation. And before we get started, I do want to thank the chair of the subcommittee, Ms. Napolitano, the ranking member, Mr. Rouser from North Carolina, Chairman DeFazio, and ranking member Sam Graves as well. And I do want to thank some of the other partners from Louisiana we worked with, Congressman Steve Scalise, former Congressman Cedric Richmond, and Congressman Troy Carter, that all worked with us on this important legislation. Madam Speaker, Lake Pontchartrain is one of the largest saltwater lakes in the United States. It is incredibly productive. It's a productive ecosystem. There's much fishing and shrimping and crabbing and oysters that are produced there. And as a matter of fact, since 1997, over 40 million pounds of of blue crabs have been produced almost annually. Now, the secret is, Madam Speaker, if you can keep this between the two of us, is that much of that is actually headed to Maryland restaurants to improve Maryland crab cakes. That's right. Just don't tell anybody. They also put spice on the outside of the shells, so it's really confusing what they do. The meat's on the inside. But in any case, Madam Speaker, this is a huge watershed. It's about a 10,000 square mile watershed that comprises 16 parishes and 4 Mississippi counties into this lake. But more importantly, and why there is a federal nexus here, is that since 1937, the first time that they opened the nearly 7,000-acre Bonacari Spillway to shift water from the Mississippi River into Lake Pontchartrain and ultimately to the Gulf of Mexico as a emergency pressure relief valve. Because you see, Madam Speaker, the Mississippi River drains 32 states and 2 Canadian provinces. This is one of the largest watersheds in the world, and the Mississippi River is the largest watershed in the United States. And so when the water hits a certain level, again, since 1937, they began opening this. It's been opened an average of once every 10 years to send huge flows, hundreds of thousands of cubic feet of water per second out of the Mississippi River into the Bonacari Spillway and into Lake Pontchartrain. It shifts from a salt or a brackish lake into a freshwater lake because of this huge surge. So as a result of the floodwaters coming from Canada and all over the United States, they come and they impact the ecosystem of this lake. So what this legislation does is it builds upon some of the efforts for ecological restoration. I want to thank the great work of Carlton Dufreshow, Christy Trail, and others that have done an amazing job in working to restore the ecological function of Lake Pontchartrain. Again, I want to thank all of the co-sponsors and folks that have helped us to work on this legislation. It did pass unanimously last Congress, and I want to remind everybody here that there is a huge federal nexus on this legislation. I urge adoption and yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, in closing, H.R. 1921 would reauthorize an important program that supports the critical efforts of the federal, state, and local watershed partners in restoring water quality in the Lake Pontchartrain Basin. I urge support of this important legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1921? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 529, the Preventing Disaster Victimization Act. 539, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. Does the gentlewoman call up H.R. 539?
I call up H.R. 539.
Okay, the clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 43, H.R. 539, a bill to amend the Disaster Recovery Reform Act of 2018 to require the administrator of the Federal Emergency Management Agency to waive certain debts owed to the United States related to covered assistance provided to an individual or household and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material in H.R. 539.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 539, the Preventing Disaster Revictimization Act, introduced by Transportation and Infrastructure Committee Ranking Member Graves of Missouri and Representative Carbajal, several representatives, Carbajal, Garamendi, Hoffman, Thompson, and LaMaffa of California. This legislation is designed to ensure disaster survivors are not re-victimized by recoupment of clawbacks of federal disaster assistance they have received from the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Unfortunately, FEMA has repeatedly instructed disaster survivors to register for individual assistance for which they were ultimately not eligible or granted qualified survivors more assistance than they should have received. However, once FEMA identifies an error, it forces these survivors into a bureaucratic nightmare to appeal the debt that they now owe as a result of the agency's error. I'm not surprised that this still goes on, but I'm disappointed that given the technology and data we have at our fingertips, we have not been able to improve this system for survivors, especially considering that this program is just a small piece of the federal disaster recovery apparatus. H.R. 539 would waive survivors' debt owed to the federal government in instances where FEMA erroneously distributed assistance. This bill would also provide a similar waiver to disaster survivors who may be involved in a legal action against a party deemed responsible for a disaster event. While this scenario is less common, it played out in California last year and jeopardized disaster relief for tens of thousands of families displaced by the unprecedented wildfires of the last few years. Survivors have already been traumatized by a disaster. The federal government should not force them to endure a convoluted process to correct FEMA's mistakes or decision to pursue legal action after an event against a liable party. I ask my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm the proud sponsor of this bill, the Preventing Disaster Revictimization Act. In 2018, Congress made the recovery process fairer and more equitable for communities when we passed important reforms to the disaster preparation and recovery process. So this bill builds upon those efforts by ensuring that funds spent on disaster or by disaster victims aren't clawed back by the government. When victims apply, and this is in good faith, mind you, when victims apply for assistance from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, assistance, and they receive it from the agency, those individuals likely need to move quickly to use that assistance for eligible expenses like home repairs, to speed up recovery, to begin rebuilding their lives for obvious reasons. So these victims should never be expected, or should never expect, that FEMA is going to come back weeks, months, sometimes even years later and say, whoops, we made a mistake. Now you, the victim, are going to have to give back those funds that you've already put to good use. To add insult to injury, FEMA's information on how disaster victims can appeal these decisions is incredibly confusing, and it's absolutely insufficient. Although, and remember, this is due to no fault of their own, but many disaster victims are faced with debt collectors and the full force of the federal government when it comes to repaying these funds, and this is absolutely unacceptable. People acting in good faith to rebuild should not be re-victimized after they have properly relied upon FEMA's determination that they were qualified for the assistance that they did receive. So this bill, H.R. 539, is going to clarify that if FEMA makes an error and there's no evidence of fraud, that the victim will not be re-victimized and their debt is automatically viewed as a hardship and it's waived. In addition, the bill would also require FEMA to report back to Congress, to us, on its error rates and tell us what they are doing to be more accurate. So last Congress, this bill passed on the House floor. It had bipartisan support. This Congress, the bill is now, it has a companion version in the Senate, and I hope that we can see this legislation enacted into law this year and truly help disaster victims, not only in my district, but also across the nation. So with that, I would urge support of the legislation, and right now I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I now reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I'd reserve at the moment. I don't think our speakers are here right now. With that, you don't have any?
Okay, the gentlewoman
All right,
from
no, go ahead. We can just close. They're not here, so
Okay.
I will just yield back the balance of my time. I would encourage support of this bill. It's a good bill, and people don't need to be re-victimized, so I give back.
Okay, the gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 539? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 468, Expedited Delivery of Airport Infrastructure Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 23, H.R. 468, a bill to amend Title 49, United States Code to permit the use of incentive payments to expedite certain federally financed airport development projects.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days within to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on H.R. 468.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 468, the Expedited Delivery of Airport Infrastructure Act of 2021, introduced by the committee's ranking member, Sam Graves, and the bill, The bill incentivizes the early completion of airport projects funded by the Federal Aviation Administration's Airport Improvement Program. As the global pandemic begins to subside and the number of vaccinated Americans has steadily grown, the number of passengers traveling by air has dramatically increased. In fact, last month, the Transportation Security Administration recorded the highest number of daily passengers screened at U.S. airports since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, forcing airports to find ways to keep up with the growing passenger demand. This legislation will help address this need by allowing airports to use the Airport Improvement Program funding to offer incentive payments to contractors for early completion of airport development projects. Importantly, H.R. 468 includes conditions that ensure projects completed early do not have a negative impact on airport safety, efficiency, or capacity. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 468, which is the Expedited Delivery of Airport Infrastructure Act of 2021. And I want to thank Aviation Subcommittee Ranking Member Garrett Graves for co-sponsoring the bill. So H.R. 468 provides airports with some common sense tools to incentivize the early completion of airport projects using AIP funds, or Airport Improvement Program funds. Under this bill, the use of AIP funds for incentive payments is left to the discretion of the airport operator, but the benefits of incentive payments are already well known in the surface transportation sector. This bill is going to allow airports to expedite the delivery of airport projects, take better advantage of short construction seasons, relative operational disruptions that result from such projects, and obviously save the taxpayer money. This is common sense practice that is utilized in so many other federal infrastructure projects, and it does not increase federal spending. So 468, it's supported by the American Association of Airport Executives, it's supported by Airports Council International, and the Associated General Contractors of America. It was introduced in Congress last year. It passed the House under suspension of the rules, and it was done by voice vote. I'm hopeful that we can get this common sense bill across the finish line this Congress, and I would very much urge support of the legislation. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd yield such time as he may consume. The ranking member of the Aviation Subcommittee, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank Chairman DeFazio and the sponsor of the bill, Ranking Member of the Committee, Sam Graves, as well as Aviation Ranking Member Rick Larson of Washington State. Madam Chair, look, we need to be able to have the authority to make incentive payments. You have seen an extraordinary shift in aviation travel. In April of last year, there was a 95% reduction in airline passengers. We recently saw TSA screen the same number of passengers as before the pandemic. The aviation demand is coming back with vengeance. Our airports are crowded. Our airlines are packed. Our airplanes are packed. What this allows the FAA to do is to provide incentive payments to expedite the completion of construction projects at airports. This is for safety. This is for additional capacity. This is going to ensure that the aviation industry, that our airport infrastructure can keep up with increased demand. And as the ranking member said, this same expedited authority and incentive payments is allowed in other forms of infrastructure. So I want to thank the ranking member, Sam Graves, for bringing up this common sense legislation. I urge adoption and yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
So I'm prepared to close if you don't have. Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, this is common sense legislation. It doesn't cost the government any money. And the fact of the matter is it's already being done in so many other areas of transportation projects. So with that, I'd urge adoption and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 468? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2016 Federal Disaster Assistance Coordination Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 29, H.R. 2016, a bill to amend the Disaster Recovery Reform Act of 2018 to develop a study regarding streamlining and consolidating information collection and preliminary damage assessments and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, and the gentlewoman from Puerto Rico, Ms. Gonzalez-Colon, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R.
Without objection.
2016. Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 2016, the Federal Disaster Assistance Coordination Act, introduced by Representatives Gonzalez-Colon and Peters. This legislation amends the Disaster Recovery Reform Act to help federal agencies streamline and consolidate information collection and preliminary damage assessments following disasters. When a major disaster occurs, Americans don't have time to wait for bureaucracy. Today, however, too many barriers stand between emergency response and Americans in crisis due to disaster. Federal recovery assistance following major disasters is currently hampered by inefficient information collection and assessments conducted by multiple agencies. This bill will remove information collection barriers that currently impede disaster aid. It creates a working group to identify duplicative assessments and propose their elimination. Further, it will streamline federal disaster recovery efforts by concluding that a single agency is sufficient to conduct damage assessments to account for the needs of disaster victims. In 2021, it's 2021, and we can and should be doing this smarter. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentlewoman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
First of all, I rise in support of this bill, H.R. 2016, the Federal Disaster Assistance Coordination Act. And first, I want to thank Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves for bringing this bill to the floor, as well as Chairwoman Norton Holmes. But I would also like to thank Representative Scott Peters of California for co-sponsoring this legislation. In the last Congress, I joined with former colleague Mark Meadows in proposing this bill, and it is with great satisfaction that I see it come to the floor. This is a simple bill that will establish a process to identify ways to streamline and consolidate the collection of certain disaster information in order to start the recovery process for individuals, families, and government devastated by natural disasters. While FEMA is the lead federal agency on disasters, there are multiple federal agencies involved in every disaster response and recovery. This often leads to duplicative assessments and causes serious delays for the recovery process to begin. In the aftermath of Hurricane Irma and Maria and the seismic activity in Puerto Rico, we discovered how federal agency after federal agency, from FEMA to HUD to SBA, will require the same information from applicants' location, nature of damage, ownership, value of damage, estimate of repair cost, among many others. In each of their preliminary assessments, there was no process to share this information between the federal agencies, which ultimately caused significant delays during both immediate relief and long-term recovery. At one point, these represented more than 70,000 assessments of individual work sites that each needed to be completed by FEMA. Many of these assessments will be small parts of a larger project. Sites costing under $126,000 with responsibilities divided among municipalities and state agencies. Many of these were each itself a part of a larger process. For example, repairs to individual pipes, storage tanks or pumps of an aqueduct system, and having to evaluate each site individually will slow down the whole project. After many complaints from us and the local government, FEMA finally in 2020 decided to begin consolidating this assessment for Puerto Rico to speed up the project delivery process across multiple federal agencies. I think it's critically important that federal response agencies work together to minimize overlaps in their assessments and take advantage of the newest technologies. Specifically, this bill will establish a federal working group led by FEMA that will work with the Council of the Inspector General on integrity and efficiency, and in consultation with HUD, SBA, HHS, EDA, the Department of Labor, and OMB, to identify ways to reduce duplication and modernize the federal damage assessment process. This is a good government bill that will help expedite all forms of disaster recovery across the nation. As we have learned in Puerto Rico, it is not a matter of there is a next disaster. It's about when it's going to happen, at least in our case. So with this, we must be ready to respond in a way that takes care of the immediate needs of those facing a disaster and of rebuilding with resiliency. That response needs to be efficient and effective. And with this legislation, we're going to help bring about. I ask my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentle lady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of my colleague's bill, H.R. 2016, the Federal Disaster Assistance Coordination Act. When I was regional secretary for HUD during Hurricane Harvey, Hurricane Maria, and Hurricane Irma, I saw firsthand the bureaucratic web of red tape and inefficiencies that prevented getting help to those who need it the most in a timely manner. I spoke with several of you in this body on both sides of the aisle who came to me fighting for your constituents, asking why it was taking so long to get aid. I felt and understood your frustration, but had to explain the long list of policies, procedures, and red tape that our regulations demanded. And boy, I never felt like more of a bureaucrat than when I spoke with you. It is a very difficult position for our folks to be in, and these inefficiencies have serious costs. This is a bipartisan piece of common sense legislation to establish procedures to streamline and consolidate processes. When we allocate dollars, they need to get to those who are suffering the most, and the last thing we need is for them to be caught up in a bureaucracy the government's making. The faster FEMA is able to help get communities of need, the faster they can recover. It's critically important that these agencies all work together. I ask my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would like to yield 3 minutes.
Say you reserve.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
I have no further speakers and reserve.
Okay, the gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from the Puerto Rico is recognized.
I will yield such time as he may consume to the Aviation Subcommittee Ranking Member, my friend from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my friend from Puerto Rico for yielding. Madam Speaker, you've heard numerous speakers talk about the bureaucracy that happens in the aftermath of a disaster, and we just had legislation by Ranking Member Sam Graves trying to help to cut through that bureaucracy and not have our own federal government re-victimize our disaster victims or citizens of this country. In the aftermath of a disaster, which being from South Louisiana, we experienced unfortunately way too frequently, We have the FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, that comes in. We have the Small Business Administration that comes in. You have the Department of Housing and Urban Development. You have the Department of Agriculture and others that all offer different types of emergency aid or programs. Madam Speaker, apparently it appears that many of these agencies aren't aware that there's been this invention called the internet that connects everybody. And instead of coming in and forcing these disaster victims that potentially have lost everything that they own, to come in and stop by numerous locations and fill out the same paperwork over and over again, coming in and applying common sense solutions that we have seen in the private sector for decades now, and simply coming in, providing information once, being more efficient, truly providing service to these disaster victims instead of re-victimizing them. So I want to thank the gentlelady from Puerto Rico, my friend, for her leadership on this effort. I know, being from Puerto Rico and victimized by Hurricanes Irma, Maria, and others, this is an extraordinary issue for her constituents, and I really do appreciate Congressman DeFazio, Ranking Member Sam Graves, and others that have partnered with her on this legislation allowed to go through. I urge adoption of this legislation and yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
Okay, the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you. I want to first thank Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves for bringing this important bipartisan legislation to the floor. H.R. 2016 would begin the critical process in working to consolidate the overlapping disaster response programs that delay disaster assistance for citizens in Ms. Gonzalez-Colom's district, as well as in my district of Mississippi. Mississippi has withstood flooding, hurricanes, and tornadoes over the last 2 years, and many of these response efforts are still underway today. This is no fault of the federal agencies that are tasked with responding, but it is instead a product of an overlapping programs that result in duplicative assessments that delay the recovery process. This bill would establish a federal working group to help identify a more streamlined approach to helping Americans respond to natural disasters. This common sense approach to solving delays in federal disaster response would help expedite recovery and give Americans confidence in the federal response. I appreciate Congresswoman Gonzalez-Colom's leadership on this issue, and I ask my colleagues to support this important piece of legislation. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you. And I just want to say in closing that H.R. 2016 is a good government bipartisan piece of legislation that will help streamline and improve disaster recovery efforts. It's not just Puerto Rico. It's not just the Caribbean. From the western part of the United States to even the territories, we all are affected by natural disasters. I want to thank again Representative Scott Peters of California for co-leading this legislation, as well as Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves for recognizing the merits of this bill. And I urge the support of H.R. 2016 to all members, and I yield back the balance of the time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2016? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1262, Notice to Airmen Improvement Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1262, a bill to establish a task force on improvements for certain notices to airmen and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, and the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material in H.R. 1262 as amended.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise to support H.R. 1262, the Notice to Airmen Improvement Act introduced by Mr. Stauber and Mr. DeSaulnier. H.R. 1262 will create a task force to review existing methods for presenting notices to airmen. Notices to airmen provide pilots with essential and real-time information regarding abnormalities or issues in the national airspace system. For example, notices to airmen alert pilots to potential hazards in airspace or at airport, such as a closed runway or taxiway. While pilots are required to review all notices to airmen before flight, there has been a concern about the lengthiness and completeness of the critical information contained in notices to airmen and how the information is displayed to and organized for pilots. H.R. 1262, the task force under this task force, will determine best practices for organizing and presenting flight operations information to pilots in the most optimal manner, and make recommendations to improve the presentation notices to airmen while ensuring their accuracy and completeness. Recommendations from the task force could prevent future aviation accidents and near accidents. We saw in July 2017 an Air Canada A320 almost landed on top of 5 jetliners with more than 1,000 people on board awaiting takeoff at San Francisco International Airport before executing a go-around. The aircraft came as close as 60 feet above one of the planes on ground. Thankfully, there were no injuries, but this could have been catastrophic. The National Transportation Safety Board determined the probable cause of the incident was the pilot's misidentification of the taxiway for a runway, based in part on their ineffective review of notices to airmen before flight. Notices to airmen and airwomen can and must be better for pilots. I expect the task force established under H.R. 1262 will lead to recommendations that will improve aviation safety. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I want to thank Mr. Stauber from Minnesota for introducing this legislation and working together with Congressman DeSaulnier from California. As Ms. Holmes Norton noted, the gentlelady from the District of Columbia, in 2017 at San Francisco International Airport, a NOTAM had been issued, a notice to airmen, which is usually sent to notify pilots about changes in airspace or construction conditions or changes in conditions at airports, NOTAMs. One was issued that indicated that a runway was under construction and an alternative runway was open. They had an Air Canada flight that came in while 4 occupied planes were on the taxiway, and there was a near miss where this Air Canada flight nearly landed on a taxiway that they mistook for the alternative runway. It would have caused widespread death in the event that those 4 planes, or I guess 5 planes, ultimately would have collided. The National Transportation Safety Board, as noted, did find that the lack of comprehension or even possibly even reviewing this NOTAM was a primary cause. This legislation creates a task force to look at better ways of informing, of connecting with pilots to make sure that they have accurate information and that they actually read or are aware of these changing conditions, which could, as in the 27 incident, could be the difference between life or death. So again, I want to thank Chairman DeFazio. I want to thank Ranking Member Sam Graves. I want to thank Mr. Stauber, the author of this bill, with his partner, Congressman Desaulniers from California. I reserve.
Reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to rise in support of my bipartisan legislation that improves the safety of air travel. I would also like to thank my colleague, Mr. Desaulniers, for his support and leadership on this piece of legislation. In 2020, the United States was home to 7 of the top 10 busiest airports in the world. This means that as Americans, we have no room for error when it comes to aviation safety. Although aviation is the safest form of travel, we must always strive to do better. This is why we must address the Notice to Airmen, or NOTAM systems. NOTAMs are critical as they relay safety information to pilots that allow them to understand the possible hazards and conditions of airports and runways before actually getting to the destination. The current system simply is not working as well as it should. NOTAMs are often buried in lengthy reports, conflating important safety information with more common alerts. These inefficiencies have the potential to create life-threatening situations as described earlier. My legislation addresses these issues and creates a task force at the FAA with important input from safety experts and industry professionals to address what changes need to be made to NOTAMs to make air travel even safer than it already is. Americans are comfortable and excited to travel than they have been in over a year. So let's ensure that we support this sentiment and bolster the safety in our skies. I was proud to work with my colleagues to get this reported out of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee unanimously, both last Congress and this one. The House also passed this legislation with strong bipartisan support during the 116th Congress, and I urge the same support this Congress of the Notice to Airmen Improvement Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers and I reserve.
Okay, the gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield as much time as you may consume the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
The gentleman's recognized from Mississippi.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves for bringing this bipartisan legislation to the floor. H.R. 1262 would create a task force to recommend reforms and improvements to the Notice to Airmen system, a crucial domestic and international flight safety notification to pilots that has become both inefficient and outdated over the years. The current state of the Notice to Airmen system has the potential to create life-threatening situations for both pilots and their passengers. This reform would provide the needed steps to provide important safety information to our nation's pilots in a timely and concise manner. In the most recent FAA reauthorization, Congress made it a priority that the agency deliver a new and modernized Notice to Airmen systems, yet we have seen few results to date. This legislation would make that priority a reality within 1 year of this bill's enactment. I would like to thank Congressman Stauber for his leader on this issue and for prioritizing aviation safety within this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia
I reserve.
is recognized. The gentlewoman reserves.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just in closing, I want to say that the United States has the safest aviation system in the world, and air travel is the safest way to travel. This bipartisan legislation by Congressman Stauber and DeSaulnier ensure that we maintain that level of safety for air passengers in the future. I think it's a great bipartisan piece of legislation. I appreciate those two gentlemen working on this together, and I urge adoption of the legislation and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1262 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table the bill H.R. 711 with the Senate amendment thereto and concur in the Senate amendment.
The clerk will report the title of the bill and the Senate amendment.
H.R. 711, an act to amend the West Los Angeles Leasing Act of 2016 to authorize the use of certain funds received pursuant to leases entered into under such act and for other purposes. Senate amendment. At the end, add the following. Section 5, inclusion.
The gentleman from California.
Dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. Is there objection to the request of the gentleman from California? Without objection, the Senate amendment is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2093, the Veterans and Family Information Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2093, a bill to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to make all fact sheets of the Department of Veterans Affairs available in English, Spanish, and Tagalog, and other commonly spoken languages, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Tucano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 2093.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, since 2001, the foreign-born share of the veteran population has steadily risen. Immigrants have served in the armed forces since the very beginning of our nation, and they today make up 600,000 veterans. 1.9 million veterans are the U.S.-born children of immigrants. Together, the 2.5 million veterans of immigrant origin by birth or parentage account for 13% of all veterans living today. Certain nationals of countries in free association with the United States, the Marshall Islands, the Federated States of Micronesia, and Palau, are eligible to serve in the United States, and they do in numbers much larger than their counterparts stateside. 500,000 veterans live in Puerto Rico, where there are 6,000 regular Philippine, there are also 6,000 regular Philippine scouts still alive and 15,000 U.S. veterans who live in the Philippines, half of whom rely on the VA clinic in Manila for their service-connected care. 2/3 of the veteran cohorts I just mentioned do not speak English at home. Many of them are aging and have to rely more and more on their families for care and to manage health decisions. VA has scarce availability of veteran-facing materials in other languages, both online and in paper. Facilities are, for the most part, on their own to translate material that best serves their patients. This extra burden was made clear to me during committee trips to Puerto Rico, where we heard from staff about the arduous work it took to have to translate everything from administrative staff training materials to hurricane brochures. Everything sent from VA central office in Washington, D.C. to Puerto Rico had to be redone so it could be usable and accessible to veterans and the staff who serve them. Now, VA should be fully accessible to all veterans who need it, and that includes language accessibility. Mr. Jeffries' bill, H.R. 2093, the Veteran and Family Information Act, would require VA to do what it should have been doing for years: make its veteran-facing fact sheets and websites available in languages veterans and their families can speak. Specifically, the languages of Spanish, Tagalog, and the other top 10 spoken languages in the United States. It would also require VA to create a language access plan for the VA enterprise. Now, this is a long overdue correction of VA's posture. If this pandemic has taught us anything, it is that clearly communicated public health information from our healthcare institutions is essential. VA must ensure that language proficiency is never a barrier to veterans' care. I therefore ask my colleagues to join me in supporting the Veteran and Family Information Act. And thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2093 and the Veterans Family Information Act. This bill would require VA to make fact sheets available in multiple languages, including English, Spanish, and Tagalog. I appreciate Congressman Jeffries' introduction with this legislation, and I'm glad to support it today. I urge my colleagues to do the same. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, at this time I wish to yield 2 minutes to my good friend, who is the chairman of the Democratic Caucus and author of H.R. 2093, the distinguished gentleman from New York, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank my good friend and classmate, Chairman Takano, for his tremendous leadership, as well as the leadership of the ranking member and all of the distinguished members of the Veterans Committee. I rise in support of H.R. 2093, the Veterans and Family Information Act, a bipartisan bill that will serve those who have served our nation with distinction. This common sense legislation would improve non-English language accessibility for veterans, their families, and caregivers. The Veterans Benefits Administration provides critical information to all veterans about their benefits that have been hard-earned, including service-connected disability benefits, home loans, vocational rehabilitation, employment information, and how to access assistance for trauma. For veterans of limited English proficiency, there's no guarantee that this critical information is made available in their primary language, thereby creating barriers for them and for their families. As Chairman Takano indicated, there are over 500,000 foreign-born veterans that live in the United States, and additionally 1.9 million veterans who are the U.S.-born children of foreign-born parents. Not only are veterans increasingly diverse in terms of country of origin, but tens of thousands of veterans have self-identified to the VA that they speak English less than well. In the most recent survey conducted, the VA also found that minorities, people of color, and language minorities comprise approximately 24% of the total veteran population in the United States. Every single veteran deserves consistent, clear, and equal access to any and all information that the VA offers, regardless of their English proficiency. They have all served this country well. The Veterans and Family Information Act would direct the Department of Veterans Affairs to make versions of all of its fact sheets available in the 10 most commonly spoken languages other than English in the United States, including Spanish and Tagalog. I would like to thank the lead co-sponsor of this bill, Representative Young Kim, for her extraordinary leadership and partnership in this effort, as well as, again, the chair, ranking member, and all of the distinguished members of the Veterans Committee. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 2093 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields. The gentleman from California is recognized. Reserves.
Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I would like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from California, Young Kim.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Ranking Member Bose, for yielding. And Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2093, the Veterans and Family Information Act. This is the legislation I introduced with my colleague, Representative Jeffries. This bipartisan bill directs the Department of Veterans Affairs to make versions of all fact sheets available in the 10 most commonly spoken languages other than English in the United States, including Spanish, Chinese, Tagalog, and Korean. My district is home to more than 27,000 veterans from diverse backgrounds who faithfully served in the United States military, including my own sister, brother-in-law, my husband, and my brother-in-law, too. Now, with an increasingly diverse population of veterans across the country, and with United States veterans residing in the Philippines and in Puerto Rico, this bill ensures that our veterans and their caretakers, whose first language are not English, are aware of and understand the VA's benefits. So I want to thank Representative Jeffries for working with me to improve language availability and accessibility at the VA. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 2093. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
A reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman
I am
from Illinois.
prepared to close. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm very, very pleased to recommend to all of my colleagues to vote yes. This issue affects my own constituency, where I know that we have veterans that have caregivers that may only speak, say, the language of Spanish. And so I'm very convinced that this legislation will benefit all of our country, but especially my own district. So it is with that spirit that I recommend that we pass this important piece of legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2093? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 239, the Equal Access to Contraception for Veterans Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 42, H.R. 239, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to provide for limitations on co-payments for contraception furnished by the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 239.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, contraception access is a crucial element of preventative health care and reduces the likelihood that a woman will live in poverty. Co-pay-free access to contraception is covered under every insurance program in this country except at the Department of Veterans Affairs. H.R. 239, the Equal Access to Contraception for Veterans Act, would eliminate co-pays on contraceptive items at the Department of Veterans Affairs. And I thank Congresswoman Brownlee for introducing this bill and for her efforts as chair of the Subcommittee on Health and the Women Veterans Task Force. Contraception is already widely available at VA, and veterans enrolled at VA can obtain oral contraceptions, shots, skin patches, vaginal rings, and long-acting reversible contraceptives such as implants or intrauterine devices. In addition, the VA pharmacy dispenses over-the-counter contraceptives, including condoms and emergency contraception. Even a small copay can be insurmountable for a veteran struggling to make ends meet. Eliminating copays ensures parity with both federal insurers and private insurers as mandated under the Affordable Care Act. Most of all, it eliminates an unnecessary financial burden on our veterans. Furthermore, we know also that every tax dollar spent on family planning, such as contraception, ultimately saves 7 times that amount. Passing this bill is an essential element of both meeting the health and economic well-being of our nation's veterans. This legislation has the support of the VA, broad VSO support, and passed on suspension last Congress. Again, I thank Chairwoman Julia Brownlee for her leadership on this issue, and I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 239. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 239, the Equal Access to Contraception Act. The bill will provide would prohibit VA from charging co-payments to the veterans for contraception. Women are volunteering to serve our country in uniform in record numbers. When they separate from the service, they are seeking care from the VA in record numbers as well. Ensuring that those women receive the recognition, respect, and welcome that we owe them in one of our highest priorities, this bill would further that goal. I am glad to support it here today. Co-payments have been prohibited for contraception in the private sector for many years. This bill would bring the VA healthcare system in line with that precedent. In the past, the committee last year, with unanimous bipartisan support, one of those supporters, who was the former Republican leader of this committee, Dr. Rowe, who is an OBGYN with decades of experience with women's health and reproductive care. Like me, he's also a steadfast defender of pro-life principles. This bill also passed the House last Congress by voice vote. I hope that it can do so again this Congress. The Equal Access to Contraception Act, introduced by Congressman Brownlee, I thank her for her continued efforts on behalf of women veterans and for introducing the bill. I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in voting for it. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend and the chairwoman of the Subcommittee on Health, and also the author of this important piece of legislation, Chairwoman Julia Brownley from California.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 239, the Equal Access to Contraception for Veterans Act, my bill to ensure that veterans have access to contraception coverage without any copay. I thank the chairman for working with me to advance this legislation. Because of the Affordable Care Act, women using civilian health insurance may access basic contraceptive services like the pill or an IUD without any copay. Active duty service members can also receive contraceptive care without any copay. However, women veterans who receive health care through the VA do not have access to the same benefit. Clearly, we need to fix this inequity. The benefits of contraception are widely recognized. Choosing when or if to have a family is essential to women's health and to their economic security. Today, there are 2 million women veterans living in the United States, and women comprise the fastest growing subpopulation within the military and veteran populations. Yet many of their health needs go unaddressed in a VA system that has not evolved to equitably serve a rapidly changing population. As chairwoman of the Women's Veterans Task Force and chair of the House Veterans Affairs Subcommittee on Health, I've worked to identify disparities in health care for women veterans and, where necessary, introduce, advocate for, and pass legislation that eliminates these gaps. Our veterans have sacrificed so much for our country. It is past time that we ensure that they get the equitable health care they have earned and deserved. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 239, and with that, I thank you and I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no more speakers, and I'm ready to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I just want to thank the Ranking Member Bost, for his pointing out that the previous Ranking Member and previous Chairman of this committee, an OBGYN Chairman, Representative Rowe, stood in firm support of this legislation. I know him to also be someone of very firm pro-life convictions, and I'm very proud of the bipartisan support that's gathered around Ms. Brownley's legislation, and I urge all my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 239? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the... For what purposes does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1257 as amended, the Homeless Veterans Credit Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1257, a bill to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to conduct a study on the effect of financial and credit counseling for homeless veterans and veterans experiencing housing instability.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 1257 as amended.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, credit and financial counseling services remain a top 10 unmet need for veterans experiencing or who are at risk of homelessness. This bill directs the VA to study the efficacy and barriers to credit and financial counseling for homeless and unstably housed veterans, and to provide recommendations for improvements to these services. Under the Homeless Veteran Credit Act, the Secretary will work with outside organizations to review these barriers and submit to Congress concrete steps we can take to expand credit access to veterans in need. H.R. 1257, as amended, has the support of VA and key veteran service organizations like the VFW, Paralyzed Veterans of America, and the IAVA. It also included in this legislation are various oversight improvements to existing law that our committee has worked on with the House Appropriations Committee. I want to thank my colleagues on the Appropriations Committee. I therefore ask my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 1257 as amended. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1257 as amended, the Homeless Veterans Credit Repair Enhancement and Debt Improvement for Tomorrow Act, or the CREDIT Act. This bill would direct VA to study the effects of financial and credit counseling for homeless veterans. COVID-19 has impacted our economy and our lives in many ways. The most recent Department of Housing and Urban Development point in time, or the PIT count, found that on a single night in January of 2020, an estimated 37,252 veterans were homeless. We must do everything we can to help eliminate veterans' homelessness and prevent those who have worn the uniform of our country from having to worry about where they will lay their head at night. This bill, which I'm proud to support, it would direct VA to conduct a comprehensive study on the financial and credit counseling services for homeless veterans. This study would use data from the Supportive Services for Veterans Families, or the SSVF program, to look at barriers homeless veterans are facing in relation to financial counseling services. And I want to thank Congressman Pallone for his hard work on crafting this bill and his continued support of our nation's veterans. This bill, as amended, also includes some technical changes to the omnibus bill that was signed into law earlier this year that were requested by the Committee on Appropriations. Madam Speaker, with that, I will reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, at this time, I will yield 2 minutes to my good friend and the author of this critical piece of legislation, and also the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Chairman Frank Pallone of New Jersey.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me thank the chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee and my friend from California, really, for moving this bill through the committee quickly as he did. I rise today in support of the bill H.R. 1257, the Homeless Veterans Credit Repair Enhancement and Debt Improvement for Tomorrow Act. We know that veterans' homelessness continues to be a blight on our nation. Congress and advocates from across the country have worked hard to nearly halve the homeless veteran population in the past decade. Unfortunately, the coronavirus pandemic jeopardized this progress by negatively impacting the credit and financial stability of our nation's veterans. And now is the time to redouble our efforts and do everything we can to ensure stable housing for veterans. So we must start by examining the underlying causes of veteran homelessness in our nation. The VA has declared credit and financial counseling services a top 10 unmet need for our homeless veterans. My bill directs the Secretary of the VA to conduct a study of the credit and financial counseling services available to homeless veterans and veterans facing housing instability. And the study will assess current services available to veterans and the barriers they face in utilizing them, including the COVID-19 pandemic and other health challenges. During a time of such economic uncertainty, we must look out for our most vulnerable communities, including homeless veterans and veterans experiencing housing instability. We have a responsibility to help those who served in uniform and stood ready to make the ultimate sacrifice for our country. The Credit Act will identify the credit and financial counseling services needed to help our veterans avoid financial pitfalls and make informed decisions about their future. And again, I want to thank Chairman Takano for his partnership on this issue and urge my colleagues to support this common sense bipartisan legislation. Together we can improve veterans' financial literacy and build a better life for themselves after they complete their service to our country. And Madam Speaker, let me just also thank my staff member, Jake Freed, who basically came up with this idea after talking to various veterans groups and put this together. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm ready to close, and I would reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, we know that preventing homelessness is especially critical as we try to emerge out of this pandemic. I urge all my colleagues to support Chairman Pallone's bill. So with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1257, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2429, VA Police Improvement and Accountability Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2429, a bill to amend Title 38, United States Code, to improve the staffing, transparency, and accountability of the law enforcement operations of the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 2429.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to support H.R. 2429, the VA Police Improvement and Accountability Act, introduced by former Veterans Affairs Committee member Representative Rice from New York. This bipartisan legislation, co-sponsored by Representative Radewagen, would improve the transparency and accountability of the VA police. Specifically, the legislation would require the VA police to publish online information about arrests and use of force, as well as establish a consistent way for the public to obtain more detailed information about those incidents. Importantly, this bill would also require VA to have its police use body-worn cameras, publish guidance on the use of such cameras, improve tracking and analysis of arrests and other police actions, and develop a staffing plan that adequately supports every VA facility's needs. Together, these improvements will build accountability and trust between the VA police and anyone who walks through VA facility doors across the country. H.R. 2429 was reported favorably by the committee, and I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting the VA Police Improvement and Accountability Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise today in support of H.R. 2429, the VA Police Improvement and Accountability Act. This bill represents months of bipartisan work by the committee. I thank my colleagues for their efforts. This bill would increase transparency, accountability in the VA police force, and by requiring each officer to wear a body-worn camera. It would also require VA to make police statistics public, available, and report on police actions, including arrests and use of force. 2 years ago, the VA began modernizing its police force. This legislation would support the VA's ongoing efforts. Veterans deserve safe environments in which to seek the care and benefits they have earned. I believe this legislation and the VA work will help provide those safe environments. I encourage all of my colleagues to support this bill, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend and former member of the Veterans Affairs Committee and the lead Democratic co-sponsor, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Rice.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of my bipartisan bill, the VA Police Improvement and Accountability Act, H.R. 2429. This bill takes important steps to strengthen oversight and accountability for VA's police and law enforcement operations. A number of shortcomings with VA's law enforcement operations were identified in a hearing held by the House Veterans Affairs Committee last Congress. Inadequate policing procedures and a lack of true oversight for the department's police force were two of the pressing issues raised at the hearing. Challenges with management and oversight of the VA police were also revealed in subsequent reports issued by the VA Office of Inspector General and the Government Accountability Office. These challenges include insufficient officer staffing, inappropriate conduct, and other concerning issues at VA facilities across the country. On Long Island, I've worked with one of my constituents who was horribly mistreated by the Northport VA police. Our veterans deserve much better from an agency that is always supposed to be on their side. My bill aims to address these pressing issues with the VA police by requiring the VA police to implement the use of body cameras, improve data collection and reporting on police incidents at VA facilities, and enact other important measures to strengthen oversight and transparency for VA's police program. I would like to thank my Republican co-lead, Representative Radewagen, for joining me on this bill, and I would also like to thank Chairman Takano and Ranking Member Bost for helping to bring H.R. 2429 to the floor today. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation to help us better serve and protect our nation's veterans. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no more speakers, and I am ready to close, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
That's all right.
I'm ready to close, and I reserve, but the gentleman yielded back. Madam Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to support the gentlewoman from New York's bill, Ms. Rice, and with that, I close.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 2429? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2726, VA FOIA Reform Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2726, a bill to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to establish a plan to reduce the backlog of requests for information made to the Department of Veterans Affairs pursuant to Section 552 of Title V, United States Code, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 2726.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself to such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to support H.R. 2726, the VA FOIA Reform Act of 2021, introduced by Representative Gallego, a member of the House Veterans Affairs Committee. This bipartisan legislation is co-sponsored by Representative Murphy of North Carolina and would modernize the Department of Veterans Affairs Freedom of Information Act, or FOIA, process to help VA meet statutory requirements and improve efficiency. The FOIA process is essential for ensuring a transparent and accountable VA by allowing the public insight into the workings of a department that serves millions of veterans each year. However, an enduring backlog of open requests and out-of-date technology have made it difficult for the department to provide timely access to requested information. This bill would require VA to establish a plan in order to meet all statutory FOIA requirements, identify its technology needs, and carry out this plan within 5 years. Veterans and their families, employees, and the public who have made FOIA requests at VA have been kept waiting for too long. I hope this bill puts VA on a path to providing FOIA information in a timely manner. H.R. 2726 was reported favorably by the committee, and I thank Madam Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise today in support of H.R. 2726, the VA FOIA Reform Act of 2021. Over the last few years, VA has worked hard to reduce the Freedom of Information Act, or FOIA, request backlog. These efforts have achieved some success, but the VA still has a long way to go. As the end of the fiscal year of 2020, VA reported 4,206 pending requests. This bill would require VA to carry out a plan to reduce the backlog and comply with existing FOIA requirements. It would also require VA to report to Congress on a plan and the department's work. This will help Congress oversee VA's efforts to reduce the FOIA backlog and provide an additional resources that may be necessary. I appreciate the bipartisan work on this legislation, and I encourage my colleagues to support it. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
At this time, Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend and author of H.R. 2726 and a member of the House Veterans Affairs Committee, Congressman Ruben Gallego of Arizona.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 2726, the VA FOIA Reform Act. I want to thank Chair Takano and Ranking Member Bost for bringing this bill to the floor, and Rep. Murphy for co-leading this important legislation with me. The bill is a simple bipartisan measure to improve efficiency and transparency at the VA. As we all know, transparency is critical to ensuring that the VA is serving our veterans as effectively as possible. Veterans, their caregivers, VSOs, and the public all deserve easy and timely access to information about veteran care, VA performance, and other data when requested. Unfortunately, VA currently has among the worst backlogs of Freedom of Information Act requests across federal agencies. Among these backlog requests are inquiries about VA performance and decisions, as well as requests from veterans for their own personal records. My bill will ensure the VA takes concrete steps to reduce its FOIA backlog so that these veterans get answers. It also calls for the National Archives and Records Administration to review VA FOIA's process. Finally, the bill requires the VA to analyze the root causes of its FOIA backlog and to identify technology needs and procedural improvements that will increase efficiency in responding to requests. This straightforward bill is a common sense step towards improving the flow of information from the VA to all the stakeholders it serves. I urge all my colleagues to support it today and look forward to working to get it signed into law. And I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no more speakers, and I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close. I have no further speakers, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would like to close by saying I urge all of my colleagues to support the VA FOIA Reform Act. of 2021. We need to make sure that our veterans and their families get information in a timely manner that they've requested from the VA. I therefore yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 2726? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2545 to amend Title 38 United States Code to clarify the role of doctors of podiatric medicine in the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2545, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to clarify the role of doctors of podiatric medicine in the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 2545.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to support H.R. 2545 to amend Title 38 United States Code to clarify the role of doctors of podiatric medicine in the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes. Now, H.R. 2545 is offered by former Veterans Affairs Committee member Dr. Brad Wenstrup. This legislation seeks to clarify a technical error affecting the Director of Podiatric Services, which developed following the inclusion of Dr. Wenstrup's VA Provider Equity Act in the Mission Act. The renaming of the position to Podiatric Medical Director will create equity by allowing this position holder to be paid on par with their peers rather than below, which is currently the case. If VA is to recruit top talent, we must ensure VA is able to offer competitive salaries whenever possible, and that's why I support this legislation, and I hope my colleagues will too. I reserve the balance of my time, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 2545, a bill that would clarify the role of podiatrists in the VA health system. Podiatrists are increasingly called upon to care for veterans in the VA medical facilities. This bill would make a technical correction to current law to ensure that they are properly compensated for their important work. This bill is sponsored by Dr. Wenstrup. Dr. Wenstrup is a veteran, a podiatrist, and a former member of the Veterans Affairs Committee. I'm grateful for his continued commitment to those who he serves. I urge every member of the chamber to join me and Dr. Wenstrup and the chairman in supporting this bill today, and with that I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage everyone to support this piece of legislation, and with that I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. And the gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to support the legislation and to join me and pass H.R. 2545, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 2545? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Madam Speaker, I request a recorded vote on this bill.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and the nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2545 H.R. 293, VA Hospitals Establishing Leadership Performance, or the HELP Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 293, a bill to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to establish qualifications for the human resources positions within the Veterans Health Administration of the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 293.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to support H.R. 293, the VA Hospitals Establishing Leadership Performance Act, introduced by our committee's ranking member, Mr. Bost. This bill would require VA to establish qualifications and performance metrics for human resources positions within the Veterans Health Administration. This legislation follows a 2017 Government Accountability Office report that found human capital process deficiencies, such as a lack of performance metrics for certain positions. GAO concluded that these deficiencies negatively affected VA's ability to serve veterans. The legislation does not specify what metrics VA must use, but leaves that determination up to VA. Instituting these human resource management improvements at VA is a common sense, good government step. H.R. 293 was favorably reported by the committee, and I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting the VA Hospitals Establishing Leadership Performance Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 293, the Hospitals Established Leadership Performance Act. I believe that a high-performing organization needs to have clear qualifications and metrics by which they can measure success. Without them, organizations lose their way. That is why I'm proud to have once again introduced the VA Hospital Established Leadership Performance Act. My bill would require VA to establish standardized qualifications and performance metrics for each human resource position within the Veterans Health Administration. A few years ago, the committee found that certain HR professionals working in the VA healthcare system did not have the proper education or experience for the jobs that they held. For example, one HR director at a medical center lacked both a college degree and relevant work experience when hired for the job. This bill would make sure that that does not happen again by requiring HR staff to be qualified and equipped to handle VA's complex human resource needs. During the 115th Congress, this bill passed the House by a vote of 417-0. I hope that it again gains that type of support with this entire chamber. I encourage all of my colleagues to support my bill, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I encourage all of my colleagues to support this bill, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 293, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 293? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 290 as amended to create a sole liability for GI Bill payments during transfers in certain cases.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 290, a bill to amend Title 38, United States Code, to render an individual who transfers certain educational assistance to which the individual is entitled because of an agreement by such individual to serve in the armed forces to a dependent of that individual and who fails to complete such agreement, solely liable for the overpayment of such educational assistance.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 290 as amended.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, the eligibility for veterans to transfer their earned educational benefits is limited based on service time and commitments to additional service time. Recently, there have been a number of cases of where DoD erroneously calculated a service member's time in service, allowing the service member to transfer a benefit when they should not have, as in the case of Russell Dotson. In Mr. Dotson's case, he was told by the Navy that he was able to transfer his benefit to his daughter. Unfortunately, the Navy was 6 days off in its calculation. That led to his daughter's GI Bill covered tuition at DePaul University being cut off. Now, she and her father, a veteran who served 22 years and was honored for saving 2 lives in Afghanistan, are left having to repay more than $20,000. As a result of these errors, the veteran and their dependent are saddled with a huge bill. That is an overpayment for the cost of erroneously billed educational costs. The debt levied on the dependent is costly and can ruin their credit before they enter the labor force, which could impact their housing and job opportunities. H.R. 290, as amended, limits liabilities to ensure that there aren't surprise debts created by errors in paperwork. This legislation has been supported by VSOs such as the VFW, American Legion, and the Student Veterans of America, and I thank Ranking Member Bost for his work on this issue. I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 290 as amended. And I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Without objection. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill. Is it 290? 290. H.R. 290, as amended to create a sole liability for GI Bill payments during transfer in certain cases. This bill would hold a service member liable should they transfer the GI Bill entitlement but fail to complete their service obligation. The GI Bill is a fantastic benefit. The GI Bill has helped tens of thousands of veterans and their families obtain a higher education. Some service members are eligible to transfer their GI Bill entitlement to a dependent. They can do this once they have completed 6 years of active service and agree to serve an additional 4 years. Under my bill, if the service member begins to transfer the entitlement at the 6-year mark, but fails to complete the additional 4 years of required service, their dependent would not be held liable for overpayment. This would help the dependents avoid unexpected VA debt for actions outside of their control. Some overpayments can total hundreds of thousands of dollars. It is only right that we ensure that they are assigned to the right person. I thank our VSO partners, especially those at the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, for bringing this issue to my attention. Speaker, I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would just want to encourage all of my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask all of my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 290 as amended, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 290, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Are you ready? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 3642, the Harlem Hellfighters Congressional Gold Medal Act, as amended, sponsored by Congressman Suozzi.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3642, a bill to award a Congressional Gold Medal to the 369th Infantry Regiment, commonly known as the Harlem Hellfighters, in recognition of their bravery and outstanding service during World War I.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
The soldiers of the 369th Infantry Regiment were known to both their enemies and allies alike for their fierceness in battle and dedication to their country. They were called the Black Rattlers, the men of bronze, Hall in Comfort, but they were best known as the Harlem Hellfighters. The Harlem Hellfighters were one of the first African-American regiments to serve with the American Expeditionary Forces in World War I. Over the course of the war, the Harlem Hellfighters spent more time than any other American unit in the front-line trenches and suffered 1,500 casualties, the most losses of any American unit. In addition to facing the dangers of frontline trench warfare, the men of the Harlem Hellfighters endured racist, derogatory attacks from their white compatriots, many of whom refused to perform combat duty with African American soldiers. This resulted in the Harlem Hellfighters being transferred to a French army where, despite racist warnings from American Expeditionary Forces headquarters of the alleged inferior nature of African American troops, the Harlem Hellfighters were treated as welcome reinforcement and equals. Despite the racism and derogatory attacks from their fellow countrymen, the Harlem Hellfighters were steadfast in their devotion to their country. Some members considered their service to be a way to prove they deserve respect from their white compatriots. Even German propaganda targeting the Harlem Hellfighters, highlighting the racism of a segregated U.S. military, failed to diminish their resolve. Yet, despite their considerable sacrifices and being awarded the Croix de Guerre by the French Army for their efforts, the Harlem Hellfighters continued to face considerable racism when they returned home after World War I. Their bravery and accomplishments were similarly ignored by the broader American public, but their legacy and memory has been kept alive in their hometown. The annual Harlem Hellfighters Parade in Harlem, New York, became a marker of African American service to their nation, and their service was frequently referenced as part of the Civil Rights Campaign. This bill directs the U.S. Mint to strike a Congressional Gold Medal honoring the Harlem Hellfighters for their service during World War I. The gold medal will be displayed at the Smithsonian Institute so that others may learn of the patriotism and courage displayed by the men of the 369th Infantry Regiment. So I thank Mr. Swazi for introducing this bill and urge members to vote yes, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3642, a bill that awards the Congressional Gold Medal to the 369th Infantry Regiment, commonly known as the Harlem Hellfighters. This gold medal is in recognition of their bravery and outstanding service during World War I. I'd like to thank Congressman Swazi and the numerous original co-sponsors for getting this important bill to the floor today. I've heard from constituents who had family members. I have heard from folks from around the country about the importance of us recognizing this heroic group of, at that point, men. The 369th Infantry Regiment, nicknamed the Harlem Hellfighters, were the first African-American infantry unit to fight in World War I. They were also one of the most decorated. This is extraordinary. They became one of the most feared units fighting for the Allies in World War I, and they were notorious for never yielding ground to their enemies. This is extraordinary. Their name, Harlem Hellfighters, which was given to them by the Germans, is reflective of that reputation. That was a hard-won reputation that they had, and that name is synonymous with the fear that they produced in their enemies, our enemies. They fearlessly spent 191 consecutive days on the front lines, which was more time in combat than any other American unit during the Great War during World War I. Additionally, I would be remiss if I did not point out that at least 249 North Carolina-born African-American men served in this prestigious unit. These brave sons of Carolina fought valiantly just west of the Argonne Forest in defense of an outpost against a German raiding party. During this conflict, 4 North Carolinian Hellfighters were wounded, including Sergeant Henry Johnson, a native of Winston-Salem that I have the honor to represent. Not only were these men fierce fighters, they were also instrumental in influencing art and culture, including introducing jazz to Europe. And for that, the Europeans should be grateful. Their leader, James Reese, Europe, directed their regimental band to international acclaim. Madam Speaker, the Harlem Hellfighters of World War I deserve a Congressional Gold Medal as the highest recognition of a national appreciation. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I'm grateful for the bipartisan nature of this bill and also bringing attention to the valiant soldiers that protected us during the Great War, especially this very special, decorated unit of intense fighters, but fantastic humans. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi, who is also the sponsor of this legislation.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Today we have the opportunity to begin to right a century-old wrong. I rise to support the creation of a Congressional Gold Medal in honor of the Harlem Hellfighters. Thousands of Harlem Hellfighters were African-American soldiers who signed up to join the U.S. Army in World War I. Sadly, but predictably, white soldiers were unwilling to serve alongside black soldiers, and these brave men were assigned to the French Army, but that didn't stop them. The Harlem Hellfighters, wearing U.S. uniforms, but issued weapons and helmets by the French, went on to face more combat time than any other regiment during World War I. No Harlem Hellfighter was captured as a prisoner of war, and they never gave up any ground. The bravery, dedication, and sacrifices of the Harlem Hellfighters, who served 191 days under near constant enemy fire, impacted the outcome of World War I. But instead of receiving a hero's welcome, they returned home to racism and race-fueled violence. There were 36 Hellfighters that came from my hometown of Glen Cove. In 2019, the family of Sergeant Leander Willett came to tell me about their father and grandfather. He had served in France and had been stabbed by a German bayonet and been the victim of mustard gas attacks, but never received a Purple Heart. He returned home and died in 1956 without ever being properly recognized and honored for his service to our country. He joined his fellow comrades who've been lost to history. In November of 2019, we surprised the Willett family with a posthumous Purple Heart for Sergeant Willett for wounds received as a result of hostile actions in France on October 4th, 1918. I then approached my colleague Adriano Espaillat, who represents Harlem, and chairwoman of the Congressional Black Caucus, Joyce Beatty, about collaborating together to obtain this Congressional Gold Medal. They both immediately enthusiastically agreed. We went on to obtain 310 bipartisan co-sponsors of this bill and expect strong support today. I would like to especially thank Chairwoman Waters for her and the Financial Services Committee support. And on behalf of the Willett family, the families of dozens of Harlem Hellfighters from my hometown, and a grateful nation, we say thank you to this body for putting aside partisanship and helping right a centuries-old wrong. It's never too late to do the right thing. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'm prepared to close if there are no additional speakers.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from
May I inquire there's additional speakers?
I have additional speakers.
Sure, I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espillant.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Congressman Swazi, for your leadership on this bill and for working with me in this fight for justice. I also want to thank Chairwoman Waters and Ranking Member McHenry for working with us to get this bill out of the committee. Today, I rise in support of this bill to honor a group of brave men who have yet to receive their due commendation, the Harlem Hellfighters. This distinguished group of African American and Puerto Rican men were patriots of the highest valor. Their bravery, dedication, perseverance, and service helped the United States and our allied forces in our fight to secure victory. But, Madam Speaker, these fighters weren't even permitted to serve alongside their fellow white soldier. Our government threw them on the side, assigning them to a unit of the French government rather than our own. They put their lives on the line for the freedoms enshrined in our Constitution, despite doing so at a time when many like them did not enjoy the very freedoms they fought to protect. Madam Speaker, these men spent 191 days in combat.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I yield to the gentleman an additional minute.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional minute.
Thank you. These men spent 191 days in combat and were the most active regiment throughout the entire First World War. Under constant enemy fire and cast away from their nation, they swore an oath to protect, they still preserved, fighting until the end. There's no doubt that their heroism impacted the outcome of the war and undoubtedly American history as well. This bill is a necessary first step to righting the decades-old injustice. It's about time the Harlem Hellfighters' invaluable contributions be commended and commemorated, and their service be formally recognized by our government. Let's finally give these men the Congressional Gold Medal they deserve. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Beatty.
The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, thank you to Chairwoman Waters for managing this time. To the gentleman from New York, what an honor it is for me to stand on this House floor as chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, as a Black woman, to urge my colleagues to support the Harlem Hellfighters Congressional Gold Medal Act. We have heard so much about them, but I am proud to join them, giving them the recognition that they deserve. These men of this segregated unit fought bravely in the First World War and distinguished themselves in battle across France. The men of the 369th Infantry Regiment, the Harlem Hellfighters, are an important chapter in the long history of Black Americans serving our country. So often we talk about Black history, but it's important to know that Black history is American history. And today we stand here united as Americans, Democrats, Republicans, asking our colleagues to make sure that we recognize the Harlem Hellfighters for the great work, the great bravery, for what they did for this country, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
And may I inquire if there are additional speakers? I'm prepared to close if...
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close. I reserve the balance of my time until Mr. yields back.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close. And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
There's an extraordinary story to tell about the American Armed Forces. There's an extraordinary story to tell about African Americans in our armed forces in the United States. The Harlem Hellfighters were representative of a really amazing achievement during the war to end all wars, World War I. But there's also stories before this. That was not the first group of African Americans to fight to defend our nation. It was not the Civil War where African Americans fought for our nation for the first time. It was not. It was actually our liberation from Great Britain. And it was George Washington's army that had African Americans serving alongside other Americans to liberate us from Great Britain. Our founding of this nation is one of a multiracial, multi-ethnic, multilingual, amazing group of folks that wanted the same things, which was freedom to make decisions for themselves and for their families. And it was that first integrated army, which was George Washington's army, the Continental Army, that begat the African Americans that served alongside other Americans in the Civil War. And sadly, that established capacity was lost for 2 generations before the Great War and the Harlem Hellfighters showed the American people that African Americans can fight just as well as any other American, and in fact, do better. And unmitigated, harsh treatment on the front lines of the biggest war that anyone thought they'd ever see in their lifetimes. Which then said during World War II, actually, we're all in this together. Which then changed the whole face of the 20th century. So what the Harlem Hellfighters represent to us in this debate is not just the good work of the congressional delegation from New York or Congressman Suozzi in bringing this to the floor today, but giving us the opportunity to highlight what this generation of men showed to the American people and to our allies in Europe about who we are as Americans. So for us to honor the Harlem Hellfighters today has given us the opportunity to recognize 100 years of progress, not even progress, not fulfillment of every dream that we have as Americans, not perfect, but a whole hell of a lot better than we were 100 years ago when these Harlem Hellfighters showed the world not just what Americans are about, but specifically what African Americans were about and their capacity. Not just capacity to fight, but to be smart, to be capable, to deliver results, to be the best. And so the last 100 years, you can go back to that generation of Harlem Hellfighters, and you can see what they brought to the public and the understanding that they brought over the last 100 years, and it made us better. So for us to have this opportunity to recognize them also lets us recognize ourselves as a country and who we are. And to actually say, you know, it's pretty amazing. We have an amazing country. And these men who fought and died, many who died, they love their country. They love their country, and they're willing to not just support it with words like I am right now, but with their lives. And so, with a grateful heart, I say thank you to Congressman Suozzi and his constituents for bringing this to this debate on the floor. And I want to thank my colleagues for doing this in a very wide bipartisan way and giving us the opportunity to have a broader look at history and the greatness of the last century and the improvement that we have as a result of what they broke through over 100 years ago in the Argonne Forest. And with that, I urge adoption of this bill and yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time. In closing, I certainly want to thank Mr. Swazi for bringing forward this legislation. I want to thank Mr. Espaillat and Congresswoman Beatty for joining with him to bring this legislation forward. I want to thank Mr. McHenry and the members of the Financial Services Committee for joining together in support of this legislation. The Harlem Hellfighters braved long deployments, treacherous conditions, and the scorn of their fellow patriots. And so, we find ourselves, I guess 100 years later or so, understanding the important role that they played and the sacrifices that they made. We also understand how important it is for all of us to not only give recognition to their sacrifice, but also recognize that this country has gone through some very difficult times faced with the question of race. And despite the fact that we have seen times in this country when we were moving forward and we thought we were erasing the kind of racism that had been present for too long, we find ourselves today fighting some of the same battles. There are many in the history of this country who have made sacrifices in so many different ways, perhaps will never be recognized. But I'm hopeful with the cooperation, the co-sponsorship, and the work of, for both sides of the aisle on a recognition such as this, that this will help us to continue to fight to rid this country of racism and discrimination and hatred. I'm hopeful that the word will go forward today about this recognition that we're giving to the Harlem Hellfighters and will inspire others to want to praise and honor those who are certainly ones who are so committed to justice and equality and who love this country will be treated better, will be recognized, and certainly will be given their correct place in history. So I thank you all, and I urge members to celebrate the memory of these brave men of the 369th Infantry Regiment who through their service sought to realize a more equal and a more perfect union by voting yes on H.R. 3642, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 3642, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion is to reconsider. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
May I request the yeas and nays, please?
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2332, the Debt Bondage Repair Act, as amended, sponsored by Congressman McHenry.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2332, a bill to prohibit consumer reporting agencies from furnishing a consumer report containing any adverse items of information about a consumer if such consumer is a victim of trafficking and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the Financial Services Ranking Member, Mr. McHenry, for introducing H.R. 2332, the Debt Bondage Repair Act. Over the last year, and working in a bipartisan manner, the Financial Services Committee has been engaged in an examination of trafficking issues of all types. As we heard at a recent hearing that delved into issues of human trafficking, which includes forced labor, sex trafficking, and organ trafficking, victims of trafficking are not only abused physically and emotionally, but financially also. The moving testimony of Reverend Dr. Martin Hatcher, an advocate for sex trafficking survivors and a survivor himself, demonstrated how traffickers steal their victims' identities, open accounts in their names, run up credit card debt, purchase large ticket items like automobiles, and take out loans while pretending to be their victims. This financial exploitation is not only designed as a stream of finance, allowing the trafficker's operation to thrive, but it also inflicts long-term harm and asserts control over the victim. This bill, which aims to help survivors of human trafficking restore their credit and gain access to the consumer financial products and services that most of us take for granted, is an important step in restoring survivors' dignity and financial stability and in preventing re-victimization. Specifically, the bill prohibits credit bureaus from including adverse information that resulted from human or sex trafficking in a victim's credit report. It directs the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to develop a process to ensure that adverse information caused by their traffickers is not included in a victim's credit report. Such a process does not exist now, and given the importance that credit reports play in our economy, it makes it difficult for survivors in our communities to get a loan or even secure a job, as noted by the Survivor Inclusion Initiative of the Human Trafficking Focus Liechtenstein Initiative. We must, quote, facilitate survivor access to basic banking services such as checking and savings accounts, and help survivors' financial recovery to become full financial participants in their communities. And for these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this important bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2332 and yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Debt bondage is a terrible crime, and many victims find themselves trapped in a perpetual cycle of forced labor and coerced debt because of it. Earlier this year, the House Financial Services Committee held a hearing where we focus on the financing of human trafficking. This is an area of bipartisan cooperation on the House Financial Services Committee. I want to commend my Democrat colleagues for leading this discussion and finding time on the committee docket for us to continue the conversation we've had over the last couple of Congresses. From that hearing, we heard from a powerful witness, many powerful witnesses, including Reverend Dr. Marian Hatcher, who is a trafficking survivor. Reverend Dr. Hatcher had the courage to tell us her story. And because of it, we now have legislation that will help others. This is the way Congress is supposed to work. We're supposed to listen from experts and get ideas out of that and how we can construct legislation. Because of Dr. Hatcher, we know a lot more. And Dr. Hatcher, like so many others in this country and around the globe, but in this country in particular, they fell victim to human traffickers. Thankfully, she was able to escape a terrible situation and restore her life. However, she struggled to reestablish herself because of a credit score, which was negatively affecting her whole financial life, but affected loans in particular that she was forced to obtain on behalf of her traffickers. So not only does she have to go through the emotional and social struggles, but she has this that's a weight around her. And this is something where we can legislate and make her life and trafficking survivors like that make their lives better. You see, Madam Speaker, this is where traffickers trap a victim into a debt cycle. Traffickers will take out loans, open businesses, and destroy a victim's credit, which forces them to remain a victim until they pay off the debt. Now, you think this happens in other places around the globe. You think that this is some other country. No, it's here. It's here in our midst, and they're doing it through what seems like legal means. And too often, these victims are never able to get out. This is something that we have to be aware of and focus on. And that's where this bill, the Debt Bondage Repair Act, comes in. This simple 4-page bill has the potential to help thousands of victims every year by ensuring that a consumer reporting agency may not furnish a credit report with adverse information from a severe form of trafficking. While this does not erase the terrible crimes committed against them, it will help victims to regain their financial freedom and begin to rebuild their lives. And I'd like to note that this bill was a very tailored rulemaking provision. We want to fix this problem. We provide the CFPB a window of 180 days for rulemaking. This should be a sufficient time to hear from all the stakeholders here. But it's my hope that they will complete this rulemaking quickly so that the victims can get relief as soon as possible. I'd like to thank the many victims advocates and consumer data industry representatives which provided technical assistance to get this bill where it is. And I would say the difficulty of legislating is that you have to take in folks that are on opposite sides of an issue. Not that they don't care about the same issue, but you have folks that are on one side of a business and those advocates that see things differently, and it takes the time to bring them together to see what is a workable solution. Maybe not a perfect solution, but a workable solution. And I'm proud to submit for the record statements of support from Shared Hope International, the National Center on Sexual Exploitation, Reverend Dr. Hatcher herself, and the Consumer Data Industry Association. Additionally, I'd like to thank Polaris for their support of this legislation. This is a great example of what happens when both parties work together. And I want to thank Chairwoman Waters for her help and assistance and her staff, the Financial Service Committee majority Democrat staff, for their help with my staff and the Republican minority staff on the House Financial Services Committee. We have a bipartisan solution to help trafficking victims pick up the pieces and begin a new life. And I'd urge my colleagues to support this bill. I think this will be helpful to the lives at stake and let them rebuild their lives, not just financially, but rebuild their lives. And with that, ask unanimous consent to insert those letters outlined, a letter from the Consumer Data Industry Association, a letter from Reverend Dr. Miriam Hatcher, a letter from NCSE, and a letter from Shared Hope International.
Without objection.
And I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close. I reserve the balance of my time until Mr. McHenry yields back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote for this good bipartisan bill that will help victims of...
The gentleman has already yielded back. The gentlewoman from California has...
I thought I reserved. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and urge adoption of this important measure.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time. Survivors of human trafficking face many obstacles to recovering from the physical, emotional, and financial abuse inflicted by their traffickers. The Debt Bondage Repair Act makes strides in assisting them to restore their credit and achieve financial reintegration into their communities. Congress can play a leading role in helping trafficking survivors to take back control, and for that reason, I certainly urge both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting this important bill. But I do want to take a moment to thank my ranking member, Mr. McHenry, for the leadership that he's provided on trafficking in general and on financial trafficking in specific. This is important legislation, and I'm so pleased to be able to work with him. And I'm so pleased that this bill has bipartisan support, and I want to thank him for the work that he has done and will continue to do. I would also briefly note that survivors of trafficking are not the only individuals who are harmed by our broken credit reporting system. The system serves as a major barrier to economic opportunity for so many others. So we're going to continue to work with Mr. McHenry, and I've scheduled a full committee hearing on June 29th to further explore these credit reporting challenges. And I believe that our Republican colleagues will join with us to advance bold solutions to make the system for all of our constituents. And I, again, am so pleased that the members of the committee have worked together. Again, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2332, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields, and the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 2332, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
I would like to request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1443, the LGBTQ Equal Credit Enforcement and Investment Act, as amended, sponsored by Congressman Torres.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1443, a bill to amend the Equal Credit Opportunity Act to require the collection of small business loan data related to LGBTQ-owned businesses.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker,
you're recognized.
Thank you. I would like to thank the gentleman from New York, Representative Torres, for his leadership on H.R. 1443, the LGBTQ Business Equal Credit Enforcement and Investment Act. We know transparency is critical in helping identify discriminatory lending practices in the financial marketplace. This bill would enhance a provision of Dodd-Frank requiring data collection on lending to small and minority-owned businesses to include data on lending to LGBTQ-owned businesses as well, including self-reported gender identity and sexual orientation. This bill will also define an LGBTQ-owned business in the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, that is ECOA statute, which would allow more businesses to gain access to capital and investment. Of course, June is Pride Month, a time to recognize and celebrate the LGBT community's significant contributions to our country, including to the economy, and also stands as allies. We know there is more work to be done to ensure equal opportunities. For example, according to a study of mortgage lending data from 2019, loan applicants in neighborhoods with a higher density of LGBTQ people received higher interest and fees, regardless of the applicant's sexuality or identity. In addition, LGBTQ individuals face employment discrimination, which has contributed to higher rates of poverty, especially for LGBTQ people of color. The Williams Institute found that nearly 31% of Black LGBT people live in poverty, compared with nearly 25% of Black cisgender straight people. These factors further support the urgency of supporting LGBTQ businesses as they create job opportunities and build community wealth. As of 2016, there were an estimated 1.4 million LGBT-owned businesses in the United States. The CFPB needs to begin collecting this data and help us as policymakers and the public identify and understand the community development needs of LGBTQ-owned businesses. So I'm pleased we were able to report this bill unanimously out of committee with a voice vote. I hope we can build on that bipartisan effort, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this important legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
We can all agree data is important, but we need to recognize, particularly as it relates to obtaining data on companies, that each one is unique. Mandatory reporting metrics do not accurately measure progress. Just look at the mandatory disclosure bills on the floor this week. They're a mess. The only outcome we can expect to see with those bills is a higher compliance cost on companies leaving fewer resources to build out the workforce and invest in research and development. But simply put, one size does not fit all, and one size fits all doesn't work. However, the bill we have in front of us today does not impose a new mandatory reporting regime. It adds on a list of voluntary data and adds a new item to that voluntary data. Data is collected on a voluntary basis under ECOA, under this law that is being amended. Any loan applicant who does not wish to provide information can decline to provide it, meaning there are fewer concerns over privacy or a one-size-fits-all reporting regime. And so these are the things I've raised about this bill. I want to commend the sponsor for being willing to work with Republicans on getting back to the essence of the bill. And I appreciate that my Democrat colleagues have offered a solution to promote diversity and inclusion without imposing new requirements on businesses or business owners that do not effectively measure their success. And so I support this bill. I will vote for this bill. And I want to commend my Democrat colleagues for working with us about a number of concerns that we had with the various drafts of the bill. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time we have left in this debate?
17 and a half minutes remaining.
Thank you very much. I now yield all 17 and a half minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, who is also the sponsor of this legislation.
The gentleman is recognized from New York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 1443, the LGBTQ Business Equal Credit Enforcement and Investment Act. I want to thank Chairwoman Waters and Ranking Member McHenry for their support. And as the Ranking Member noted, we did make concessions to address his concerns about the legislation. In the United States, there are 1.4 million LGBTQ businesses contributing more than $1.7 trillion to the American economy. We have a vested interest in sustaining and strengthening these businesses with equal access to credit, which is the beating heart of the American economy. As a former New York City Council member, I partnered with the National LGBTQ Chamber of Commerce to establish the nation's largest municipal certification program for LGBTQ business enterprises, enabling those businesses to enjoy equal access to a $25 billion pool of government procurement. The legislation before us, H.R. 1443, builds on a foundation laid by several statutes and regulations. The Equal Credit Opportunity Act, most commonly known as ECOA, prohibits credit discrimination, including but not limited to sex discrimination. A new interpretive rule from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, CFPB, clarifies that ECOA's prohibition against sex discrimination applies to sexual orientation and gender identity. Section 1071 of Dodd-Frank, which exists to enable and enhance the enforcement of ECOA, requires financial institutions to report information about the race, ethnicity, and sex of credit applicants who serve as principal owners of small businesses. My legislation would expand the 1071 reporting requirements to include not only sex, but also sexual orientation and gender identity. In doing so, it would enable anti-discrimination enforcement where none might exist. Even though the United States has made substantial strides toward LGBTQ equality, the mission is far from accomplished. 70% of the LGBTQ community remains unprotected by anti-discrimination laws. When it comes to credit in particular, according to the Williams Institute, more than 7.7 million LGBTQ adults live in states that offer no protection against discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity. It is often said that knowledge is power. Knowledge affords us the power to detect discrimination that might otherwise go undetected. Take as an example the Home Mortgage Disclosure Act, which is analogous to the legislation before us. Both the National Community Reinvestment Coalition and the Iowa State University reviewed data from the HMDA and found that same-sex couples were denied loans at higher rates than heterosexual couples, despite having comparable creditworthiness. It also found that those same-sex couples paid higher fees and interest. The experience of HMDA tells us that sunlight can be a powerful disinfectant against discrimination. H.R. 1443 would make credit more accessible, credit laws more enforceable, and creditors more accountable. It would represent a triumph of transparency in the service of economic opportunity for all, regardless of who you are and whom you love. I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close. I reserve the balance of my time until Mr. McHenry yields back.
The gentlelady has the only time remaining.
Yields back? Okay. Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. The LGBTQ Business Equal Credit Enforcement and Investment Act, led by Representative Torres, would help ensure that LGBTQ business owners have access to opportunities to grow and invest through government and other private procurement contracts, as well as have equal access to credit opportunities. This bill is supported by the National Gay and Lesbian Chamber of Commerce, the Center for American Progress, the National Center for Lesbian Rights, the National Center for Transgender Equality, Center for LGBTQ Economic Advancement and Research, Human Rights Campaign, the OUT Leadership, and many others. The Financial Services Committee passed this bill unanimously by voice vote in May 2021, and I would like to urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle again to join me in supporting this important legislation. And I would like to thank the ranking member, Mr. McHenry, for joining with me and others to pass this important legislation, and particularly this Pride Month that we're all celebrating the progress that has been made in the LGBTQ community. So thank you, Mr. McHenry, for your co-sponsorship, your support, for your cooperation, for all that we're able to get done these days working together. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields, and the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1443, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
I request the yeas and nays so we can see who
The gentlelady is not recognized for debate. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 3325, to award 4 congressional gold medals to the United States Capitol Police and those who protected the Capitol on January 6, 2021, as amended, sponsored by Speaker Pelosi.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3325, a bill to award 4 congressional gold medals to the United States Capitol Police and those who protected the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Every day, the men and women of the United States Capitol Police protect the U.S. Capitol. They protect us, they protect our staff, they protect journalists and other visitors who come into the People's House. In March of this year, the House passed H.R. 1085 to award 3 congressional gold medals honoring the courage, patriotism, and commitment to service exemplified by the men and women of the Capitol Police, Metropolitan Police, and other law enforcement agencies who risked their lives and sustained injuries as they sought to protect those trapped in the Capitol on January 6, 2021. This builds upon H.R. 2085 to include minting of a 4th congressional medal, gold medal, to be displayed by the architect of the Capitol so that we may continue to honor those officers who sustained injuries in the line of duty and the sacrifices of heroes including Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick and Howard Liebengood, and Washington, D.C.'s Metropolitan Police Department Officer Jeffrey Smith. We also honor Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman, whose quick thinking and selfless action undoubtedly saved the lives of many. Additionally, this bill honors the memory of Capitol Police Officer William Billy Evans, who was killed while protecting the North Barricade of the Capitol against a vehicular assault on April 2, 2021. It also honors the bravery displayed by Capitol Police Officer Kenneth Shaver, who was also injured in that assault. So I thank Speaker Pelosi for introducing this bill, this Congress, and urge members to vote yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
I yield myself such time as anybody consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3325, a bill to award the Congressional Gold Medal to the U.S. Capitol Police and those who protected the Capitol on January 6, 2021. I'd like to thank the Speaker for bringing this legislation to the floor to honor the officers who work tirelessly to protect us in and out every day, to not just protect this building, but to protect the members in this building. Not just protect the members, but to make sure that the staff is safe on a daily basis. And the staff indeed makes Congress what it is and gives us the capacity that we have to legislate. And we want to make sure that staff and members and our visitors here are protected on a daily basis. And the Capitol Police indeed do that. Madam Speaker, what happened to this institution on January 6th was horrific. This building is a working monument to our nation's founding fathers and our founding principles. It's a testament to the freedoms we hold dear and that we strive for, and we strive to become a more perfect union on every day that we're here. Not perfectly, but we strive for a more perfect union. Madam Speaker, the brave men and women who stood and faced danger on January 6th deserve to be recognized for their actions. Without their courageous work and their dedication, many of us here today could have been seriously injured or worse. This gold medal will also honor another Capitol Police officer, William Billy Evans. Officer Evans, an 18-year veteran of Capitol Police, was killed at his post when a car rammed into the Capitol barricade on Good Friday. Any life lost is a tragedy, especially those of our friends on the police force. Once this bill is enacted, a Congressional Gold Medal will be displayed at the U.S. Capitol Police Officer Headquarters. It will be a recognition for the good work that the Capitol Police do on a daily basis. Another will be displayed at the D.C. Metropolitan Police Headquarters. And the third will be given to the Smithsonian Institute so everyone who visits D.C. will be reminded of the bravery by our police officers on that very day. Madam Speaker, I think I speak for all my colleagues when I say thank you. Thank you to each and every officer who was here on January 6th. Your bravery will not be forgotten. The U.S. Capitol Police and those who protect us on January 6th deserve this Congressional Gold Medal. And I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back. No, I'm sorry, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, the Speaker, Ms. Pelosi, who is also the sponsor of this legislation.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentlewoman for yielding and for leading the effort on the floor today to pass this important legislation. I commend her and the ranking member, Mr. McHenry, for his good words about this legislation and his reference to the bravery of our Capitol Police. Thank you. Madam Speaker, over the past 5 months, over 5 months have passed since January 6th insurrection was waged against our Capitol and our democracy. For most of us, the horror of January 6th has not faded. The memory of members, staff, and workers fleeing for their lives, the sound of screams and shots fired, the agony of over 140 law enforcement officers physically harmed and those killed all remain very raw. January 6th was unquestionably one of the darkest days in the history of our democracy. But because of the courage of the Capitol Police and other law enforcement officers, will also be etched in history as a day of heroism. That day, the Capitol Police Force put themselves between the violence and us. They risked their safety and their lives for others with the utmost selflessness. Some died, becoming martyrs for our democracy. And they did so because they were patriots, the type of Americans who heard the call to serve and answered it, putting country above self. They enabled us to return to the Capitol, to that podium, that night to show the world that our democracy had prevailed and that it had succeeded because of them. In March, as we recall, we came together and we passed legislation to award these patriots the Congressional Gold Medal, the highest award, as has been mentioned, that this body can offer. Doing so was a high honor and privilege for each of us, and it was also our responsibility to ensure that we always remember those heroes and their sacrifice. As I said on the floor then, may the courage of these heroes always remain an inspiration to us, and may we always remember the valor of the fallen. This gold medal will be proudly displayed, as the distinguished gentleman referenced, for years to come, ensuring that their valor and the sacrifice of the fallen are always remembered. But 2 weeks after we passed that gold medal legislation, as you know, Madam Chair, under your leadership, Congress honored one of the fallen, Officer Brian Sicknick, with a lying-in-state ceremony to convey the grief and gratitude felt for all Americans by his sacrifice. That respect was reflected in the presence of distinguished leaders, whether it was military leaders and leaders of institutions of government who came to pay the respects, including President Biden. Sadly, just weeks later, we returned to the Capitol Rotunda for a lying-in honor ceremony for Officer Billy Evans, as the distinguished ranking member mentioned, killed in the line of duty in April on Good Friday. Officer Evans was a distinguished member of the First Responders Unit and an 18-year veteran of the United States Capitol Police. And everyone who knew him knew he was a hero. We hope that it was a comfort to his children, Logan and Abigail, that so many learned that day what a hero their father was. And we hope by adding Billy's name to the pantheon of patriots honored with this gold medal, the memory of his sacrifice will always be endured. So here we are once again on the floor of the House, honoring our heroes. As we pass this legislation, we as members of Congress have a responsibility to do so more than simply laud these officers of heroes. We must respect them, we must support them with resources and funding, we must keep them safe, and we must ensure that a January 6th attack can never happen again. That is about our respect for their service and our responsibility to honor their sacrifice. At any chance we get, we want to praise our Capitol Police. Sadly, we're doing this in a time when we're honoring some who have lost their lives and some were severely injured. But every day we know that they are making a sacrifice for that. And that's what we respect. And with that, I urge a strong bipartisan vote for this legislation. I'm so pleased to hear both our distinguished chair, Maxine Waters, distinguished ranking member, both support the legislation. And I urge all members to join us in honoring our law enforcement heroes with real action, with a gold medal. With that, I yield back, Madam Speaker.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I didn't do these two pages. They just were.
You prepared to close? Reserve.
Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Ms. Jackson Lee is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady from California, and I thank her for her leadership and the managing member that joins us today. And I thank the Speaker. I ask that we think carefully as this legislation is debated and really reflect on January 6th, where each of us probably has a personal experience that we can offer to be able to add to the sacrifice of that day, the moment in history, and imagining that we never expected an insurrectionist mob to rise to attack the citadel of democracy. We were here quietly doing the people's business, the constitutional responsibility of affirming the President and Vice President of the United States. We were doing what the American people asked us to do. We were representing the Capitol Police and law enforcement throughout America. Nurses, doctors, students, teachers, the impoverished, all were with hope, looking toward the Biden and Harris administration. We knew that there were those who did not vote for them, but we also know the sacredness of our Constitution. And so did the Capitol Police and other law enforcement. For as we were down in this very august place where noises could not be heard quickly, our Capitol Police were already facing a torrent of outrageous behavior, violence, guns, smears, flags representing the worst of our nation. And so I am very proud to rise today and to thank Speaker Pelosi for the vision and leadership, and to remember to be reminded of the names Brian Sicknick, Howard Liebergood, Metropolitan Police Department Officer Jeffrey Smith, and those who sustained injuries. Those who were heroic, Officer Eugene Goodman, who exemplified the patriotism and commitment and unselfishness in saving the lives of others, and the Metro Police, along with many, many other law enforcement. I rise to support this gold medal. I rise that we never have this happen again. And I rise to say thank you, the simple words of thank you. And thank you, Officer Fennell, as well.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of the time. Madam Speaker, I think this is a special moment for the House in a very tough year for us to pause and to say thank you to those men and women who stand guard over this institution, not just this building, not just this campus, but the people who work here every day. It's not members, it's staff that are here every day. It's the people that make the Capitol work physically. It's the folks that are at the daycare, the folks that are in the press. They're the folks that are frequent visitors here such that they feel like they work here too. It's the Capitol Police that keep us safe, not from one another, but safe from the harms that can happen in a very dangerous world. And we want to say thank you to the men and women of the Capitol Police for their dedication, for their bravery, for their training every day. And we honor you not just in word, but with deed. Not just with word and this deed of a Congressional Gold Medal, but our ongoing support. Our ongoing support such that you can operate every day to the best of your training, with the best training and tactics available to police and law enforcement anywhere in the world. The best equipment, the best those training resources, but also the freedom to use those things in a way that is commensurate with public safety. And so I want to thank the Capitol Police for their service, their sacrifice, in making this institution safe. Safe so we can debate the important things that need to be debated, to disagree, for us to be able to disagree as a civil society, and yet still come together for the important things of being friends and neighbors and lovers of this great country. And so, Madam Speaker, I encourage a yes vote, and with that, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
In closing, I commend Speaker Pelosi for bringing forward this legislation. Every day, the brave men and women of the U.S. Capitol Police put their lives on the line in service to our nation. On January 6th, we all witnessed this bravery firsthand as they fought against those who would seek to end this democracy. It is through their leadership and decisive action on that day that many lives, including my own, were saved. We honor their sacrifices on that day, and every day we thank them for their service. Madam Speaker and members, I cannot help but say at this time where this bill is being discussed on the floor of the House of Representatives, I saw Capitol Police in hand-to-hand combat with these insurrectionists. I saw them being attacked by QAnon, by the Proud Boys, by the Oath Keepers, by the KKK, by white supremacists. I thought I would never, ever see such in my lifetime. I watched Capitol Police being attacked with the American flag jabbed into their bodies. I never thought those who consider themselves conservative would attack the uniformed police officers of the Capitol or any place, but we saw it. And so we can't say enough about these Capitol Police whose lives were endangered, and some who lost their lives, and some who are still trying to recoup from the injuries that they received. I am absolutely saddened by the fact that too many do not want to know what really happened that day, who oppose investigation, oppose a commission to delve into exactly what took place, who was responsible, who organized it, who paid for it, et cetera, et cetera. And so I could go on all day, all night, talking about that experience, as many members of Congress perhaps would like to do. But I know that despite the fact there's opposition to delving into what happened, we're going to find out what happened. We're going to find out who supported all of the resources that were put together to bring people here in buses and put them on airplanes to come and attack us and the capital of the United States of America. So I urge all members to honor the sacrifices and courage displayed by the members of the Capitol Police, the Metropolitan Police, and other law enforcement agencies by voting yes on H.R. 3325. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields, and the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3325 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 8 of House Resolution 473, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 293, H.R. 587, H.R. 610, H.R. 1144, H.R. 1703, H.R. 1921, H.R. 2008, H.R. 2332, H.R. 2545, and H.R. 3642.
The clerk will report the titles.
H.R. 293, a bill to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to establish qualifications for the human resources positions within the Veterans Health Administration of the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes. Union Calendar Number 24, H.R. 587, a bill to modify permitting requirements with respect to the discharge of any pollutant from the Point Loma wastewater treatment plant in certain circumstances and for other purposes. H.R. 610, a bill to amend the Federal Water Pollution Control Act to establish a grant program to support the restoration of San Francisco Bay. H.R. 1144, a bill to amend the Federal Water Pollution Control Act to provide assistance for programs and activities to protect the water quality of the Puget Sound and for other purposes. H.R. 1703, a bill to amend Title 40 United States Code to require the Administrator of General Services to enter into a cooperative agreement with the National Children's Museum to provide the National Children's Museum rental space without charge in the Ronald Reagan Building and International Trade Center and for other purposes. Union Calendar Number 30, H.R. 1921. A bill to amend the Federal Water Pollution Control Act to reauthorize the Lake Pontchartrain Basin Restoration Program and for other purposes. Union Calendar Number 28, H.R. 2008, a bill to amend the Federal Water Pollution Control Act to reauthorize certain programs relating to non-point source management and for other purposes. H.R. 2332, a bill to prohibit consumer reporting agencies from furnishing a consumer report containing any adverse item of information about a consumer if such consumer is a victim of trafficking and for other purposes. H.R. 2545, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to clarify the role of doctors of pediatric medicine in the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes. H.R. 3642, a bill to award a Congressional Gold Medal to the 369th Infantry Regiment, commonly known as the Harlem Hellfighters, in recognition of their bravery and outstanding service during World War I.
Pursuant to Section 8 of House Resolution 473, the ordering of the yeas and nays on the postponed motion to suspend the rules with respect to such measures is vacated to the end that all such motions are considered as withdrawn. The question is on the motion offered by the gentleman from Massachusetts. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bills are passed, and without objection, motion reconsidered is laid on the table. Gentleman is recognized.
Chairman, I'd like to ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Barragan pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Representative Barragan will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Van Drew, pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Van Drew is a yes on the suspension of en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Is the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Matt Gates pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote no on the suspensions.
Does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona pursuant to H.Res. 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yea on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Hoyer of Maryland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hoyer will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. DeSaulier pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulier will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jim Langevin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on the motion. Mr. Speaker, as designated by Mr. Infume of Maryland, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Infume will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carnes pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnes will vote aye on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mikey Sherrill pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sherrill will vote yes on the motion to suspend. And as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
All members voted. Does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fleischman pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fleischman will vote no on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote aye on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman for Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
Does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Ms. Velasquez of New York, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez will vote aye, yes, on the motion to suspend.
The yeas are 287, the nays are 140. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bills are passed, and without objection, a motion reconsidered is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 239, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 42, H.R. 239, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to provide for limitations on co-payments for contraception furnished by the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSallier pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSallier will vote yes on H.R. 239.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mikey Sherrill pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sherrill will vote yes on H.R. 239. And as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 239.
Don't go away. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hoyer of Maryland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hoyer will vote yes on H.R. 239.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 239.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 239.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote nay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on H.R. 239.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fleischman pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fleischman will vote no on H.R. 239.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 239.
Does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 239.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Barragan, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Representative Barragan will vote aye on H.R. 239.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson vote yes on the motion. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Infumi of Maryland, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform that Mr. Infumi votes yes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H-Res 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote aye on H.R. 239.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 239.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carnos pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnos will vote aye on H.R. 239.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 239.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jim Langevin of Rhode Island, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on H.R. 239.
Does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Velasquez will vote yea on H.R. 239.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on H.R. 239.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Liu of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote aye on H.R. 239.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
The Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Van Drew from New Jersey pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Van Drew will vote yes on H.R. 239.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 239.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Matt Gaetz from Florida, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gaetz will vote no on H.R. 239.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the H.R. 239.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to H.Res. 8, I will inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on H.R. 239.
On this vote, the yeas are 240, the nays are 188. Two-thirds not being in the affirmative, the rules are not suspended, and the bill is not passed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3325 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 3325, a bill to award 4 Congressional Gold Medals to the United States Capitol Police and those who protected the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on H.R. 3325.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 3325.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 3325.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fleischman pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fleischman will vote yes on H.R. 3325. Thanks, guys.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland of Washington pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 3325.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. DeSallier pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSallier will vote yes on H.R. 3325.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yes on H.R. 3325. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Did he call me? Did he call me? I couldn't tell you. Oh, as a member designated by Representative Barragan pursuant to H.R. 8, inform the House Representative Barragan will vote aye on H.R. 3325.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 3325.
Does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Van Drew from New Jersey pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Van Drew will vote yea on House Res. 3325.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hoyer of Maryland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hoyer will vote yes on H.R. 3325.
Purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yea on H.R. 3325.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Lawson, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes. As a member designated by Mr. Mfume, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume will vote yes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 3325.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jim Langevin of Rhode Island, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on H.R. 3325.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 3325.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 3325.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 3325.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 3325.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Matt Gates from Florida, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote no on H.R. 3325.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carnos pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnos will vote aye on H.R. 3325.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mikey Sherrill pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sherrill will vote yes on H.R. 3325, and as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 3325.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Liu of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote aye on H.R. 3325.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on H.R. 3325.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on H.R. 3325.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velázquez, pursuant to H-Res 1, I inform the House that Ms. Velázquez will vote yes on H.R. 3325.
On this vote, the yeas are 405.
Miss Rice of New York.
Votes aye.
Miss Rice of New York votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 406, the nays are 21. 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1443 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1443, a bill to amend the Equal Credit Opportunity Act to require the collection of small business loans data related to LGBTQ-owned businesses.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. Does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hoyer of Maryland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hoyer will vote yes on H.R. 1443.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSallier, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSallier will vote yes on H.R. 1443.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on H.R. 1443.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Van Drew from New Jersey, pursuant to House Res. 8, inform the House that Mr. Van Drew will vote yea on House Resolution 3325. 3.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 1443.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fleischman pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fleischman will vote no on H.R. 3325. H.R. 1443.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Strickland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 1443.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by President Barragan, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that President Barragan will vote aye on H.R. 1443.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 1443.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mikey Sherrill pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sherrill will vote yes on H.R. 1443. And as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 1443.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 1443.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on H.R. 1443.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 1443.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, vote yes on this motion. Mr. Speaker, member designated by Mr. Infume of Maryland pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House that Mr. Infume vote yes on that amendment. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jim Langevin of Rhode Island pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on H.R. 1443.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carnos pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnos will vote aye on H.R. 1443.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 1443.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I'm the member designated by Mr. Liu of California pursuant to House Resolution 8. I rise to inform the House Mr. Liu votes aye on H.R. 1443.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on H.R. 1443.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 1443.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 1443.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Velasquez will vote yes on H.R. 1443.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated for Mr. Matt Gates from Florida, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote no on H.R. 1443.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 1443.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona pursuant to H.Res. 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yea on H.R. 1443.
On this vote, the yeas are 248, the nays are 177. Two-thirds not being in the affirmative, the rules are not suspended, and the bill does not pass. Chair lays before the House of Communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives. Madam, I write today to request to be removed from the House Committee on Natural Resources to allow Representative Stansberry to serve on this important committee. Representative Stansberry was recently sworn in as a member of the House of Representatives serving New Mexico's 1st Congressional District. Representative Stansberry is filling the vacancy created when then Republican Holland was nominated and confirmed to be the United States Secretary of the Interior. Before serving as Secretary of the Interior, former Representative Holland used her position on the House Committee on Natural Resources to combat the climate crisis and create a more equitable future for her constituents and all Americans. I believe it is important that Representative Stansberry have an opportunity to continue this legacy and represent her constituents in New Mexico's 1st Congressional District on the House Committee on Natural Resources. I appreciate your consideration of this request. Signed sincerely, Doris Matsui, Member of Congress.
Without objection, the resignation is accepted. What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 475, resolution electing a certain
Mr. Speaker,
member.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read and printed in the record.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion reconsidered is laid on the table.
Good. How are you? I'm Deborah Ross. What's your name? The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask permission to address the chamber for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, the unthinkable happened. A grandmother, Letha Varone, was innocently shopping in a local supermarket with her precious young grandson when they were both brutally murdered by a deranged man with a semi-automatic weapon. And my heart breaks for Letha's family, for their unbearable loss. But once again, prayers and good wishes are not enough. On so many levels, we must take action, passing common sense gun legislation, strengthening our mental health system, reaching out to those in trouble. Because in the last moments of her life, a grandmother watched in horror as her grandchild was shot and killed by a man who should never have a gun. Madam Speaker, last week the unthinkable happened, and we must not stop thinking about it. I yield back.
The lady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek permission to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, today I rise to honor the 125th anniversary of the Indiana Veterans Home. It was established in Tippecanoe County in 1895, and the Indiana Veterans Home initially served as a facility to care for the disabled Union soldiers after the Civil War. By 1910, the home served over 1,400 residents and offered its own hospital, bakery, and electric light plant. Over a century later, the Indiana Veterans Home continues to operate as a full-service facility, offering a multitude of medical and support services for its residents. It's also home to a small museum of historical artifacts and serves as the final resting place for nearly 3,000 veterans and their spouses. Indiana has a proud tradition of honoring its veterans, and the Indiana Veterans Home is a shining example of Hoosiers' commitment to the care of those who have served. I want to congratulate those at the Indiana Veterans Home on their 125th anniversary and offer my sincere gratitude for their continued service to Hoosier veterans and their families. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to mark 3 weeks since my constituent Danny Fenster, pictured here, was captured and imprisoned by the Burmese military simply for doing his job as a journalist. 22 days spent on the phone and with my arms wrapped around his traumatized but determined family. Upwards of 500 hours reading our community's outpouring of comments about Danny's dignity and his career of standing up for people around the world. I've called on ambassadors all throughout the region. I've called on our own State Department to ask why, what is the justification for our embassy not having access to our citizen? And they have no reason. It's a violation of international law and it's a violation of human rights. The U.S. Embassy needs access to Danny while we keep fighting for his immediate and unconditional release and to protect the freedom of the press. I will not stop fighting and our community will not stop fighting until we bring Danny home. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks as necessary.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, Latin America's dictators exploit their children just like they exploit their own people. The best example is Nicaragua's dictator, Daniel Ortega. Ortega leads his corrupt, oppressive, dictatorial regime along with his wife and vice president, Rosario Murillo. Their daughter, Camila Ortega, has dilapidated millions and millions of dollars from the Nicaraguan people, while her mother and father continue oppressing anyone who opposes them. 10 days ago, the United States government blacklisted Camila Ortega for corruption. She's officially sanctioned. Her bank accounts are frozen. No one can do business with her at this hour. She will no longer lavishly spend the people's money in the streets of Miami, my district, where I represent thousands and thousands of Nicaraguan exile community who fled her father's regime and his oppression. And from the floor of the United States Congress, from this floor, we ask the European Union and Canada to join America in holding Camila Ortega accountable. Ortega wants to steal the elections by jailing anyone who opposes him. But make no mistake, he and his family will pay for these atrocities. I yield back.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, it is with great admiration and pride that I rise to honor Sister Peg Spindler for her lifetime of service and dedication to the Sojourner Truth House in Gary, Indiana. After more than 24 years of service, Sister Peg will be retiring on July 1st as an executive director of the Women's Shelter. Sister Peg found her calling to sisterhood at a young age while growing up in Cedar Lake, Indiana. In November 1997, Sister Peg, along with the support of the Poor Handmaids of Jesus Christ, opened the doors to the Sojourner Truth House, which serves the true vulnerable populations, the homeless, the underserved, and the at-risk women and their children, with the goal of providing them the necessary tools and resources to improve their quality of life. After retiring, Sister Peg plans to visit Catholic parishes throughout the country to advocate on best practices to reduce carbon dioxide emissions and to combat the harmful effects of climate change on those the most vulnerable. Madam Speaker, I ask that you and my colleagues join me in honoring Sister Peg Spindler for her lifetime of leadership and tireless dedication to the most vulnerable of populations in her community. I yield back with that, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Without objection, I seek to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise to celebrate a life well lived. Frederick Aurelius Raleigh Evans passed away last month at the age of 94. After graduating high school in Tuscaloosa, he joined the Navy. After his service, he enrolled in Tulane and earned a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering. Following his college graduation, he joined the Air Force and became a fighter pilot, protecting Strategic Air Command while stationed in Sioux City, Iowa. Following his time in the military, he became employed as a test pilot for Hughes Aircraft and later worked for TRW. While working for TRW, he earned a PhD in aerospace engineering at UCLA, specializing in control systems theory. He was the lead guidance engineer at Cape Canaveral when John Glenn was put into orbit and designed the onboard computer's guidance system for the lunar lander. He also co-authored the formula to put Apollo on the moon and was present at Mission Control when Neil Armstrong took one giant leap for mankind. He eventually returned to Alabama, and I'm grateful for the contributions Raleigh made to our military, our space program, and the state of Alabama, and wish his family the best as they mourn the loss of this modest man who accomplished much. I yield.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
Good evening, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Today, I rise on behalf of the millions of Americans with disabilities. Millions of Americans who live in a major city with a major public transit system but are unable to utilize it because it's not accessible to them. If we want to build a world-class public transportation system in America, it has to start by ensuring every station, every bus, and train across our nation is equally accessible to everyone. That is why I introduced the All Stations Accessibility Act, or ASAP Act of 2021, which would establish a federal grant program to support transit authorities to upgrade stations to meet or exceed ADA accessibility standards. I'm pleased to say that we've secured this grant program in the Invest in America Act. Now I urge this body to pass that legislation so that we can better ensure our public transit services are for all riders, especially those with a disability. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute and revise and extend our remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In California, we're known for having a lot of marijuana grows, but we have to recognize this is still an illegal substance at the federal level. We have in my district, it's amazing, many hundreds of illegal hothouses that have been planted in Siskiyou County full of marijuana grows. Now, we haven't had much resources to help out up there until very recently, where our sheriff there took it upon himself to eradicate these grows. They go against the county ordinances there. They're going against other ordinances on water use, chemical use. They're using chemicals that are not even available to farmers, that have been a long time made illegal in this country and in the state of California. These grows cause irreparable damage to the environment, to wildlife, and are even dangerous to people that happen to traipse in there accidentally with the folks that are so heavily armed. They're cartels from out of the country that are in there doing this operation, all illegally. Why do we allow this to go on? These marijuana grows are dangerous, they're against the law. The federal government needs to be a stronger partner in backing the locals on eradicating these grows because of how much damage they do to the community, to the environment, to the wildlife, and to the overall feeling people have of their community up there.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Seek permission to address the House for 1 minute and rise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Earlier this year, Congress sprung into action to deal with the part of the economy that was hit perhaps hardest than any, the hospitality industry. Our restaurants, independent restaurants, suffered massive job losses. Congress responded with a restaurant rescue plan, $28.6 billion. The need was so overwhelming that the fund was totally subscribed in 3 days. We are working now, Madam Speaker, with H.R. 3807 to replenish that fund with a $60 billion allocation with bipartisan support with the House and the Senate. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this important legislation to replenish the fund and rescue our restaurants, which are the cornerstone of a livable community. Thank you, and I yield back.
Okay. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, our country is facing a crisis of our own making. Republicans and Democrats alike have contributed to the rampant spending in Washington over the last several decades. But it's time for someone to stand up and say enough is enough. I'm here tonight with some of the greatest minds in Congress to talk about our floor-ready plan to tackle wasteful spending and restore fiscal responsibility to the federal government. In December, Republican Study Committee Chairman Jim Banks asked me to lead the budget task force for the 117th Congress, and I gladly accepted. I put together a team of incredible fiscal conservatives to help prepare our fiscal year 22 budget. Thank you to these intelligent, hardworking colleagues for rising to the occasion, working diligently to meet our ambitious goals, and putting together a fine product that will serve all Americans. That's Chairman Jim Banks, Roger Williams, Trent Kelly, Ralph Norman, Ron Estes, Michael Cloud, Ben Klein, Byron Donalds, and Bob Good. Thank you, gentlemen. In addition to my task force members, I'd like to thank a man who is integral to the work of the task force and is a huge reason for the success of this final budget, Richard Stern. When I said yes to drafting the budget for FY22, I committed to creating a thorough, floor-ready budget that reflects the conservative values that gave us the greatest economy in the history of the world before the pandemic. I believe, as do my colleagues, that the pro-growth policies of the Trump administration are proven tactics to grow the economy and give Americans more control of their own money. Everyone in Washington seems to forget that we have no money of our own. Everything we appropriate in this chamber, every dollar, comes from the American taxpayers. None of it belongs to us. In the last year, we spent $7.6 trillion, largely due to an unprecedented global pandemic. The Biden administration has shown no sign of slowing down and is starting to alarm more than just conservatives. It's our responsibility to hold this administration accountable and prove to the American people that there's someone left on Capitol Hill who cares about our debts. We need to return to federalism, where the federal government, the state, and the individual have their own distinct roles. In order to combat aggressive spending, we need an aggressive plan. That brings us to this year's budget, aptly named Reclaiming Our Fiscal Future. President Trump's budget proposal to Congress would have balanced in 15 years. That was our starting point, and we knew we were capable of balancing in less than 10. I'm proud to say that our budget will balance in just 5 years. And many of you would ask, how is that even possible? There are two parts to that answer. The first part is due to changes in inflation and interest costs following the COVID-19 pandemic. The second is due to pro-growth policies like the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. When we give Americans more control of their own money, the result is market growth, wage growth, consumer confidence, and yes, increased revenues for the federal government. We're making provisions from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent, reducing the tax burden by $1.9 trillion, almost $16,000 per household. We're shielding the middle class from capital gains taxes, eliminating the death taxes, and repealing market-distorting tax carve-outs. Our budget is the most pro-life budget ever introduced, with 17 pieces of pro-life legislation included. Our budget stands strong for the issues Americans care about, and we're crystal clear about how to pay for it. We're securing our border and building the wall. We're protecting your Second Amendment rights. We're supporting our police officers and ensuring our communities remain safe for everyone. Our budget includes over 30 specific deregulation bills ensuring liberty for American job creators and workers alike. We're putting Medicare and Social Security on a path to solvency without cutting immediate benefits. Whether you call them earmarks or community project funding, we're getting rid of it for good, reforming the budget process to be transparent and effective. To put it simply, we're fighting for Main Street America. Tonight, you'll hear from many of my colleagues who helped shape this budget, whether as a member of the task force or by contributing legislation that's included in our budget. These members all have something very important in common, a deep respect for the American taxpayer. It's our job to ensure that Americans' tax dollars are being spent wisely, that the government is making every effort to prevent waste and promote efficiency. It's pretty clear this hasn't been the case in Washington for a long time. I'll now yield 5 minutes to my dear friend from Texas, 21st District, Chip Roy.
Well, I thank the gentleman from Oklahoma, and I appreciate his work on this important matter and my colleagues on the Republican Study Committee. I'm happy to be working on a task force to advance health care freedom, personalized health care, the ways that we know we believe we can get the American people to see the doctor of his or her choice without having to see an insurance bureaucrat or a government bureaucrat and be able to get access to care. And that's all germane, by the way, to this question of spending. But I think it's really important here, and I'm going to talk in a minute about how good I believe it is that we have a 5-year balanced budget that the Republican Study Committee has put forward, and proving that it can, in fact, be done. But let's talk for a minute about the irresponsible budgeting and spending of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Most Americans hear these large numbers and they don't know how to put them in context, right? What our national debt is, right? Over $28 trillion. But nobody knows what that means. It doesn't mean anything to the average person. We divide it and we say how much it is per person or family. Say how much, and I've got numbers in here, $226,000 per taxpayer, $85,000 per citizen. People still don't know what that means. If you set out to count to the $28.2 roughly trillion debt we have now, how long do you think that would take, Madam Speaker? 900,000 years if you counted one per second, one Mississippi. It'd take you 900,000 years to count to $28.2 trillion. It's just absurd. We are literally destroying the fiscal health of our country by the second. We're destroying it by the second. Our children and grandchildren are going to inherit this. But what's the real problem? We're killing our economy in the process. We're killing the American dream in the process. We're killing small businesses in the process. We just spent $6 trillion appropriated in the process of spending $6 trillion in a year in the name of COVID, as my friend from Oklahoma and my other colleagues well know. $6 trillion. And some of that was worthwhile. I think there was some PPP money in there that helped some small businesses I was happy to support. But $6 trillion? Would it interest the Madam Speaker to know that we spent $4.1 trillion for all of World War II in current dollars? All of World War II. From the very beginning, from Pearl Harbor all the way to the second bomb in Japan, $4 trillion over 3.5, 4 years. We just spent $6 trillion in a year effectively shutting down our economy, scaring the heck out of our children, forcing them to wear masks, shoving them into the corners of the classroom, forcing people not to go to the doctors of their choice, all so that Anthony Fauci could find himself on the cover of another magazine while perpetuating a whole lot of myths that scared the hell out of the American people. That's what just occurred over the last year. And what's the impact of that? Well, last week, the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that year-over-year consumer prices rose 5% in May. Anybody gone to go buy a sheet of plywood? 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. Anybody talking to the builders in your districts? How's their pipeline looking down the road? Anybody go talk to the small restaurants and businesses out there? They're devastated, unable to hire people. Why? Because we're paying people more not to work than to work. How many people do you talk to that are in your district that say, well, I've got a help wanted sign up and I can't get anybody to work? How is that going to bring back the economy and bring back jobs and bring back opportunity and bring back prosperity for the American people? And oh, by the way, how is it ever going to allow us to have any kind of fiscal responsibility as a nation? And that's what we're talking about here. And we're talking about a plan that Republicans are putting forward. Meanwhile, our Democratic colleagues have not passed a budget. We just had a deeming statement or whatever it is we adopted for $1.5 trillion just slid in this week. $1.5 trillion. It's like monopoly money. Nobody even understands what we're doing here. And so we've got a budget we'll put forward that balances in 5 years. Why don't we debate it? For all the C-SPAN viewers out there, look how many people are in the chamber. About, what, 10 of us? 10 members, 10 election certificates represented in here? Right? Why don't we have a bill on the floor? Why don't we debate it? How many Americans would love to hear that the People's House has not had an amendment offered on the floor of this chamber since May of 2016 in regular order, an open amendment? Congressman Roy offers an amendment to a bill. Not since May of 2016, 5 years. It's all done in committee and rules and some smoke room in the back up here. Just drop down, and then we all go up and we vote yes or no, and then we go out and give speeches. That's no way to govern. But the American people know how to balance their own budgets at home. Businesses know how to balance budgets, and yet this irresponsible government doesn't. I would implore my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to follow the great work of the Republican Study Committee and look at the budget that we put forward that balances in 5 years, bring it to the floor of the House, and allow us to have an open debate, go through the budget committee, go to the floor, and actually have a debate about the fiscal health and responsibility of this country so that our kids and grandkids can inherit the greatest country in the history of the world rather than $30 trillion of debt and leaving us crippled and unable to actually carry forward for the good of our country. I thank the gentleman from Oklahoma for his time.
I thank my colleague, and now I would like to yield 2 minutes to a new member, Mary Miller from Illinois' 15th Congressional District.
Thank you. I want to thank the Republican Study Committee for hosting this important special order. Our nation's taxpayers deserve to be respected when it comes to our federal budget. Fiscal responsibility is vital for a stable, strong, and long-lasting economy. Under the current administration and Democrat control in Congress, there are actual federal efforts being conducted at the taxpayer's expense to redefine gender and demonize traditional American values. We must put a stop to this nonsense, especially on the taxpayer's dime. I have always told my children the government has no money except for what they extract from the American people. The Republican Study Committee released a counter budget to the extremely irresponsible and radical budget that the Biden administration has put forth. This budget would balance our federal budget in 5 years, cut spending by $14.4 trillion over 10 years, incorporate 30-plus deregulatory legislative proposals, and reduce taxes by $1.9 trillion. The RSC budget will also adopt my bill, the Safety and Opportunity for Girls Act, to protect spaces for women and girls in schools. The bill would prevent the Title IX provisions in President Biden's executive order. It would limit them to being biological and genetic definition of sex. I support the RSC budget proposal because it treats the government's money as its own and works to promote all the best parts in America. Thank you, and I yield back.
I'd like to thank my colleague. Now I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the co-chair of the Border Caucus, my dear friend from Texas' 36th Congressional District, Congressman Babin.
Thank you very much, my good friend from Oklahoma, for having this special order tonight. Madam Speaker, my message tonight is simple. We're more than $28 trillion in debt and sinking fast. If we don't make drastic changes to the way we govern, we won't have a country left to govern. In 2011, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Mike Mullen, famously proclaimed that the national debt is the single greatest risk to our nation. When I was elected in 2014, 7 years ago, the national debt was $18 trillion. In just 7 years, Madam Speaker, we have increased the debt by more than $10 trillion. In fact, we've spent more in the last year than the annual economic production of every single country in the world, with the exception of our own, China and India. Shockingly, President Biden's only idea of how to deal with our rapidly increasing debt is to spend $6 trillion more. The President and my colleagues across the aisle throw the word trillion around like it's nothing. It's hard to contemplate the magnitude of a trillion, but think about this. 1 trillion seconds is around 32,000 years. Let that sink in. The left's out-of-control spending and blatant disregard for our future must absolutely be stopped. Our failure to do so will undoubtedly lead us down the road to economic ruin, which is exactly why the Republican Study Committees, the RSC's balanced budget is our best chance at reclaiming our fiscal future. I'm incredibly proud that one of my bills, the State and Local Pensions Accountability and Security Act, which prohibits the unelected bureaucrats at the Treasury Department or the Federal Reserve from bailing out irresponsible state or local government pension systems, was included in the RSC's final budget proposal. So let's eliminate the deficit, and let's balance the budget in the next 5 years as this does. Let's cut spending by $14.4 trillion over the next decade, and reduce taxes by $1.9 trillion and get our country back on the right track, and that's exactly what this budget proposal does. To quote my colleague from Alabama, Congressman Mo Brooks, he says, "Great nations weaken from within before they fall from without." Our future generations are counting on us to get this done. And so, Madam Speaker, thank you, and I yield back.
I'd like to thank my colleague, and now I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my colleague from Ohio's 8th Congressional District, Warren Davidson.
I thank my colleague for really the whole group of the Republican Study Committee working on this budget proposal because, frankly, this is an incredible threat to our nation's security. It's a threat to the U.S. dollar as our global reserve currency, and as the Fed continues to accommodate it, we are destroying the value of our dollar. This is an essential duty of our body here in the House of Representatives, and so it is an incredible honor to have 3 of the bills that I've drafted be included in the proposal. One is the CBO Show Your Work Act. Frankly, the Congressional Budget Office is our accounting office. Now imagine if you worked at a firm and you were on the board and you simply said, I want to see the books, and the accounting department said, no, we can't show it to you. They won't even show to regular members sometimes. They should show it to the whole public. They're doing the work on the behalf of the public. It's not a trade secret. It's not proprietary. They model our economy. Their scores have incredible consequences, and they need to show their work. Another one is the Global Trade Accountability Act. President Trump rightly put a lot of attention on trade, and it's right that Congress would reclaim some of its authority because when Congress doesn't enact a law, it doesn't endure. It pivots from administration to administration. It pulls the authority back to Congress where it lies in the Constitution, and it puts the president on a shot clock, and frankly, not the president so much as the people we negotiate against. Either come to the table and negotiate something within 90 days, or the authority goes away, and you have to change something 90 more days. And in general, until you agree, it's going to keep getting worse. Lastly, we have the Fair Representation Amendment, and that would say that when we apportion congressional districts, we apportion them based on the number of U.S. citizens. Frankly, rural America is being disenfranchised by counting non-citizens when we apportion representatives. Ohio's losing yet another representative, and that's not a partisan issue. It doesn't break on party lines. Frankly, Texas and California benefit by counting non-citizens, but it's hurting a lot of our country by not counting them. There are factors in terms of how we allocate dollars. Instead of dollars per citizen, we're allocating dollars per capita, and that sends more dollars to urban districts and fewer dollars to rural districts. It's important work. I thank the committee. I thank particularly Mr. Hern for his work leading it, and I yield.
I'd like to thank the gentleman. Now I'd like to recognize our dear friend from the great state of Louisiana, Clay Higgins, for 2 minutes.
Bless you, sir, for your kindness. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of America's fiscal future as it is envisioned in the RSC budget. For the first time since I've been here in 5 years, we have managed to assemble a very reasonable path forward to fiscal stability for our country. I have language in this bill reflective of the crisis at the border. My legislation, H.R. 2729, the Finish the Wall Act, is included in the language of the underlying bill. On President Biden's first day in office, he halted the use of border security funds allocated by Congress, ended all ongoing construction of the border wall, and implemented very weak border policies that have had dire consequences for our nation. We have had over 1 million illegal crossings thus far this year. In history, it has never been this high. We've had surges here and there, 2014, 2019, yes, under various administrations for various reasons, but we've never had 1.1 million crossings, illegal crossings into our country. Our border has created layers of crisis, and we must deal with it. We must act. We must force action from our executive. The debt that we face as a nation is crippling, and the generations yet unborn will not survive a $31 trillion debt that we're looking at right now. America will not
continue to exist as we know it with that type of crippling debt. But we won't get there. We won't get to our grandchildren and great-grandchildren as a strong American nation if we allow the sovereignty of America to be destroyed in the course of one presidential term. We are trending over 2 million illegal crossings this year. We cannot allow this to happen. I urge my colleagues to take a reasonable look at the RSC budget, and I yield.
I'd like to thank the gentleman. Now I'd like to yield 2 minutes to our new colleague from Iowa's 4th Congressional District, Randy Fenstra.
Thank you, Congressman Hern. Madam Speaker, I rise today to discuss Sarah's Law, a bicameral bill I introduced along with Senator Joni Ernst from Iowa. Our proposal was named in honor of Sarah Root, a 21-year-old girl who, after her graduation that night, was killed by an illegal immigrant the illegal immigrant was drunk and drag racing. He posted bond. ICE did not detain him, and he left the country, never to be seen from again. The bill would require authorities to keep illegal immigrants in custody if they have been charged with a crime that has resulted in death or serious bodily injury. I am pleased that my proposal was included in the Republican Study Committee budget. After all, budgets reflect priorities. And given the crisis at our border, it is crucial that we implement tougher immigration policies that protect Iowans and protect Americans. Border encounters have hit an all-time high in the last 2 decades, with over 180,000 encounters in the month of May, and last year we had only 23,000. Yet, President Biden's bloated $6 trillion budget proposal does not include a single cent more for Homeland Security. Unlike Vice President Harris, the administration's self-appointed border czar, I went to the border. I heard directly from law enforcement officers. We need to ensure that we have resources that they can do and work and make their jobs. We need to start enacting stricter immigration and border security policies that address this crisis. At the very least, we can all agree that neither American citizens nor illegal immigrants should ever be able to evade the law. Sarah's Law would ensure illegal immigrants cannot escape justice simply due to immigration policies loopholes. I urge my colleagues to support the Republican Study Committee's budget. It's a fantastic budget, and I yield back.
I'd like to thank my colleague. Madam Chair, may I ask what our time remaining is?
The gentleman has 35 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to one of our newest members, Bob Good from Virginia's 5th Congressional District. He's also a task force member that gave us a tremendous amount of input on our process, and I want to thank him for his work. It was a 5-month journey that we went through to arrive at this budget, and a lot of sleepless nights, and I really appreciate your input and your thoughts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to Congressman Hern for your work as chairman of the Republican Study Committee Budget Task Force in leading this effort, and also would like to thank RSC Chairman Jim Banks for his outstanding leadership overall of the RSC. This team has done remarkable work to try to keep money where it belongs in the wallets of the hardworking taxpayers. This RSC budget proposal would balance the federal budget within 5 years of implementation, and I'm thrilled to say that it is the most pro-life budget ever. The RSC budget would cut federal spending by $14.4 trillion over 10 years and cut taxes by $1.9 trillion. In fact, it reduces the burden on American taxpayers by nearly $16,000 per household. Unlike Biden's budget buster, this budget prioritizes American families and hardworking taxpayers. I'm proud to have served as a member of this RSC Budget Task Force, and this budget is historic for 2 reasons. First, it unapologetically and unequivocally affirms the conservative values that we were elected to fight for. Second, it courageously addresses our unsustainable entitlement programs, preserves and protects our commitment to American seniors and those nearing retirement, builds the framework for responsible fiscal management, and secures the future for younger generations of Americans. The RSC budget contains many of the conservative principles that I have fought for since my first day in office nearly 6 months ago. From protecting people of faith from government intrusion, to shielding small businesses from the heavy hand of government regulations, to putting the needs of our students before the teachers' unions, this RSC budget contains many pieces of legislation that I've personally introduced, including my ALERT Act, which will require monthly updates from executive agencies about any rules they're working on, including the cost to taxpayers of those regulations. My Article 1 Regulatory 1 Budget Act would restore direct, accountable congressional control of the federal regulatory system, as the founders intended, and require a budget from the president for all regulatory costs, similar to the annual budget for other taxes and spending. My Right to Earn a Living Act would prevent Congress from subsidizing costly lockdown policies like those handed down by state and local Democrat officials. As a free market conservative, I know there's no better way to stimulate our economy than by opening it up and turning the American people loose. Congress cannot continue bailing out the poorly run states whose economies have been devastated by these lockdown orders. My Protecting Religion from Government Act seeks to preserve all Americans' First Amendment rights by allowing citizens to sue state or local governments that seek to prevent or regulate religious services. Government has no constitutional authority over religion. My Students Before Unions Act would put children first and make COVID funding contingent upon the transparency of local teachers' unions. And my bill to repeal the Jim Crow-era Davis-Bacon Act that requires the federal government to pay the prevailing wage would end this inexcusable long-held practice that drives up the price for taxpayer-funded construction and eliminates opportunities for hardworking Americans. And finally, my SHUSH Act would deregulate firearm suppressors at the federal level and preempt state laws that regulate, tax, or prohibit the possession of suppressors. No constitutional right should be at risk to public opinion or subject to regulatory and tax burdens. As a freshman, I'm truly grateful and humbled to have so many of my bills included in this budget, second only to the number submitted by our chairman, Jim Banks. At $28 trillion of debt that we have now, that equates to about $85,000 per American citizen. Every time we recklessly and foolishly spend another $1 trillion, that's about $10,000 per household. This is unsustainable. The majority in this administration is at best economically and fiscally illiterate and incompetent, or at worst, they are intentionally crushing our financial future and our very republic. Our work on this conservative budget shows that it's possible to do what the Democrats seem to find impossible: balance the budget through practical solutions that put American taxpayers first while preserving the values that have made this the greatest country in history. Thank you, Chairman Hern, for your leadership in crafting this budget that deserves a vote in the House Budget Committee and on this very floor so the American people can see if their representatives are serious about fighting inflation and restoring our fiscal sanity. And I yield back.
I'd like to thank my colleague. And Madam Chair, Speaker Pelosi reminded us about 3 years ago. She infamously said, "Show me your budget and I'll show you your values." That phrase, that statement has been used so many times by leaders talking about budgets. In America, individuals have budgets, counties have budgets, communities have budgets, cities have budgets, schools have budgets, businesses have budgets, states have budgets. The United States of America has gone 3 years now without a budget from the Budget Committee that's ran by my colleagues from the Democrat Party, the people in power. We have a budget that we're asking to get on the floor, a budget that is built on the pro-growth policies that we saw 16 months ago yield the greatest economy in our lifetime. The lowest unemployment rate, the most people employed of all diversity, of all ethnicities, of all countries of origin, women, African American, Hispanic, everywhere, people seeing the greatest jobs they'd ever seen. Double-digit increases in the lowest earning wage earners among us. We know these policies work. This budget builds upon them. The American people are demanding that we be accountable for the dollars they send us. What we're seeing now in the budget that was just put out by the President in a piecemeal fashion is a budget that sends jobs overseas, that destroys jobs in our energy-producing companies, some of the highest wage earners we have in this country. We see our defense budget being cut below the inflation rate. And as we speak about inflation, the President promised the American people that he wouldn't raise taxes on anybody making less than $400,000 a year. Friends, I will tell you, the greatest hidden tax in America is inflation. And what we're seeing right now is inflation rising at an annualized rate of 5, 6, and 7% that scans and spans everybody in America, on top of the proposed tax increases that the President is talking about. He's looking at changing the tax rates for our multinational companies, our companies that were starting to move jobs back to America, and now we're seeing a deal that's being struck by Secretary Yellen to try to take the G7 to tax our companies to the point that we're going to see jobs leave our country and return back to where they moved their headquarters overseas to lower tax nations. To my colleagues out there, all we're asking for is to put a budget on the floor, our budget, to get your vote, to be responsible to the American taxpayers so that we can see once and for all where everyone is on doing the right thing for the American taxpayers. For all of my colleagues that join us tonight, what we've heard over the last hour was a clear vision for America, an outline of how conservatives intend to govern. It is sad that we have to call it a conservative budget. It's a budget for the American people. This is the future of our nation. This is the hope of democracy. And before I finally close, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my dear colleague, a member of the task force, to give his thoughts on what he saw and worked on our budget. My dear friend from Kansas, Ron Estes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the Republican Study Committee for hosting this special order hour. Today, our nation's debt is more than $28 trillion. $28 trillion. With a number that large, it's hard to really understand how much taxpayer money we're really talking about. Well, $28 trillion is $1 million 28 million times. Or another way to think about it is it's 28 with 12 zeros behind it. Spending far beyond our means and watching the debt clock grow astronomically higher has real implications for the future of our country and for our citizens. While many out there would like to believe that we can go on spending without some sort of restraint doesn't have any consequences, common sense tells us that's not true. Because of overspending, the debt held by Americans has already eclipsed the size of our economy and will top 200% of the GDP by 2051. Every American, adult and child, bear a burden of more than $85,000. The problem is so stark that our country spends about $800 million per day on interest payments alone. The net interest cost for taxpayers financing this debt will skyrocket from 1.4% of GDP, about $300 billion, this year to 8.6% of GDP. That would be more than 2.5 times higher than what the U.S. currently spends on defense as a percent of our GDP. Another way to look at this problem is through the lens of any family budget and take away some zeros. Let's say in 2020, an individual made $34,000. That same person spent $65,000, meaning they spent $31,000 they didn't have. And they also had a credit card with $280,000 already on it and growing. This would clearly be absurd and unsustainable, yet somehow that's how the federal government operates. Madam Speaker, American families understand that we should tackle the spending problem first and live within our means. This has to be the focus of our body. It's our duty and our responsibility to those we represent. We've got to tackle the out-of-control spending before it brings down this great nation. We need to stop mortgaging our grandkids' future just to sustain and spend our lifestyle today. Madam Speaker, we need to do the hard work now to address our spending, balance the budget, and fiscally secure our nation for future generations. Our constituents deserve it. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Kansas. Madam Chair, the Biden administration has put themselves on the side of big government, big taxes, and big bureaucracy. To paraphrase the great President Ronald Reagan, he said, "You can't be for big government and still fight for the little guy." Our budget is a clear outline for middle and working class Americans that their government hasn't left them behind. We have a plan, and it will benefit all Americans. I'm proud of the budget we put together this year, and I'm ready to defend it in front of any committee and any member of this House. We've spent the last hour talking about conservative principles, but I want to make it clear that this budget is not just for conservatives. It's not just for Republicans. It's a budget for all Americans. It doesn't matter if your children grow up to be Republicans or Democrats. They'll be paying for our debts regardless, long after we're gone. That's why it's important to have leaders who are thinking about our grandchildren and great-grandchildren's future. It's clear that Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, and Chuck Schumer would rather auction off that future in order to pay for an unpopular, radical agenda. The American people need to know that we are the captains of this ship, and we will not let economic doomsday destroy America's future. Fiscal responsibility does not have to be partisan, which is why I'm calling on my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to help us bring this budget to the floor for a vote. Thank you again to everyone who supported this budget tonight and to everyone who helped us put it together. Madam Chair, I yield back the remaining of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair lays before the House the following personal request.
Leave of absence requested for Mr. DeFazio of Oregon for today.
Without objection, the request is granted. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Bowman, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader. Mr. Bowman.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection, so ordered.
Tonight, I am pleased to be joined by many of my colleagues in the Congressional Progressive Caucus to talk about the long overdue investment we need to make in the care economy, something that our infrastructure has always relied upon. I introduced the Care for All agenda earlier this spring, calling for the federal government to dramatically expand and strengthen the care economy. The American Families Plan outlines the next step we need to take to get there, which must include improving work conditions and compensation for care workers nationwide. The care economy impacts all of us, our children, elderly loved ones, family members with disabilities, child care workers, home health aides, nurses, and so many more. Care is something we all need at different stages in our lives. The care economy includes our essential workers who put their lives on the line every day during the most devastating global pandemic in a century. Many of us will be caregivers ourselves if we haven't been one yet. Ask any working family about how hard it's been to find affordable, quality child care even before COVID. Ask a child care worker if they can afford to send their own child to the center they work at. Ask any one of the vast majority of workers who do not have paid family and medical leave how hard it is to care for a loved one who is ill while holding on to their job. Ask anyone who qualifies for long-term care under Medicaid but has been unable to access it due to the healthcare workforce shortage. Ask a home health aide how much they make hourly, and the need to redesign our care infrastructure will become abundantly clear. Just as our physical infrastructure is crumbling, the United States today suffers from a lack of care infrastructure. These two truths are intertwined. Our crumbling infrastructure disproportionately harms Black, brown, indigenous, and low-income communities. The negative health impacts arising from fossil fuel use, industrial pollution, and toxic materials in our homes and schools are literally making us sick. We need to invest in eliminating carbon emissions, and we also need to invest in the caregivers we are counting on to heal us now. We're calling for a broader shift to a society based on care for the people, communities, and the planet we share. We are still grieving more than 600,000 lives lost to COVID in our country, many of them caregivers themselves. In this last year, we saw how badly we need a robust care economy and what happens when our investment in care doesn't match our needs. I know that for some, talking about caregiving as infrastructure sounds like a new idea and a nice to have. None of this work is new, and all of it is necessary. I've heard directly from New Yorkers who rely on caregivers every day, like a constituent of mine in Westchester who was born with dystrophic dysplasia and wrote in about how we need to do better by our caregivers and pay them a living wage. Now in her 50s, she qualifies for Medicaid and needs home-based care. The home health aide who cares for her has to work 2 additional jobs to make ends meet. That should give us all pause. One of the biggest champions for caregivers and domestic workers, Ai-jen Poo, said that the definition of infrastructure is that which enables society and the economy to function. So what is more fundamental than the ability to take care of our loved ones? Caregiving is almost always provided by women, and especially Black and brown women. This work has historically been made invisible, which creates opportunities for the exploitation and poverty wages many of our caregivers face without protection or recourse. When it comes to finding care, millions of families are left with no option but to figure it out, which we know so often means women not taking paid work in order to provide unpaid care for their own families. The American Families Plan will help us bring the care economy out of the shadows with key investments in child care, paid leave, Medicaid, home and community-based services, and more. This goes so much deeper than making it possible for families to enter and remain in the workforce. We need to ask ourselves what kind of systems and structures we want in place, not only for people to survive, but also to thrive and reach their full potential. Given how common it is to need care and not get it, we must ask ourselves, are we, as a nation, structured to listen? Are we structured to care? We need to listen to the caregivers and the families who rely on them so that we make the most powerful investments that will not only boost our economy, but also allow us to heal and truly move forward as a society. We need to rebuild our nation with a new foundation, a foundation rooted in love, care, and equality. That's the kind of thinking we need in the infrastructure package. And now I'm pleased to yield to my other colleagues who will highlight other critical care economy needs. I yield to my friend, the gentle lady from Washington and the chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you so much, Congressman Bowman, for yielding to me and also for your tremendous leadership in the Progressive Caucus. We are so proud to welcome you into the Progressive Caucus, into Congress, and to have the benefit of your tremendous experience in education, in caregiving, on so many fronts. And I'm so proud to co-sponsor your care resolution with you. I think it's a very important statement. I'm also very proud to be here as the chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. This is our special order hour that we get to devote to any topic that we want. And today, it is a real privilege and an honor to devote it to the American Families Plan. Why? Because the American Families Plan and the American Jobs Plan are what this country needs and what this country wants. Democrats, Republicans, and independents across the country have said clearly that they are ready for a big, bold investment that allows America to build back better. That is what the president has proposed. Because, Madam Speaker, at the core of any society is how we care and look out for each other. And that reality was made undeniably clear as we've struggled to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic with over 600,000 deaths. And at the root of our recovery is how we look out for each other, how we give each other opportunity, how we ensure that America truly is a country where we're all better off when we're all better off. For me, coming to this country by myself at the age of 16, now getting to serve in the United States Congress as the first South Asian American woman, I have watched how too many people across America do not have that opportunity. They do not have the investments that we as a federal government should make in order for them to be successful. Now, our care economy is broad. I'm not just talking about essential healthcare providers like nurses and doctors who cared for patients struck by COVID-19. I'm talking about the broader care infrastructure, and that includes childcare, it includes home and community care services, and it includes providing everyone with basic paid family and medical leave and more. The American Families Plan also includes investing in health care for everyone across America, investing in education, the kind of education that gave me my opportunity to come here. We need to provide that 2 years of free community college or college for people across this country so that they can get the additional skills they need. We need to invest in housing. And of course, we need to invest in this broader care economy. At the end of the day, our American Families Plan, the President's American Families Plan, the Jobs Plan, has to be about every person across this country, working class, poor, people who are seeking opportunity, people who deserve to have the American dream that is no more, to make sure that every person, white, black, and brown, with understanding that the disproportionate burden of our inequities and racial injustices in the United States have fallen on black, brown, and indigenous people, we need to make sure that all people are taken care of and have opportunity. Care infrastructure is the critical infrastructure that allows our families and communities to thrive and stay healthy. Take, for instance, the home care workers across the country that have been serving on the front lines of the pandemic. For those most vulnerable to COVID, such as people with disabilities and seniors, home care workers were often the difference between life and death. Home care workers allowed many of those most vulnerable to avoid congregate settings like nursing and group homes that saw high spread of COVID. And yet this critical workforce shrunk by 280,000 people at the beginning of the pandemic, despite an increasing need for home care services. That is why the Biden administration has proposed investing $400 billion to expand the home care workforce, something I was very proud to help negotiate last year as part of our Unity Task Force on Health Care. But we can't stop there, and the Families Plan doesn't stop there. The American Families Plan also recognizes that the majority of caregivers, as Mr. Bowman said, are women and disproportionately women of color. Many of them are responsible for care at home, which is a huge reason why we've seen women forced out of the workforce in record numbers. In December of 2020 alone, women accounted for nearly all of the jobs lost, with a disproportionately high number of job losses coming from women of color. That is why we need robust investments in universal child care. No family, regardless of income, should pay more than 7% of their income on child care. And we have to eliminate administrative barriers like work requirements that make it much more difficult for low-income, white, black, brown, and indigenous people to access child care. Finally, we have to ensure strong labor standards for this care workforce. We cannot entrust people to care for the most valuable people in our lives and deny them a living wage, the right to join a union, and paid leave. Workers give our loved ones dignity. They give so many of us the ability to work outside of our homes to support our families. As we talk about domestic workers, and I'm so proud to have the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights that I've introduced into Congress, let's remember that this care work is the work that allows all other work to be possible. So this is an important moment for us to pass the American Families Plan, to invest in education, to invest in health care, to lower the Medicare eligibility age, to take on prescription drugs, and to invest in this oh so important care economy. It's time to deliver for the American people so we continue to build back better and ensure that everyone has the support they need. I thank you, Mr. Bowman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Jayapal. I now yield to my friend, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
I thank the gentleman from New York. We are indeed friends. Both were teachers. Mr. Bowman, a principal. We are educators at heart. So I thank you for yielding. To recover from one of the worst economic crises we've faced as a nation, we must invest in families, our care economy, and our nation's child care. For most American families, quality child care and preschool is unaffordable. In Riverside County, where my district, the 41st District of California, is located, it's unavailable. My district is a child care desert. My constituents do not have child care locations available, and even if eligible, to help them care for their children while they attend school or work. It doesn't have to be this way, and it shouldn't be this way. In fact, we should use our path toward recovery as an opportunity to address the disparities communities like mine have been facing when it comes to affordable child care options. The American Families Plan will secure universal access to preschool and will expand the supply of quality child care options for all families. Studies have proven that quality preschool will positively impact children's cognitive, behavioral, and social-emotional development that is critical for their long-term success and mental health. If we are serious about investing in our children's education, we must provide universal preschool and affordable child care for every child in need. Investing in preschool and affordable child care will not only help our children, but it will also greatly benefit our workforce. As more preschools and child care centers are available, more families can get back to work without worrying about their child's well-being. This is our opportunity to help struggling families and take bold action to create a just and equitable post-COVID economy. I urge my colleagues to invest in our care economy by supporting the American Families Act. We just can't go back to the way things were before. We have to be bold and act with urgency to give families and parents access to the resources they need to help our country bounce back stronger than ever before. And let me just close with a short anecdote, a short story. It just happened on the weekend, the Friday before the Memorial Day weekend. I, as chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee, joined Secretary McDonough to in a ceremony to honor our nation's veterans at the Quantico Cemetery. And I met the commander of the base, which has responsibility for not just the Marine base that is there, but also the FBI training center. There's a number of different facilities that are sort of associated with the base. And he told me, we just got in the chat, and I wasn't fishing for any sort of answers from him or any information, but I said, what's been your biggest challenge in terms of reopening your base? And he said, Congressman, he said, quite surprisingly to me, the biggest challenge has been childcare. That is what has held us back, and that's been my biggest challenge as a base commander. And I said, do you think other base commanders across this country have had the same challenge? And he said, yes. So, you know, this challenge of providing quality childcare and preschool is something that is really holding our road to recovery back, and it's slowing it down. And the American Families Plan is a sound and substantive answer to meeting this challenge. Mr. Bowman, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Takano. I now yield to my friend, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the gentleman from the great state of New York for his leadership in such a short period of time of what he has demonstrated to all of us about being a leader, and I applaud you for this. I am pleased to join with my colleagues in the Progressive Caucus as we continue to advocate for President Biden's American Family Plan and investing in the care economy. That means things like funding for high quality, affordable child care, including universal pre-K, making sure that child care costs do not exceed 7% of income for working families, ensuring that child care workers, who are largely women and people of color, have a $15 minimum wage. Let me repeat that. Ensuring that child care workers, who are largely women and people of color, have a $15 minimum wage. A meaningful investment in Medicare home and community-based services, which would help workers in home care industry. Everyone would like to say they are pro-family and pro-children. This is the chance to prove it. Earlier this month, I joined with SEIU members in Philadelphia to rally for passing the $400 billion for caring. I told them funding for child care and other caregiving is essential. And since we actually want people to be able to go back to work, we started this a year off big and bold with $1.9 trillion in the American Rescue Plan. That was a big step in the right direction. It was a down payment. The American people voted in office a Democratic president, a Democratic Senate, and a House Senate. As we promised to build back better, they expect us to do more than just reset the calendar to February 2020. The old normal wasn't so great for millions of Americans, including many of Philadelphians I represent. They deserve better than the old normal. The American families could do a lot better to deliver on our promise. Let's get it done. And again, I want to thank Mr. Bowman for his leadership and the importance of this leadership and all of the members of the Progressive Caucus to demonstrate how we're going to lead the charge. I thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Bowman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Evans. I now yield to my friend, the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Omar.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, as our country recovers from this devastating pandemic, it is critical we prioritize our families. All working families deserve to thrive, and that starts with ensuring high-quality, affordable childcare. This is a generational opportunity to invest in affordable, quality care for all children, and I urge my colleagues not to let it go to waste. Right now, the average cost of childcare for children under 5 is around $10,000 a year. This amount is even higher for infants. In my home state of Minnesota, we have some of the highest childcare costs in the nation, ranking 4th in the country. A minimum wage worker working full-time in my district in Minneapolis would have to work 30 weeks to cover the cost of childcare for one infant. This is unconscionable. As a mom, I know how difficult it can be to find affordable childcare options and how a lack of childcare impacts all aspects of life, including the ability to graduate from college while taking care of young children, or even the ability to find a job and thrive. We need universal childcare and pre-K for all families, and we need to pay our childcare workers a living wage. Ensuring affordable, quality care for every child and family would stimulate the economy and have a lasting benefit for children's development and growth. The American Families Plan moves us closer to this goal by investing in universal preschool, ensuring childcare costs do not exceed 7% of income for working families, and guarantees childcare workers make a $15 minimum wage. I urge my colleagues to ensure that women and families are not left behind in our recovery. Families across America are counting on us to do the right thing. Thank you, and I yield back to my good friend from New York, Mr. Bowman.
Thank you so much, Ms. Omar. I now yield to my brother, the gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Kai Kalehi.
Mahalo also to my brother and my freshman colleague from New York. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak about something really important in our country, and that's the American Families Plan. Today I rise in support of our nation's students, the future of America, an engaged generation of young Americans working to create a better future for our country. We must stand with them, and the time is now to do that as they embark on their journey to unlock their potential and achieve their dreams. But that journey starts with a quality education and the opportunity for higher education, the great equalizer in our society. Now, our children wield tremendous potential and remind us to dream big. However, too many of our students do not have that opportunity because of the high costs of public higher education, skyrocketing tuition, application fees, student fees, overpriced textbooks, meal plans, dorm plans, all contribute to $1.4 trillion in crushing student debt and are barriers preventing all of America's children from pursuing higher education. The American Families Plan will change that. The American Families Plan will enable the opportunity for every student across the country to obtain a degree or certificate through a community college for free. The American Families Plan is built to invest in our children from early childhood through post-secondary education. Most importantly, this plan recognizes the importance of investing in access to community college. Each year, thousands of students in my home state of Hawaii benefit from community colleges across our islands. But unfortunately, just 50% of those students are able to complete a post-secondary degree of any kind within 6 years of enrolling. And as a product of community college myself and an educator, I know how these public institutions can positively impact our most disadvantaged communities, which is why for so long I have fought to remove barriers to higher education. The American Families Plan will redefine access to education, taking the long overdue step of ensuring 2 years of free community college for all students. This opportunity will invest in the future of our students, prepare them to compete and succeed in a highly competitive global economy, and level the playing field. Every child in our country deserves the opportunity to live the American dream, But in order to achieve that, we must believe, all of us must believe, that we all have a stake in each other's prosperity. President Biden's vision in the American Family Plan is a defining moment in our nation's history and will give American children a head start and pave the way for the best educated generation in U.S. history. America's students have an amazing opportunity to pursue education beyond high school. Let us give them that opportunity. Mahalo, Madam Speaker, my colleague from New York, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kahele. I will get that right. I now yield to my friend and colleague, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Thank you so much, Representative Bowman. It's great to stand here with you, with our colleague Jan Schakowsky, with Mr. Kahele, with all of our brothers and sisters in the Congress to say that we can and we must and we will do so much better right now for our working parents, our workers, our kids. You know, as we recover from the pandemic and build back better, we can't forget about the people who make up what we call the care economy. Nursing home workers, home caregivers, child care providers, and others who work every day to better the lives of other people. Why is care work so important? The care economy has been central to my own life. I started my career helping nursing home workers organize with SEIU. But I think most parents can tell you about the importance of childcare in their own words. Personally, I think back to the birth of my first son, Kobe, and how much those early years were spent juggling schedules with my wife to raise our son. I'd stay home with the baby during the day so Mary could teach in public school, and then she'd rush home and tap in while I took law school classes in the afternoon and evening. Ultimately, we had 3 kids under 5 in the house, and later 4 kids altogether. It was so joyful and so exhilarating, but it was challenging, and there's just no way we could have done it alone. Providing quality child care to every family in this country means providing every parent the opportunity to cherish raising their child or their children without fear of losing their income, of losing their job, of losing their career. Right now in Michigan, a year's worth of child care for an infant costs well over $10,000 on average. Who can afford that? A record number of women have dropped out of the workforce during the pandemic. From August to September last year alone, in 1 month, 865,000 women left the workforce. They didn't become unemployed. They left the workforce because of their responsibility for caregiving. And job gains in the recovery so far are disproportionately going to men. In this crisis, we have an opportunity to build back better and right this historic inequity. President Biden's American Families Plan and its investment in child care won't just save families money by fully or partially covering their child care costs. It will also create good-paying jobs that will go predominantly to women and people of color. The poverty rate for early educators in my state of Michigan is 18.9%, much higher, almost double, compared to the 10.8% rate for Michigan workers overall. Nearly half of U.S. child care workers receive public income support. These statistics are totally unacceptable. We need to take better care of the people taking care of our children and our seniors. And we can start by raising their wages to $15 an hour by 2025 with no subminimum wages. That will lead to higher quality care and allow workers to provide for their own families. And let's remember, high-quality child care and preschool don't just benefit working parents and the workers involved, they benefit our kids most of all. The data on the return on investment of investing in early education, in childcare, is overwhelming in terms of these kids' whole lives, their academic accomplishment, their earnings later in life. So there's so much at stake, and we can't afford to let childcare become a bargaining chip in the next round of negotiations. Strengthening families, creating jobs, and giving kids the support they need to thrive should be a centerpiece of our work, not an afterthought. And I'm thrilled that the President's plan recognizes that. Our work in this space won't end once we get the American Families Plan signed into law. I believe we need to create a system of free, universal child care, and that our caregivers deserve far better pay, benefits, training, and protection across the board. The American Families Plan is a great start and brings us closer to that goal. Let's get it done. Mr. Bowman, thanks so much for your leadership in this, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you so much, Mr. Levin. I now yield to my friend, the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
Thank you, Congressman Bowman. I really appreciate your organizing this on behalf of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, which I'm so proud to be a member of, and I really am grateful to you. Let me just say this in no uncertain terms. Care infrastructure is infrastructure, and it is especially true for women whose opportunities are often limited because we don't really have an working care economy right now. You know, every single day, nearly 10,000 people turn 65 years old in the United States of America. And yet, we do not have in the United States a long-term care policy. Think of that. And the United States of America does not have a real long-term care policy. Every family tries to figure out for itself, what are we going to do when grandma and grandpa get older? What are we going to do when I get older? What's the plan? Most people, when they retire or have to retire, actually don't have enough money to really make the kinds of decisions that need to and will come up. Am I going to need, of the people who turn 65, between 50 and 70% at that time need some sort of support or care. And where does that come from? Let me be clear, it mostly comes from women. There's a sociologist who says many countries have a safety net. The United States has women. Paid and unpaid caregivers are women. Let's talk about the paid caregivers first. People who work in nursing homes, people who work in home care. They make an average of about $12 an hour with no benefits. You can't live on that. They certainly can't plan for their retirement and for someone to care, to pay for someone to care for them. And so what do? It's pretty clear what has to be done, and actually the Biden administration has actually begun to do it, because everyone should be able to provide and care for their families at any age, for child care, and certainly for long-term care for the elderly, which is a particular concern of mine. I am the co-chair of the Democratic Caucus for long-term, for families and for the elderly, and I'm proud of that, coming up with proposals that are going to help our elderly. It is projected that right now we need we will need about 4 million additional caregivers, people who are either paid or unpaid, by 2028. That's just really around the corner. 4 million, we do not have enough. So first of all, we have to pay the workers a living wage. Now, President Biden has come up with a plan for $400 billion for home and community-based care. That's a lot of money, and it can be a game changer. And the idea is to be able to provide more money, more wages for those who suit up every day and go to work, and during the pandemic, often in very dangerous situations where they don't have enough of the PPE, the personal protective equipment to take care of them and protect them against the virus. They suit up every day and go to work and can barely take care of their own families. And what about all the women who have had to leave the workforce because they did not have anyone to care for their children or for their parents or both? The sandwich generation, who has to worry about making sure that they have someone to care for their children and someone who will help them to take care of their elderly relatives. That burden has fallen on women who have ended up having to leave the workforce. And so we need to act now. We need to act to fill this gap, to have a real program for long-term care, to have real help for child care, so that women can go to work, to care for their families, to have the income that it really takes. This is not rocket science. It is that we need to pay attention. We need to have the policies in place. We need to have the infrastructure in place, the plan on how we're going to deliver the care that is needed. And without it, we will not be able to move forward economically in this country. And certainly women will especially pay the price. And often it's women that are low income, women of color that suffer. And so I am happy that we are seeing the Biden administration, we are seeing the Democrats, we are seeing the progressives move forward with that plan that will actually provide the infrastructure we need. And let me just end again by saying that care infrastructure is infrastructure. And I yield back to you, Mr. Bowman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Schakowsky. I now yield to my friend and sister, the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley.
Thank you. Thank you to the gentleman from New York, my friend and colleague, for convening us this evening. Care work is the backbone of our nation's economy. Yet for too long, policymakers have failed to make the critical investments needed to ensure that everyone at all stages of life has access to the high-quality care they need and deserve, and that our care workers are compensated for their essential work with livable wages. Their work is essential, and so too are their lives. I rise today on behalf of our nation's care workers, whose labor continues to be undervalued, undermined, and unprotected, despite its essential role in our society. I rise to lend my voice to the thousands of care workers, disproportionately Black and brown women, who spend hours upon hours meeting the care needs of others, children, the elderly, and people with disabilities. Caregivers often juggling work while also providing care for their own families and struggling to cover the most basic of needs. I want to take a moment to speak specifically on the critical role of home and community-based services. During the COVID-19 crisis and long before, these services have been a lifeline, supporting people from all walks of life with critical medical care in their home or community. This is an issue of quality care, of healthcare justice, of disability justice, and of liberty. Again, throughout the pandemic, home and community-based services were a lifeline for so many, but the infrastructure needs resources. The Biden administration has proposed a historic investment in HCBS to meet the scale of the need and demand. This proposed investment is an investment in healthcare justice, but also an investment in human infrastructure, in our essential workers. We must make these services readily available and compensate our home care workers, the majority of whom are women of color, with a living wage. To build back better, we must center the people. We must invest in our communities and affirm that a better world is possible, a more just world where every person can thrive. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to legislate our values and to create a more just and caring America that takes care of everyone who calls this great nation home. Passing a robust infrastructure package that affirms care is infrastructure would leave a profound legacy. Today, on the floor of the House of Representatives, we reaffirm our commitment to building a nation where every person can live and thrive with dignity. As we craft a legislative response that actualizes that vision, we must make plain that what is needed in this moment of unprecedented economic crisis is bold, intentional legislation that recognizes the dignity and humanity of all workers and affirms the right to meaningful, dignified work and a livable wage. Earlier this year, I introduced a congressional resolution calling for a federal job guarantee, which would provide every person in America with an enforceable legal right to a quality job. Extending beyond a project-based approach, our resolution calls for the creation of federal jobs on projects that meet long-neglected community, physical, and human infrastructure needs, such as delivering high-quality care for children and seniors, building and sustaining 21st century transit systems, strengthening our neighborhoods, and protecting the environment. That is the type of bold, necessary approach we should bring to this process and beyond. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated many of these challenges and laid bare the deep inequities and disparities in our nation. From paid family and medical leave, to home and community-based services, to universal child care, to a dignified living wage and beyond, the people demand responsive policy that speaks to their lived experiences and struggles. The people are counting on us to deliver. So let me make it plain. Any infrastructure package must deliver for our care workers, and it must take care of the people, because the care economy is critical infrastructure. In this moment, as we fight for a strong economic recovery, we must also work to build a better, a more just, and more equitable economy than ever before. Thank you, and I yield to the gentleman from New York.
Thank you so much, Ms. Presley. The American Families Plan, Madam Speaker, recognizes that child care is infrastructure, and that it's not enough to settle for any child care that enables a parent to go to work. This needs to be high-quality child care that every child can access. Babies are born learners, and it is well established by brain science that a child's environment and interactions in the first 1,000 days of life, whether positive or negative, and long before they enter a kindergarten classroom, are highly formative during this critical period for learning and growth. When those formative early childhood experiences include inadequate nutrition, homelessness, or other adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, such as those brought on by a global pandemic, we know that a child's brain and body are changed in ways that are linked to poor health and learning outcomes later in life. Without reliable supports in place to buffer our kids from the stress, that stress can quickly turn toxic. The good news is that ACEs are preventable on a national scale if we are collectively willing to put in the investment worthy of our kids. As the representative from New York's 16th District and a former educator and school leader, I believe our goal for healthy early childhood development needs to be more ambitious than the prevention of ACEs, which aims to protect our kids from the worst effects of stress and trauma. That should be the floor. We ourselves need to move past a scarcity framework and embrace a framework of shared abundance. That looks like affordable, reliable access to quality childcare where young children, in the context of an intergenerational community, are empowered to explore themselves and their world with pure wonder, where they grow into self-directed learners, collaborative leaders, and adaptive, community-centered problem solvers. Madam Speaker, I would now like to speak a little bit about the child tax credit. The child tax credit has been in place for years and is supposed to help offset the many expenses of raising children. This includes food, childcare, diapers, healthcare, clothing, and taxes. But before the American Rescue Plan, it wasn't accessible to the families who needed it most because it wasn't fully refundable. Families that didn't earn enough income could not benefit. The American Rescue Plan changed that when it enacted a much-needed expansion of the child tax credit, making it fully refundable and increasing the maximum credit from $2,000 per child to $3,000 per child up through age 17 and $3,600 per child for children under age 6. Because of the American Rescue Plan, nearly 66 million children will benefit from the child tax credit, making this the single largest contributor to reducing child poverty. In my district, which includes the Bronx and Westchester, 124,400 children will gain from the expanded child tax credit. The average benefit for 41,800 households in my district is $2,800, lifting 9,200 children out of poverty and 4,700 children out of deep poverty. This is historic, but we can't be satisfied with reducing child poverty. We need to completely end child poverty and eliminate it. The American Families Plan would extend the child tax credit increases from the American Rescue Plan through 2025. The infrastructure we want for Building Back Better shouldn't tolerate child poverty, and the American Families Plan moves us forward on that necessary path. Before I close, I want to use my time on the House floor to share the experience of a New Yorker who needs home care services and wrote into my office. Her experience seeking care paints a very telling picture about the state of our care economy and makes the case for the strong investments in the American Families Plan that we've heard tonight. She shared that seniors and people with disabilities like her struggle to find home care she needs because the job pays under $13 an hour in most of New York State. 1 week into the COVID lockdown, her home health aide contracted the virus from a relative, a nursing home worker who contracted it through their own caregiving job. The first health aide has been unable to return to work because the virus has caused long-term complications from their immediate family members for whom they are the primary caregiver. Just 1 week after her first health aide contracted the virus, a second health aide fell ill. While the second health aide did recover, the health aide's child care provider closed permanently. The second health aide wants to return to work, but due to the low wages, they're unable to afford child care. Not being able to find a full-time health aide to provide her care means she is unable to receive assistance with all of her needs. Some days she only gets help to eat and use the toilet once per day. She cannot shower as frequently as she would like. She shared, and I quote, "I live in constant fear that should something happen to my health aide, that my literal independence will be taken from me overnight. I don't know when this situation will improve, and I have no other resources to lean on should my situation worsen. The solution, however, is simple. We need home care jobs to be recognized and treated as quality, dignified jobs with family-sustaining wages. If we pay home care workers a living wage, these jobs will be filled immediately because of the high demand. We need to ensure home care jobs never become minimum wage jobs again. I want to thank her for sharing her personal experience and allowing me to share it tonight. It goes to show how connected and interdependent we all are on one another and the care economy. We need to meet this dire moment with a substantial, transformative investment in the care economy, and we must do that with the American Families Plan. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield my time. Thank you very much.
I thank the gentleman. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th of 2021, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes. Mr. Grothman, you're recognized.
Thank you. Well, we're back here after 3 weeks back in our district, and I think our minds should probably be on the border and the thousands of people, tens of thousands of people streaming across every month, or perhaps on the economic problems caused by higher inflation. But instead, there was a few brief statements made by one of our prominent TV anchors that causes me to feel I have to speak tonight. While we were gone, we celebrated both Memorial Day and the hundreds of thousands of American soldiers who have died for our freedoms. We celebrated another anniversary of D-Day, the landing in Europe. And when we think about Memorial Day, we can't help remembering other names of battles during World War II, Okinawa, Iwo Jima, the Battle of the Midway, the Battle of the Bulge, as well as all the soldiers who died fighting the communists in Vietnam and Korea. It's a time for superlatives, talking about the heroic efforts of these great men and women. Unfortunately, on a formerly major network, NBC or MSNBC, Brian Williams, no infanticist, decided to compare or supposedly compliment all of our brave troops by comparing them to people who fight under the most evil banner I think that's existed, or one of the two most evil banners that's existed in the last 100 years, and that is the banner of Antifa. Antifa is an organization, if we had their flag here before us, virtually identical to the flag used by the communists in the early 20s in Nazi Germany. The socialist flag at the time, the communist flag, allied with the Soviet Union, who at the time millions of people were dying as they adjusted to life without the Tsar and life under communism. The Soviet armies, soon responsible for killing millions and millions of Ukrainians as they guarded the food so the Cossacks would starve to death. The communist armies that in Red China caused tens of millions of deaths. The communist armies in Cambodia. These countries with their anti-God philosophy, proud in Red China when the final Christian churches were closed. Of all things, to compare our troops at D-Day with Antifa. I cannot imagine a greater insult to give these soldiers. I wish more of them were still alive so they could respond to seeing on television a TV anchor trying to compare them, these brave men to keep the world free, to compare them to Antifa, a group whose flag is almost identical to the communist flag. And by the way, it's not surprising that we have a red flag for Nazi Germany and a red flag for the Soviet Union. Red at the time stood for socialism. And our young children should be educated on the comparisons between the two. During the 20s, there were times where both ideologies entered into joint strikes because they both wanted to get rid of what existed of a free country in Germany at the time. We would like to hear from NBC. Shame on you, NBC, the once proud network. Will you respond to the statements by Brian Williams comparing the men who died at D-Day, the men who landed on European soil to free Europe? Will you respond to your anchor causing them or implying they were the equivalent of Antifa, a group connected with communism? Shame on that once proud #1 network in America. What do you think of what you have done? The next issue I'd like to comment that I heard about again and again when I was back is an issue that is not surprising. To a certain extent, some of the policies of the past were responsible for this. But recently, we've had a new round of checks go out, a greater increase in the money supply, both M1 and M2, and not surprising when the government prints money, we see an increase in the amount of gasoline, an increase in food prices led by an increase in soybeans, an increase in lumber and massive increases in home building. I am scared to death for the younger generation as a new economic ideology seems to have taken over, in which there is a feeling that you can spend yourself into prosperity. When I look at the degree to which housing costs have skyrocketed in the last year, it is perhaps not surprising given the degree to which money is being printed. But it is going to be much more difficult for a young couple to buy that first house today compared to 12 years ago. And it's important that everybody in this chamber sit back and question the idea that is being approved by the Federal Reserve that America can become wealthier just by printing money. America will not become wealthier by printing money. America will have inflation, and that inflation will strike hardest at commodity prices and hardest at housing. So everybody in this chamber, before we vote for any more spending bills, ought to look at the rather boring charts of M1 and M2 as we analyze the money supply, and look at the costs of all commodities over the last year as this chamber has decided that the way to create prosperity is to print more money. Thank you. I do feel it's also important to address one more time the crisis at the border. And there are a variety of bad things happening because of that crisis, and not caring like we did only a few months ago as to who crosses the border. I don't think we've spent enough time addressing the drug crisis in America. It has been around so long it becomes boring even to think about it, except recently we hit the point at which 90,000 Americans had died of drug overdoses in a 12-month period. When I talk to people at the border or my local drug enforcement administration, they both agree that this is in part happening because more drugs are coming across the border, and in part it is predictable that more drugs are coming across the border because it is easier to get across the border, more people are crossing the border, but even more so, as marijuana becomes legalized in the country, it is no longer profitable to bring marijuana across the southern border. I heard an anecdote of a significant amount of marijuana coming across the border, and the people who owned it couldn't sell it because the marijuana produced by the now legalized agriculture operations in the United States, not surprisingly, because we do genetic engineering, that sort of thing, the marijuana produced in the United States in states like Colorado and Washington is superior to the marijuana brought across the Mexican border. Well, if the Mexican drug cartels cannot make money selling marijuana or bringing marijuana across the border, how are they going to make it up? They're going to make it up by bringing more and more dangerous drugs, meth, cocaine, heroin, but above all, fentanyl. They're going to bring more and more fentanyl across the southern border, and now we have 90,000 deaths in this country in 1 year. A little bit of my district touches Milwaukee County. Not a huge county by nationwide standards, about 1 million people. Last year, 540 people died of drug overdoses in Milwaukee County. There were about 200 murders, which is the all-time record, and everybody couldn't believe 200 murders. There were over 500 illegal drug overdoses. Now, what do we do about that? Well, clearly, one of the things we have to do is we have to prevent these drugs from coming in the country in the first place. And it is disappointing that we put the security of the border, we put it on the back burner and think of excuses not to deal with it. But in addition to thinking of all the people running across the border, take a minute to think about the 90,000 people, 90,000 people, many very young people, dying primarily of fentanyl but other illegal drug overdoses, and ask yourself, what is this body going to do to stop it? Of course, other problems at the border, we've gone from having or checking in or touching about 17,000 people a month to 180,000 people a month. As far as gotaways, people that aren't even checked in, our Border Patrol estimates we've gone from about 6,000 this time last year to about 30,000 now. Just massive increases. And I would guess between gotaways and people who are checked into the country, you're looking at 60 or 70,000 a month instead of under 10,000 a month this time last year. It is truly a crisis, and quite frankly, this body ought to be doing nothing else but dealing with that crisis until it's solved. And the fact that we had under 10,000 people crossing the border only 4 or 5 months ago show it's not something we don't know how to solve or it's impossible to solve. It's we are willingly allowing a massive increase across the border. Of course, that massive increase, since the drug cartels charge people to come here, also increases the power of those drug cartels, both in the United States and this country. It, to a degree, results in separation of children from their families as unaccompanied children come here, as well as a given number of children are probably rented by people to come here because they know supposed intact families have a better chance of being allowed in this country than single people who are still frequently turned around. So in any event, there is a brief summary of issues. I'd like to thank the chair for listening attentively. I hope I was enjoyable. And I hope NBC lets us know what they were thinking when Brian Williams decided to say that our soldiers landing on D-Day were like Antifa. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate and noon for legislative business. The House stands adjourned.